Steele puffed out her cheeks, readjusted the breathing mask over her face, and hauled at the crotch of her suit again. She lasted a whole 2 minutes before leaning over and whispering to Logan, "You're a bloody jinx, do you know that? Anyone else finds a body, it's usually pretty fresh. You, it's half rotten and marinated in shite." "It's not my fault. It was just a hunch, okay? Blind bloody luck, more like." Considerable portion of flesh has been excised from the left thigh. Edges of the wound are deteriorated after prolonged immersion in sewage. I said there was something funny about the Leith crime scene. Steele scowled at him. "What do you want? A parade?" "Dismemberment was caused by a knife, single-sided blade, approximately 8 inches long. I'm only saying." "You have any idea how much trouble this is going to cause?" "Angle of incisions implies a right-handed suspect." "What happened to good job, Logan? You're a credit to the force." "Oh, don't be such a drama queen, Inspector, I will not tell you again. This is a post-mortem, not a playground." Steele actually blushed. "Sorry, Doc." And then, when no one was looking, she punched Logan in the arm. "That was your fault." The mortuary clock read 8:15 before Isabel finally told her assistant to wash off the remains. 8:15, and Logan had been on duty since 4 in the morning. That was... He was too tired to work out how long. Isabel's assistant started with the head. Dirty water gurgled down the cutting table drain, and as Valerie Leith's face slowly appeared from its coating of foul-smelling slime, Logan's spirits sank. With the other victims, it had been easy to maintain a sense of detachment. They were just hunks of meat. But this was different. This finally looked like a human being. Valerie Leith, 35, skin all puckered and discoloured, brown hair straggly round her face as Isabel's assistant rinsed the sewage away. And somehow, Logan didn't feel as pleased with himself as he had. Aberdeen was a sparkling blanket, yellow and white streetlights shining in the deep blue November night outside DCS Bain's office window. The head of CID stood with his back to the room, staring out at the view. Taxis drifted by on the streets below. Drunken clots of Aberdonians lurched for the nearest club, chip shop or taxi rank, the sounds of sirens in the distance. Nearly midnight. Why the hell wasn't that septic tank searched the first time round? Why would they? Steele didn't bother covering her mouth, just let go a jaw-cracking yawn, followed by a little burp. God. No reason to think this was anything other than what it looked like. Inch should have... Yeah, well, he didn't. And if it was me, I wouldn't have either. And neither would you, Bill. The DCS turned and stared at Logan. But you did, Sergeant. It was just a hunch. Steele clapped him on the shoulder. Don't be so modest. Tell you, Bill, The DCS cut it off. The question is, what are we going to tell the media? How's it going to look when they find out her body lay undiscovered, less than 30 feet from her house for a fortnight? D.I. Inch. Don't start, Bill, okay? Been a long day and I can't be arsed fighting with you. Steele stretched out in her chair, making creaking noises. Doesn't matter what we tell the press. They'll just make up their own shite anyway. You're not seeing the big picture here, Inspector. We told the world and his bloody dog that Wiseman killed Valerie Leith, didn't we? And if that's not bad enough, it looks like the same person killed the Ingleses and Tom and Hazel Stephen. Where was Wiseman at that time? Craig Inch's. The DCS sat back behind his desk. So now we've got 2 psychopaths out there butchering their way through the populace, and our only suspect is looking less and less guilty every day. Actually, Logan dug in his jacket pocket, pulled out the dog-eared copy of Smoke with Blood Steele had given him, and dumped it on the desk. We do have another suspect. What? The DCS examined the cover. Jamie McLaughlin? No, William Leith. I found a copy of that in the master bedroom. Steele made a sound like a drowning elephant. You remembering he nearly got his head chopped off? They have an alarm system at the Croft, but somehow the killer managed to break in without setting it off. Then he dismembers Valerie Leith, dumps her in the septic tank. How did he know where it was? I'll bet if we search the garage again, we'll find a crowbar or something that matches the grooves in that septic tank lid. But Leith's head. Wouldn't be the first time someone's injured themselves to shift the blame, would it? The DCS swore, grabbed his phone, and started dialing. Yeah, Pete, it's me. I want William Leith brought in. No, I don't. I want him here now. Well, I don't care, do I? Just sort it. He hung up, steepled his fingers, brooded for a minute, then asked Logan, You still friends with that journalist scumbag? Chapter 32. All hail the conquering hero. D.I. Steele was sitting in Logan's chair, feet up on his desk, a copy of that morning's Aberdeen Examiner open on her lap. Where the hell you been? I came in hours ago. Really? Logan stuck the brown plastic tray from the canteen down in front of her. Because Big Gary says you didn't get in till 11. It's only 15:15. Steele grinned. Aye. Make with a bacon butty, hero boy. He handed over a tin-foil package and sat back against the room's only radiator. I didn't write the bloody thing, okay? Steele unwrapped her butty and tore a huge bite out of it. Chief Constable Baldy Bryan wants to congratulate us personally for catching Leith. Of course, I put it all down to my inspirational leadership and... You've got tomato sauce on your blouse. The inspector peered down at her chest. Oh, no again. Anyway, Logan picked up his coffee and went to peel the Leith crime scene photos from the death board. Not as if it makes any difference, is it? Doesn't get us any closer to catching the flesher. Are you mental? Well, it doesn't, does it? He's still out there. God, no again. Fine, be miserable. Your glass might be half empty, but mine runneth over. No had a pat on the back from Baldy Bryan for ages. She took another massive bite, chewing happily. Yeah, I suppose, but not till Inch comes back. He slipped the crime scene photos back in the Leith file, then stuck the whole thing in his out tray. If there's nothing urgent on, I thought I'd go home and... Oh, no you don't. You heard the DCS last night. If Wiseman's slipping out the frame, we need to find someone else to pin all this shite on. You and me are going through that 1987 case file with a nitcomb. You're kidding. We pulled a 20-hour shift yesterday. Aye, well, feel free to whinge to your Federation rep about it. And have one for me while you're there. She polished off the last of her bacon butty, scrunched up the tin foil, and lobbed it at the bin. Not even close. We've already been over the historical stuff, and now we're doing it again, okay? She sooked something out from between her teeth and chewed. Don't be such a work-shy bastard. Our pat on the back's not till after lunch. Plenty of time to get cracking. She pulled out her cigarettes and stood. Let me know how you get on. I'll be in a... meeting. Yeah, anyone asks, I'm in a meeting. Logan stifled a yawn, took another mouthful of coffee, and crawled back inside the McLaughlin case file. He hadn't been entirely honest with D.I. Steele. He'd not really read the whole thing before, not all of it. He'd just skimmed the day-to-day stuff on his way to the post-mortem and crime scene reports. Going through it from start to finish was something of a revelation. Once Detective Chief Inspector Brooks, this was 1987 before he'd got the promotion to DSI, had Ken Wiseman in his sights, he never looked at anyone else. As far as Brooks was concerned, Wiseman was guilty. It was the car boot full of blood that had done it. Brooks kept coming back to it in the transcripts time and time again. DCI Brooks, stop messing us about, Ken. We know you did it. Wiseman, I told you, it was roe deer, okay? I found it at the side of the road. DCI Brooks, do you seriously expect me to believe Wiseman? It was still twitching. I took it home and butchered it. DCI Brooks, they found human blood in there too, you idiot. Wiseman, mine. It was mine. Bloody deer kicked out when I hefted it into the boot, didn't it? Got me right in the face. Bled all over the place. Logan flicked through to the forensic reports. According to the lab, the samples were too degraded for a positive identification, the DNA test inconclusive. They'd tried again in '95, fighting Wiseman's appeal. DNA testing had come on a bit since 1990, but the only human blood they could extract from the evidence shared so many markers with Wiseman's own that even an idiot defence lawyer could have poked holes in the prosecution case. So good old Detective Chief Inspector Brooks had tried to suppress the evidence. The defence managed to get hold of it anyway, and that was it. Case dismissed. Wiseman's original confession was given pride of place at the very back of the file, in its own clear plastic evidence pouch, obviously typed by someone with more fingers than brain cells. I did it, and I am sorry. I did not mean to hurt her, but I did. There was a lot of blood. Afterwards, I did not know what to do, so I proceeded to dispose of the body by, dismembering scored out, cutting it up and getting rid of the parts. I do not remember where I buried them. I had been drinking. There was another page and a half, a tortured mass of bad typing, poor spelling, and twisted lies, and then, at the end, a shaky signature, as if the writer's hand had just been slammed in a drawer. There was a second version of the confession, all neatly typed by someone who could spell. Wiseman's signature wasn't any better on that one. Logan pushed the file away, wondering how the hell someone like Brooks had ever made it to the rank of detective superintendent. The bastard was little more than a criminal himself, and Inch had helped him. Mr. Everything Has to Be Done by the Book had beaten a suspect in custody and forced him to sign a confession. No wonder Wiseman went after him. Lunch was a baked potato in the canteen, eaten one-handed as he reread the SOC report on the derelict butcher's shop where Ian and Sharon McLaughlin's remains had been found. He stuck the report back in the folder and pulled out Folds's tatty copy of Smoke with Blood, flicking through till he got to the chapter on the same scene. When God makes man, he does so from the simplest of materials. Our bodies, our minds, the blood that courses through our veins are no different from those of the animals we slaughter for food. A pig, a cow, a human being. After the butcher's tender ministrations, it's all just meat. We are all just meat. It was an anonymous tip-off that led police to the disused butcher's shop on Palmerston Road, within spitting distance of the railway station, the rumble of passing freight trains making the ground shudder beneath their feet as they picked through the debris-strewn interior. Rats scuttled through the piles of broken plaster and crumbling furniture. The floors and walls spattered where pigeons had passed judgment on a shop closed for 18 years and turned into a storage shed. Today, the sign outside says Property Management, but in January 1988 it was the final resting place for my parents. Or would have been, if not for that anonymous phone call in the dead of night. Logan flicked through the file, finding reference to a call made from a public phone box in Torry. The note said it was a woman's voice, drunk and scared. They thought it was probably a working girl looking for somewhere to take a punter, or maybe one of the city's growing homeless population looking for a place to drink themselves to sleep. Brooks put out the usual appeals, but no one came forward. The fridges at the back of the shop had been cleared of their contents, the detritus piled up in the serving area. In here, the walls were smeared with filth, mildew reaching out of the corners, a permanent shadow that not even the pathologist's spotlights could banish. My parents hung from hooks in the ceiling. That sounds more dramatic than it actually was. Although the smell was appalling, the power being long gone and the fridges at ambient temperature, there was little to show that the cuts of meat hanging there had once been someone's mother and father. My mother and father, now just meat. And on those filthy walls were written the words that would forever be emblazoned upon my soul, a message from the man who would become known as the Flesher. From ancient times our origins we draw, when priests were consecrate to keep God's law, when sacerdotal sacrifice and feasts made altars smoke with blood of slaughtered beasts, a message written in blood, the blood of my parents. After a period of sober reflection involving jam sponge and custard, Logan grabbed a cup of tea and went back to the history room. The file said Brooks traced the quotations scrawled on the butcher's shop wall to Trinity Hall, home of the 7 incorporated trades, a 1960s concrete box of a building with delusions of grandeur on Holborn Street, not far from McFarlane's. Smoke with blood. A line from a painting belonging to the Butcher's Trade Incorporation, a.k.a. the Fleshers, and that was how he got his name. Logan's tea was stone cold by the time he'd finished reading all the interview transcripts. Brooks had hauled in every butcher in the city, whether they were members or not. That was when the fixation with Wiseman started. "Wakey, wakey!" D.I. Steele meandered into the room, bringing a waft of stale cigarette with her. "Half 2. Ready to be told what a clever little boy you are?" Logan looked up from Wiseman's first ever brush with the police. "Give me a minute, Hey!" Steele snatched the transcript from his hand. "Let's see what's so important." Her lips moving as she read. "Jesus." She turned it over in her hands, peering at the biro notes scribbled on the back. "Basher Brooks strikes again. You see these? He's obviously hiding something. Shifty, evasive, reeks of guilt. Talk about keeping an open mind." She stuck it back on Logan's desk. "Anyway, come on, arse and gear, pat in the back time." 30 minutes later. "Bastard and cock-weasel son of a bitch." Steele hurled herself into Logan's seat. "Can you believe this shite? Fucking bastard." She stood, swore some more, kicked the filing cabinet, called the Chief Constable Brian Anderson a sheep-shagging prick, and collapsed back into the chair again. "Well," said Logan, picking his words carefully, "it could be worse." "How? How could it possibly be worse?" "Could have been DCI Finney." "That cock!" She scrubbed her hands across her face. "How could they say I'm not proactive enough? How? How much more pro-fucking active could I be? Did we not just catch Leith?" Logan settled himself in behind the other desk, bracing himself for the oncoming rant. 10 minutes later, she was still at it. "Course, you know what this is really about, don't you? Can't have a lowly woman heading up a high-profile case like this. No, that needs a baldy-headed bastard, doesn't it?" She put on a broad Banff and Buchan accent for, "I think I'd be more appropriate for DCS Bain to take a more active role. Wankers! Didn't take the damn thing off Inch, did they?" Steele sat and seethed in silence for a while, then pulled out her cigarettes, turning the pack over and over in her hands. "Do us a favour, eh? Go see how that fat Git's doing." "What, now?" No now, tonight. I know he's been a tosspot lately and he smacked you in the face, but, well, take him a bag of jelly babies or something." "I can't. I've got something on tonight." Which was a lie. Logan just couldn't face dealing with Inch's grief on top of all the guilt. Not yet. "Inch is one of us, lass. We've got no right abandoning him. No with his wee girl dead like that." "But if I hadn't chased Wiseman..." "You've always been Inch's favourite. He needs someone to talk to and you're it. Besides, what's the worst that can happen? He shouts at you a bit. Least it'll make him feel better. You don't think we owe him that?" Logan swore, but the inspector was right. He owed Inch that much. Okay. I'll go see him." "Good lad." Steele hauled herself out of the chair and headed for the door, calling over her shoulder, "But for God's sake, don't tell him I sent you. Got my reputation as a hard-nosed bitch to think about." 4:30, and Steele still wasn't back. Logan sat with a fresh cup of tea and the old media office file on Ian and Sharon McLaughlin, all the press releases, the follow-up articles culled from the newspapers, speeches written from whoever was chief constable at the time. One of the newspaper clippings included a photo of ex-DSI Brooks outside the sheriff court, a thin and hirsute DC David Inch standing off to one side. Suspect remanded in custody. He laid the article out on the desk and sat back, staring at the death board. How many of them died because Brooks couldn't get over his Wiseman-focused monomania? Logan called Colin Miller and asked for a favour. "What? Again? You still owe me for lunch last time. Do this one and we'll call it dinner. Takeaway tie?" "I'm listening." "Need you to go through the paper's archives. Missing persons, housebreakings, outbreaks of food poisoning, CJD, that kind of thing. 1987 to 90. There was silence on the other end. "You going to tell me what this is all about?" "Nope." "You expect me to go hunting through 3 years' worth of pish, and you're not going to tell me anything?" "Look, Exclusive. I get the scoop on whatever it is, or I'm no lifting a finger." "I'm just trying to put the original investigation into context." "No exclusive. No deal." Logan said he'd see what he could do. "It's up to the inspector." "Which one? Fatty or wrinkly?" "Steele. Inch is on compassionate leave. His daughter—" "Fuck. Sorry, man. I forgot. Look, I'll do what I can, but I've got to go interview some scientist at the Rowett this afternoon. Hepatitis C in the food chain, how safe is your dinner kind of thing." Just what they needed, the papers stirring up more panic. "Tell you what, the Howf, 8 o'clock, buy us a pint and we'll talk about that exclusive." "OK, Logan closed his eyes and swore quietly. "I can't tonight. I've got a thing. Tomorrow." "Fine, but you're buying." "Deal." Logan hung up and went back to the McLaughlin case file, putting off the inevitable until guilt and hunger got the better of him. Like it or not, he had to go see the parents of the little girl he'd got killed. Logan pulled the CID pool car up to the curb and killed the engine. Then sat there, looking out at the night-shrouded countryside, psyching himself up. 2 deep breaths. Count to 10. Count to 10 again. Come on. Logan grabbed the plastic bag from the passenger seat. There were no lights on at the front of the house, but a dented Renault Clio with "I'm driving courtesy of Tams Turriff Motors" emblazoned down the side was parked in the drive where the inspector's Range Rover usually sat. Logan tried the bell. Ring. It was cold out here. The faint yellow glow of streetlights filtered through the trees, making the autumn leaves shine like reptile skin. A gust of wind sent a couple swirling to their death, adding to the greasy slick that littered the front garden. He pressed the bell again. One more time, then he was going to give up and go home. Ring. A light blossomed above the door. "Inspector!" Clunk, jingle, and the door drifted open a crack. Then came the sound of someone shuffling off back into the house. "Inspector? Hello?" Logan put one hand on the wood and pushed. The hallway was in darkness, but down at the far end he could just make out Inch's rounded bulk as he placed a foot on the stairs and began to climb. Logan stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "Are you okay?" Inch just kept on climbing, the stairs creaking as he disappeared from view. Oh, God. Logan peered into the lounge. It was a disaster area. The settee and armchairs upturned, stuffing ripped out, wooden frames buckled, coffee table a heap of twisted metal and broken glass. The dining room was just as bad, chairs broken, table on its side, a perfect circle of scorched varnish just visible in the gloom. Inch must have run out of steam by the time he'd reached the kitchen. Logan backed out into the hall and crept up the stairs. He found the inspector sitting on the floor in the corner of a small bedroom, surrounded by stuffed animals. The faint orange glow of a plug-in nightlight glittered back from dozens of black plastic eyes. A hand-painted sign on the door said, "Sophie's Secret Palace, beware of the dragon." Logan stopped at the threshold. "How's Miriam?" Inch sniffed, wiped his nose on the back of his hand, then picked up a fluffy unicorn. His voice was small and ragged. "She was going to be a doctor, or a ballerina, or an astronaut, depending on what day it was." He hadn't showered or shaved in a couple of days, his jowls covered in dark blue stubble, heavy black bags under his eyes, clothes rumpled and stained. The smell of stale alcohol oozed out of him. Logan picked his way through the furry minefield of bears and dinosaurs and pigs and dragons, then sank down with his back to the unmade bed. "Everyone at the station's asking for you. They're getting up a collection. Going to get a park bench dedicated to Sophie." It had sounded so appropriate when Steele had told him about it yesterday. Now it just sounded hollow and crass. "I'm sorry." "She left me. Miriam. She's got out the hospital, took the girls and went to her mother's." Another sniff. "Said she couldn't bear to look at me anymore. That it was my fault." "Sir, Wiseman was after me and they paid for it." He wrapped his huge arms around the little unicorn, buried his face in its fur. Logan closed his eyes and stepped off the cliff. "It wasn't your fault, it was mine. If I hadn't chased Wiseman, he was going to sell her to a paedophile. Right now she'd be—" The huge man shuddered. When he looked up, his eyes sparkled with tears. "How do you explain to a child's mother that her little girl's better off dead?" "I'm so sorry." Logan pulled open the carrier bag and dragged out 4 tins of Guinness. "Got them at the wee supermarket in Newmacher. Still cold." He held one out. Inch took the tin, clicked the ring pull, and drank deep. "Here." Logan went back into the bag for a family-sized packet of jelly babies and a box of Terry's Old Gold. The chocolates were for Miriam. The inspector stared at the bag of little pink, red, green, purple and yellow figures. "I can't eat those. Borderline diabetic as it is." Then he snatched the bag from Logan's hand and tore it open, stuffing baby after baby into his mouth, chewing on automatic, washing them down with more Guinness. Logan pulled the tab on his own tin and raised it. "It's going to be okay." "No." Inch shook his head, clutching the little furry unicorn to his chest. "No, it's not. It's never going to be okay again." The kitchen light seemed harsh and artificial after the soft glow of Sophie's bedroom. They sat at the kitchen table, Inch hunched over a glass of whiskey and a mug of sweet, milky coffee, the steam curling up around his bald head. Logan slid the open box of All Gold back across the tabletop. Inch didn't look up. "Has he confessed?" "Denying everything. Says I beat him up. Imagine that. He'd have me for sodding breakfast. Besides, Alec got the whole thing on camera." Inch took a caramel nectar and stuck it in his mouth, followed by a sip of whiskey. "Did he... Is Sophie on it?" Logan didn't want to answer that one, but he didn't see that he had any choice. "Yes." The inspector nodded and helped himself to another chocolate. "I want you to do something for me." His voice was a dark rumble, colder than the November night, howling against the kitchen window. "I want you to go to Craig Inch's, and you tell Wiseman that I'm sorry." Logan nearly choked. "Did you say—" "I should never have assaulted him. I was a policeman. He was a prisoner. I had no right." Inch downed half his whiskey in one go. "I looked up to Brooks. He was everything I wanted to be. He got the job done. Put people behind bars. He bent the rules, but it took me a long time to realise he was wrong. The ends didn't justify pounding the crap out of suspects. Made us no better than they were." The last of the whiskey disappeared. "You tell him." "Are you sure?" The inspector held the cut crystal glass in his huge hand, twisting it so that little diamonds of light sparkled on the tabletop. "And then you tell that piece of shit I'm going to be waiting for him." "Sir, you can't do that. I don't care how long it takes. I'm going to rip his balls off with my bare hands and feed them to him. But no bastard is ever going to find his body. It's over. Even if we can't pin the Flesher killings on him, after what he did to you and Miriam and Sophie, they'll never let him out. He's going to die in Peterhead Prison." Inch looked up, his eyes dangerous and black. I know, and I'm going to be there when he does, with my hands round his throat. Chapter 33. Thursday morning lashed against the tiny window of the Flesher history room, the wind and rain playing counterpart to the ping and groan of the solitary anemic radiator. Logan stuck his finger in his ear and tried again, shouting into the phone. No, not McRae. Mike, Charlie, Romeo, Alpha, Echo. Static. A high-pitched buzzing noise. Is this Detective Superintendent Danby? Hello? You left a message about the Flesher's Newcastle victims. More buzzing. And then, know what I'm saying? The DSI's voice was like a Geordie foghorn. Sorry, I can barely hear you. Look, I went through the files, right? There's nothing in there about them being in Weight Watchers. D.I. Steele slouched into the room, but Logan got his hand up before she could open her mouth. I know, he said. I've got a copy of the investigation reports here, but did anybody ask the families? I mean, if there wasn't any reason... So, what are you expecting me to do? Go round and ask the poor bastards' relatives if they were trying to lose weight? It was nearly 20 years ago, know what I mean? Look, I wouldn't ask, but we've got some victims here who were members, and you think this is how he finds them? Well, I'll stick a couple of wooden tops on it, OK? Can't say fairer than that, know what I mean? Thank you, sir, I appreciate it. You can thank us by catching the bastard. Steele waited for Logan to hang up, then plonked herself on the corner of his desk and peered at his notes. Oh, for God's sake, you were supposed to chase up this Weight Watchers thing days ago. What the hell have you been doing? I did. That was Newcastle getting back to me. And how come you're so bloody cheery this morning? She scowled at him. Don't start. I'm no in the mood. Where's defective Constable Rennie? Baines has got him going through more of those Interpol reports. Yeah, like that's going to help. She stuck her hands into her armpits and turned to face the death board in all its blood-stained glory. Susan proposed last night. Congratulations, because I don't have enough to worry about. Last year it was all, let's get a cat. Now it's, let's get married. You know what's next, don't you? Bloody babies. She shuddered. Creepy little bastards. The inspector started rummaging through the paperwork on Logan's desk. So, come on then. How is he? Inch. Hunched up and crying at the kitchen table, planning revenge, depressed, dangerous, destructive, drinking away his pain, grieving. He's okay. Steele nodded. Thought so. Hard as nails, our Inchy. She stopped at the plastic wallet containing Wiseman's second, better-typed confession and skimmed through it. This is appalling. Got a call from Craig Inch's. Ken Wiseman beat the living hell out of Richard Davidson last night. Thought I should go up and have a word. Maybe ask him about that? He pointed at the confession. What? Wiseman won't speak to Faulds or Bain or me or that liver-puddling psychologist Tosspot, but police hero D.S. Logan McRae will get him to talk. I only meant, like I care. She dropped the confession back on Logan's desk. It's the mighty DCS Baines investigation now. You can do whatever you like. I'm off for a fag. She stood. I'd say take Alec with you, but he's got his camera glued to His Holiness DCS Baines's arse. Putting on a whiny voice for, Oh, Detective Chief Superintendent, you're so big and clever. Probably just as well. Logan didn't really want a BBC film crew there while he passed on Inch's message. But don't forget, we've got that bloody case peer review with Strathclyde at 12:30. But I'm not. If I have to be there, so do you. And you're no wriggling out of it, so don't even try. 12:30. If you're late, I'm going to do something nasty to you. Can't be arsed thinking what at the moment, but it won't be pleasant. Wiseman coughed, then spat whatever he'd brought up onto the scuffed linoleum floor. The interview room wasn't exactly straight out of Better Homes and Prisons magazine, but the glob of glistening phlegm didn't help. The butcher's face was a mass of bruises, elastoplasts, little white butterfly stitches and scabs. Logan took another sip of what passed for coffee from the vending machine in reception. Little Birdie tells me you and Richard Davidson had a falling out. Wiseman shrugged. Some people are born stupid. You put him in hospital. Broken leg, cracked ribs, concussion. Little shit came at me, crying about his mummy. Not think you're in enough trouble, Ken. What are they going to do? Arrest me? Fair point. I've got a message for you, from D.I. Inch. Let me guess. He's going to kill me. Only way I'm getting out of Peterhead prison's in a body bag. Wiseman snorted. Heard it all before. His mate Brooks said the same thing. Look what happened to him. Silence. He says he's sorry. The ex-butcher frowned, sat back in his seat and pursed his lips, looked down at the handcuffs holding his left wrist to the plaster cast on his right, then up at the camera bolted to the wall. What for? But there was no way Logan was going on record saying Inch assaulted a prisoner, even if it was 17 years ago. I want to talk to you about your confession. Thought that's what we were talking about. Logan pulled the plastic envelope from its pocket and placed it on the desk. I did it, and I'm sorry. I did not mean to hurt her, but I did. There was a lot of blood. I know what it says. Afterwards, I did not know what to do, so I disposed of the body by cutting it up. Wiseman lurched forwards, banging his grubby fiberglass cast on the scarred tabletop. I said I know what it fucking says. Logan smiled. He'd just been using the confession and Richard Davidson's assault as an excuse to pass on Inch's message, but somehow he'd managed to hit a raw nerve. The butcher was so blasé about everything else. Who was she? She wasn't anyone. I made it up. It's what they wanted to hear. They said they'd... Remember Angus Robertson? The Maastricht monster? I don't have to sit here and listen to this. Logan pointed at the interview room, the camera, the officer standing by the door. Prison. Remember, not a social club. Robertson said your cells were next to each other. That late at night you'd tell him about the woman you dismembered and the guy you beat to death in the showers. You're going to take Robertson's word for it? Lying little bastard killed 15 women. Who was she? Fuck you. Your car boot was full of blood, and you're full of shite. Another sip of horrible coffee. Why did you run, Ken? You deaf. I said... It seemed to take him a moment to catch up with the change of subject. What was I supposed to do? Sit around and wait for that fat wanker to stitch me up again, like last time? Someone's still out there killing people. My heart bleeds. Who was she? The woman. Fuck you. Logan tossed his plastic cup of plastic coffee in the bin, a little geyser of milky brown erupting as it hit the bottom. Fine. Lie all you want. But I'm going to find out. Wiseman burst out laughing. Oh, big scary policeman. Get him out of here. Logan made it back to FHQ just in time to see a line of Grampian's finest disappearing into the boardroom. D.I. Steele loitered at the back, scowling at him. What did I bloody tell you? Traffic was awful, okay. She grabbed his arm, speaking in a sharp, smoky whisper. Listen up. You follow my lead in there. No volunteering information, no verbal diarrhea, no pointing bloody fingers. We present a united front to these Ouija bastards. Understand? A voice from inside. Inspector, we're ready to start. Just a minute. And back to whispering again. Everything was done by the book. Thought this was supposed to be a review to help us identify new ways to tackle the case. Oh, don't be so sodding naive. What do you think they'll do to Inch if they think he cocked this one up? Give him a pat on his fat arse and a big bag of sweeties. That voice again. Inspector! Remember, everything done by the book. She turned and pulled Logan into the boardroom. Sorry, sir. D.S. McRae was having difficulty tying his shoelaces and I had to supervise. D.S. Bain waved them towards a pair of empty seats. When you're quite ready. Logan settled in beside Steele and... oh. Fuck was the only word that sprung to mind. The Strathclyde contingent were at the head of the boardroom table. The DCI they'd sent up to run the case review sat in the middle, red hair, sharp suit, statuesque in a mid-40s kind of way. To her left was a bearded sergeant with a full face of acne scars, and on her right, taking notes, was PC Jackie Watson. Fuck, fuck, and thrice more fuck.
"Will you sit down? You're making me feel sick pacing about."
Steele was onto her second stick of nicotine gum, chewing with her mouth open as Logan marched up and down the history room, pretending to read a witness statement from January 1988.
"Why did it have to be her? Why do you think? She's got her foot in both camps. She knows all our dirty little secrets and... Look, either you sit your arse down or I'll twat you one."
Didn't look at me the whole meeting, as if I was a bloody stranger.
"Hell hath no fury like a ball-breaker scorned."
Steele puffed out her cheeks and tried to blow a bubble with her gum. No luck.
"What time is it?"
20 to 5.
"Time for one last cuppa before we hit the pub then. Get them in, eh?"
Logan started collecting the mounds of dirty mugs. "Can't tonight. I've got a prior appointment."
"Oh, aye. Hot date. Randy Rachel from the PF's office sniffing around again, is she? Or have you got yourself an 18-year-old nymphomaniac like Rennie? Trying to make Watson jealous, are we?"
He wasn't rising to that. Faulds kept saying we should go see Trinity Hall, speak to someone in the Fleshers Incorporation about the original investigation. I got an appointment with their boxmaster.
"What is he, a superhero? Boxmaster and carton boy saving the world from the evil forces of plastic packaging?"
Sort of a cross between deputy club president and accountant, I think.
"And this can't wait till tomorrow?"
Only time the guy could make. You want tea or coffee?
"Surprise me."
When Logan got back from the canteen, Alec was slumped in one of the visitors' chairs, moaning about DCS Bain. "You know where I spent all day? Bored off my tits filming meetings. Yesterday too." Logan handed the inspector's coffee over.
"Ooh, ta."
Steele took a slurp.
"That's what you get for following Bain about, isn't it? Should have stuck with the A-team, you disloyal bastard."
She swept a hand through her startled terrier hair.
"We're much prettier too."
Alec just sagged deeper into his chair. "You guys aren't up to anything exciting, are you?" The inspector nodded.
15 minutes, I'm off to the pub."
She pointed at Logan.
"Laughing boy here's going to Trinity Hall because he's got no mates."
And at that, the cameraman perked up. "Cool. Can I come?" Logan shrugged.
Hold on a minute."
Steele put her coffee down and squinted at him.
"You planning on solving anything while you're there?"
"Doubt it." He picked up the list of trade members interviewed in 1990 and stuck it under his arm. Half these guys were in their late 50s when Brooks spoke to them 17 years ago. Most of them will be making sausages in that great butcher shop in the sky by now.
"Aye, well."
Steele grabbed her coat.
"I'm not taking any chances. If Alec's going, so am I."
The little old man who met them at the side door to Trinity Hall was all smiles, cardigan and wrinkled suit.
"I've always wanted to help out in a murder inquiry,"
he said, ushering them into a tiny stairwell.
"I love the bill, Frost, Midsummer Murders, CSI, Wire in the Blood. Only that's not really a police show, is it? More one of those psychological things. I met someone from Taggart once."
He stopped with one hand on the institution green double doors.
"Now, would you like the tuppence halfpenny tour or the full Trinity Hall experience?"
Logan pulled on a smile. "How about we just make it about the Fleshers, sir?"
"Perfect. Oh, and you can call me Ewan. Sir makes me sound like an old man."
He winked, laughed, coughed for a bit, ending in a thin, rattling wheeze, then opened the double doors, revealing a long, dim corridor lined with ancient, grimy-looking paintings. Low-wattage spots cast tiny pools of light on the pictures and dark blue carpet.
"Trinity Hall has to be one of the best-kept secrets in Aberdeen. Did you know we have a portrait of King William the Lion here? One of the oldest paintings in the place. Been in the trade's possession for centuries. Absolutely priceless. Can't even get it insured. We've got swords from the Battle of Harlaw in 1411. You see, the 7 incorporated trades have always been an integral part of the city. Did you know that for hundreds of years...
Logan let him chunter on about the weavers, wrights and coopers, shoemakers, hammermen, tailors, bakers and fleshers as they wandered past darkened meeting rooms. Steele slouched along at the back, making popping noises with her nicotine gum. Strange, old-fashioned paintings in ornate golden frames hung on one side of the corridor, their paint blackened by the passage of time. Each had a coat of arms on it, some decoration, and a wodge of text nearly indecipherable in the low light. On the other side it was all portraits, sour-faced old men in various disapproving poses.
"Bloody hell," said Steele, interrupting an involved anecdote about the first flesh house being built in 1631 to stop people slaughtering animals in the streets. "Who ordered the ugly blokes with a side order of extra ugly?"
She pointed at one of the portraits.
"My cat's arse is prettier than that." "Ah, yes."
The old man glanced at Alec's camera.
"Actually, that's... Jesus! This one looks like a wart with a moustache."
"And, this," said Call Me Ewan, changing the subject,
"is the flesher's coat of arms."
The painting was about the same size as Logan's kitchen table. A red shield with 3 knives, an axe, and one of the little Aberdeen castles on it sat in the middle, a severed ram's head on the left, a bull's on the right. Beneath each head was a passage of flowery script, ancient varnish making the words crackle. Steele squinted at the text.
"When sacerdotal sacrifice and feasts made altars smoke with blood of slaughtered beasts."
The old man sighed.
"You have to understand that the fleshers date back to a time when Aberdeen was in her infancy. All the trades do. If you look in our books, you'll see the same family names year after year, century after century. Generations of butchers all dedicated to supporting their trade and the community."
He ticked the points off on his fingers.
Alms to the poor, funding public work, providing social care long before the NHS was ever dreamt of. What's happening now has nothing to do with the trade. We shouldn't be stigmatised just because someone hijacked the words from this painting. "It's okay," said Steele. "You can call him a cocksucking arseweasel. I won't faint."
Wink.
"So come on then. How many people had access to this 20 years ago?" "This painting's over 178 years old, Inspector. We have open days a couple of times a year. Show members of the public around the hall, explain things to them, give them a bit of the history of the things we have here." "So you're saying it could have..." "And each trade has a big annual dinner dance. The members invite their friends and family, clients sometimes."
He stared at the paintings.
"We've had to cancel ours. No one wants to accept an invitation from the fleshers with all these horrible things going on."
Which wasn't surprising. Logan pulled out his list of names from 1990. "You weren't interviewed during the original investigation?"
"No. My uncle died in 74. I went back to Cooper for 6 months to help get everything in order. Stayed for 19 years. Didn't come up again till 93.
He smiled.
"Missed all the excitement."
"Do you recognise any of these names?" Ewan produced a pair of half-moon glasses and polished them on the hem of his cardigan. Even then he had to hold the list at arm's length, going through the names one by one.
"Oh, aye, he's still here. So's he. Poor Charles took pancreatic cancer. This one's moved to Australia to be with his grandkids. No idea, before my time. Pneumonia. Alzheimer's. I haven't seen Peter for ages. Think he's in a nursing home now."
And on it went. Ewan seemed to sag as he got to the end of the list.
"Sorry. Seeing them all written down like this. Death gets us all in the end."
He took off his glasses and started down the corridor again.
Would you like to see the dead man's gallery?
It was more like a passageway than a gallery, a long, thin space next to the main hall, lined with huge gilt frames containing dozens of little black and white photographs.
When I first joined,
said Ewan, pointing at old-fashioned pictures of stiff, formal men with wild Victorian facial hair,
I'd show guests round here and would laugh at all the beardy weirdies. Look at this one.
It was a young man with huge sideburns and mutton chops that reached well past the collar of his starched shirt.
Like something out of Abbott and Costello meet the Wolf Man, isn't he? It's not till you start seeing the faces of people you know in here that it really hits you. These were men. They had hopes and dreams just like you and me, families who loved them, wives and children who mourned.
He led them down to another huge frame, this one with a tiny plaster coat of arms at the top, red background, curved knives. The frame was only half full, and some of the photos were even in colour, fading away to that strange 70s orange tone. Wide lapels, brown suits, and more sideburns.
And these, said Ewan, are our recently deceased members. There's Charles, I was telling you about him, Simon, Craig Thomas. This is John. He was in the second wave on D-Day. And that's my old mentor, Edward. A lovely man. Orphan. Grew up in a children's home. Came from nothing and ended up with 3 butcher's shop and a house in Rubislaw Den. Couldn't have kids of his own, so they adopted a little girl from a broken home.
He pointed at a man with a ludicrous comb-over.
Robert, there, took in a wee boy with polio. Jane and I had 2 girls of our own, but I never forgot Edward's example. So we adopted our youngest, Ben, abandoned on the steps of St. Nicholas Church the day after he was born. How could someone just throw away a life like that? Madness.
Ewan stared at the photos in silence for a moment, then went through them one by one.
Cancer, heart attack, pneumonia, cancer. Thomas had a stroke 2 weeks after his wife died. Edward and Sheila went in a car crash. Robert took an aneurysm on Union Street.
He tapped the glass.
One day I'll be in there, and people will come in and laugh at my photo. I'll be dead, but I'll always be part of something. That's important, isn't it? Not to disappear into nothing.
Pier de Luna. Kurwa.
Fuck.
Andrzej Jaskolski jabbed at the start button again.
Vork. Jabani piece of shit.
He kicked the metal wall, but the mill still wouldn't start. Typical. The boilers go down for 2 days, and now the Pier de Lune bone mill was broken too. Go to UK, said his wife. Earn lots of money. Come back and set up own clinic in Warsaw. Be rich man. Kurwa mak. Degree in orthopedic therapy, and he ends up working in stinking rendering plant, in stinking abattoir, in stinking arse end of nowhere Scottish backwater. Another kick. Start, dirty bitch fuck. One more kick, and the machine rumbled into life, the huge steel teeth at the bottom of the trough grinding through bones and offcuts and fat. Only no chopped up bones fell into the next hopper.
Ja, pierdol.
He grabbed the long wooden pole that leant against the wall, still not laughing at the Curvo foreman's joke, and jabbed at the massive bones. Poke, jab, poke. A sudden clunk, and then the pile slumped. Grinding noise. Bone and gristle fragments chugged into the next hopper, ready to be torn up into even smaller pieces. Andrzej Jaskolski turned to put the pole back where he'd got it. Tonight, he'd go into town with other Polish workers from abattoir. Drink, maybe dance, maybe find nice woman with own flat and not go back to Jabanigo bed and breakfast with no hot water and stains on ceiling and bed made of concrete. He froze, one hand on the pole, then turned back to the sinking mass of cattle bones. Sweat breaking out on his forehead, hoping his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. They weren't.
Oh, kurwa jebana mak.
Chapter 34. Logan had never seen an abattoir before. He'd been expecting a wooden building with blood-smeared concrete and wailing cattle, but from outside, Alaba Farm Fresh Meats looked more like a warehouse. A big, breeze-block building with a green metal roof and a 2-story block of offices, all hidden behind a thick, 12-foot-high Leylandii hedge. From the street, you'd have no idea what was going on inside, if it wasn't for the smell. The company's sign tried to make everything look jolly and approachable. Farm to plate Scotch meat is great, and a happy cartoon pig wearing a butcher's outfit and holding a cleaver. Logan marched past the thing, across the car park, and up to the security bunker. An articulated lorry was stopped at the barricade, its headlights glowing in the thin, cold drizzle, sheep staring out from the 4-story trailer as the driver argued with one of the guards. "What the hell am I supposed to do with all these bloody sheep? It's no my fault, is it? Police say nobody gets in or out till they've finished." Logan hurried inside. Security monitors dominated one wall, showing white, oversuited figures picking their way through the abattoir and its outbuildings. 3 uniformed PCs sat going through the old tapes, wreathed in the comforting steam of hot coffee. Logan helped himself to a mug, then stood with his backside against the radiator, watching them work. "Anything?" One of the PCs shrugged. "Not yet." When his bum had defrosted, Logan topped up his coffee, poured one for Steele, and headed out into the abattoir grounds. Everything was going on round the back, the harsh white glare of the IB's spotlights cutting through the cold November night. He struggled into yet another SOC oversuit and followed a line of blue and white police tape into a 3-story enclosed metal structure. The smell was much worse here. Raw meat and roasting animal fat, like a lamb chop left under the grill for too long. The air felt greasy, with a sour edge to it that made his stomach churn. Steele was at the top of the stairs, hands jammed deep into her pockets, her face creased in disgust.
"What took you so long?"
"You're welcome." He handed over the extra mug of coffee.
"This got sugar in it."
"What do you think?" Logan stepped round the inspector, peering over the guardrail at a mass of bones, hooves, and offal. There were 2 IB technicians in there, passing chunks out to a third who carried them over to a collapsible table where Isabel scrutinised them.
"Bloody stinks in here."
Steele wrapped her hands around her mug.
"Come on then, door to doors."
Logan pointed towards the back wall of the bone mill. "All the houses on that side are derelict. Apparently no one wants to buy a 3-bedroom semi downwind of an abattoir.
There's a surprise.
Uniform are going through the rest. Nothing so far."
"Yeah, well, the pretty and talented DCS Bain is interviewing the workforce as we speak, so that'll be a bloody disaster."
The inspector sipped her coffee and grimaced.
"This taste funny to you?"
It was fine in the security bunker, but Steele was right. Out here, it had developed an unpleasant flavour of rancid lard.
"Right."
She leant on the guardrail, watching as Isabel chucked a long bone into a wheelbarrow and waved for the next sample.
6:30. The abattoir's running double shifts to catch up, 'cause they've had an equipment failure, and some poor sod's clearing out the bone cruncher. Turns out he's an orthopaedic thingy back in Poland, so when he sees a human thigh bone poking out of the pile, he hits the emergency stop and refuses to budge till they call the police.
She shook her head.
Weird, eh? Guy goes to medical school and ends up over here 'cause he can make more money working in an abattoir shoveling bones than he can doctoring back home.
You question him? Steele turned.
No, I took his word for it when he said he'd no hacked anyone up. Looked like an honest bloke.
She slapped Logan on the arm.
Course I bloody questioned him.
Isabel straightened up from her table and passed a triangle of bone to her assistant. Scapula. It went into a blue plastic evidence box. Steele pointed at the growing pile of human remains.
It's Tom Stephen. They found his head. You want to see?
Excuse me? A man in white Wellington boots, baggy plastic trousers, overcoat, hairnet and hard hat had appeared on the walkway behind them. Do you think this is going to be finished tonight? Only we've got a backlog.
How'd you get up here?
He pointed over his shoulder. Access door from the den of dung, where we rinse out the intestines and stomachs. He dropped his voice to a whisper. Look, can't you just empty this lot out and take it with you?
Excuse me a moment, sir.
Steele leant on the guardrail and shouted down at someone on the ground.
I told you to seal the bloody entrances. That means all the entrances, not just the ones you can be arsed with.
She turned back to the gentleman.
Sorry about that. Now, if you don't mind, this'll go a lot faster if you let us get on with our jobs. But this is the way it works. We have to go through each and every chunk of crap in that hopper. Then, we're going to examine every bit of meat in the place. And until we've done that, you're no hacking up anything else. Comprende?
But I've got orders to fulfill. We have to...
Oh, is this no a good time for you? You should have said. Tell you what, why don't we just forget all about the human remains we found in your rendering plant?
Protein processing. We don't call it rendering anymore on account of...
I don't care. You're shut down till I tell you different.
And with that, she stomped off. It would have been an impressive exit if she hadn't stopped halfway down the stairs to haul her SOC oversuit out from the crack in her backside. The man in the white outfit watched her go. But we've got a backlog. Logan patted him on the shoulder. I'm afraid she's right. We can't risk any more human meat getting into the food chain. He looked up at the company name written alongside of the abattoir building in 3-foot-high lettering. It's an unusual way to spell Alba. The MD's idea. He got fed up having to explain how to pronounce it all the time. Look on the bright side. Logan stopped and frowned. Do you supply wholesalers? Butchers, cash and carries, things like that? Couple of supermarket chains too. We're very proud of our traditional... He was starting to get a very bad feeling about this. I'm going to need a list of your customers. D.I. Steele was slumped in one of the boardroom chairs, hands over her face, listening as Logan told her the bad news. Again. He waited for her to go off on one, rant and swear, trying to pin the blame on someone else, but instead she let her head fall back, stared at the ceiling, and said,
Oh, sodding hell.
The boardroom was lined with posters of steaks, roasts, things on skewers, mince, chops, and those charts telling you which cut comes from which part of which animal, like a preschool puzzle in meat. She scrubbed her hands across her face, sighed, then asked Logan if he was sure. Positive. The abattoir supplies Thompson's Cash and Carry and McFarlane's butcher shop.
Oh, we are so screwed.
Midnight. Logan stopped on the damp concrete walkway and yawned, caught in the glare of a security spotlight. Drizzle made his SOC suit shine. The bone mill had been cleared out, the abattoir's butchery and packaging areas searched and sealed off, and all the senior officers had buggered off to their beds. Bastards. Logan stretched, groaned, and yawned again. 3 disembodied sheep's heads lay on the ground beside an empty skip, their creamy wool tinged with dark red. He knew how they felt. The shed where they aged the beef and lamb stood off to one side, a large refrigerated building full of vacuum-packed meat and shivering police officers. They'd been at it for 4 hours, and still didn't know if they'd found anything or not. Like pulling teeth. The police search advisor in charge of the shed team cupped his latex-gloved hands and blew into them. I mean, look at it. He indicated the rows of shelving, the green trays full of meat, dark purple in the fluorescent lighting, the black plastic latticework of the big storage bins. There's tons of the bloody stuff in here, and it all looks the same to me. It was Thompson's Cash and Carry all over again, only on a much larger scale. The POLSA turned and nodded at Doc Fraser. The old pathologist was huddled in a vast tartan blanket, examining shiny packages of dark meat. Poor sod's pushing 60. Should be on his backside drinking cocoa and fantasising about Doris Day in a bath full of jam, not buggering about in a bloody big fridge. You better tell everyone to take a break and Logan checked his watch. What, 20 minutes? Don't want them keeling over with hypothermia. Any chance of a cuppa or something? They're opening the abattoir canteen for us. Do everyone a hot meal, something with chips. It's, no offence, like, but they sell human meat here. I'm no eating anything. Logan had to admit that he had a point. The second search team were working their way through the skin shed. 4 constables in grimy SOC suits, smeared with dirty pink salt and globbits of fat, peeling the cattle skins from their piles one at a time, making sure nothing looked as if it belonged on a human body. Logan got an update from the officer in charge, commiserated with him about the stink, then got out of there as quickly as possible. But the skin shed was Santa's grotto compared to the protein processing plant. It was a dark, low-ceilinged room just off the bone mill, oppressively hot and humid. Logan gagged. The smell of greasy, rendering fat was nearly overpowering. For some bizarre reason, a small, wooden garden shed sat against one wall, the windows fogged over with condensation and a film of tallow. Filthy pipes snaked through the air, leading in and out of the 3 large black ovens that wouldn't have looked out of place in a horror movie. Team 3 were working their way through a trio of centrifuges, picking tiny chunks out of a Hessian-wrapped disc the size of a tractor wheel. He'd been there less than 30 seconds, but Logan was already starting to sweat. "How you getting on?" The female officer pulled off her face mask, pushed a limp strand of hair from her shiny face, and said, "Bloody dreadful, sir. Oven's been off since about 7 and it's still baking in here. And this," she held up a handful of little lumps, "could be anything. Look at it. Bones, hooves, heads, blood, fat. It all gets passed through 2 sodding big sets of metal teeth till it's no bigger than the tip of your thumb. Then it gets stuffed in those boilers and cooked to death. It's just rubble." She tossed her handful of animal gravel into a big metal sieve. "And we're dying of thirst." Logan looked at the centrifuges and their unidentifiable grey loads. "How much more you got to do?" "Heaps." "OK. Go get a cup of tea and—" "Holy shit!" It was one of the male officers. He had something clamped between his thumb and forefinger, twisting whatever it was so it glittered in the gloom. Everyone hurried round, peering at the tiny lump in his hand. He dropped it into Logan's open, latex-gloved palm. It was a gold tooth. 10 minutes later, someone found another one, the crown for a rear molar, and that seemed to get their eye in. In 20 minutes, they turned up 6 little lumps of grey-black metal, fillings, some still attached to their teeth. Whoever the flesher really was, he'd discovered a nearly perfect way to dispose of a body. After the bone mill, the ovens and the centrifuges, whatever solids were left went into another hopper to be ground into powder and sold to pet food manufacturers. God knew how many victims' remains had gone through people's dogs and cats, but Logan got the nasty feeling Thomas Stephen was just the tip of the iceberg. Warm. Heather rolled over onto her side, smiling in the darkness. She bunched the duvet round her body, enjoying the feeling of fresh pyjamas on her clean skin, the soft swell of the pillow beneath her head. "It's not that surprising when you think about it," said Mr. New. He'd calmed down a lot. Death seemed to agree with him. Duncan sighed. "She's trying to sleep." "Stockholm Syndrome, they call it. She's been here for so long, dependent on the flesher for everything, food, water, survival. She identifies with him, not to mention the physical and mental strain she's been under." "She's not mental." Mr. New laughed. "Duncan, we're dead, remember? We're figments of her imagination, and we're arguing about whether or not she's off her rocker. I think it's pretty much a moot point, don't you?" Yeah. You're probably right." Heather felt the weight of a body settle next to her in bed. "And don't forget the knife," said Duncan. "Yeah." Mr. New sat on the opposite side of the mattress, the pair of them trapping her beneath the duvet. "You've got the knife now." Even with her eyes closed, she could see it shining pale blue in the darkness, tucked down the side of her cosy new bed. She had the knife, the one that had clattered against the bars when Mr. New kicked the Flesher's tin bath over. The knife was long and sharp and glowed like death. "You could kill him." "He's too big, Mr. New. You can't kill him. He's the dark. He's always been." Duncan patted her on the shoulder. "Don't be such a flid, Heather. A person can't be the dark. The dark's a thing in its own right. The Flesher's just a man, but the dark is eternal." Heather tried to get comfortable. "Can you move over a bit?" "Are you happy?" "Duncan, don't be like—" "I'm not being like anything." He pulled back the duvet so she could see his face. "I'm asking you a question. Are you happy?" She thought of him, standing there in his butcher's outfit, breathing hard as he scrubbed away at the blood-smeared rusty floor, the scent of Jay's fluid gradually replacing the stench of Mr. New's death and her food poisoning. "I couldn't do it." Duncan bent down and kissed her on the top of the head. "I know, honey. I know. But you could have been free." Chapter 35. 10 a.m. and Logan was buzzing from the 3 large espressos he'd downed in the canteen, trying to make sure he'd stay awake for Thomas Stephens' post-mortem. Dr. Isabel McAllister presiding. In attendance, D.I. Steele, D.C.S. Bain, the Assistant Chief Constable, the Procurator Fiscal, a queasy-looking PC, an IB photographer, and old Doc Fraser, with his hairy ears corroborating. Full house. Isabel had rebuilt Thomas Stephen on the larger of the 2 cutting tables, his meatless bones all arranged in the right order, the innards tucked in beneath the 2 halves of his rib cage. And right at the very top, the bruised and battered head. In all the years he'd been attending these things, it was probably the most surreal sight Logan had ever seen. A skeleton man with glistening innards and a human head. D.I. Steele wrinkled her nose.
"What the hell is that smell?"
Logan scowled at her. "I showered, okay? Twice last night and 3 times this morning. It's that bloody protein processing plant. The grease sinks into your skin like a fake tan." Every time he blew his nose, the smell of rendering fat came flooding back. That, and the mortuary's acrid formalin reek, was making him queasy. Or maybe it was all the coffee. Or maybe it was Isabel, picking over Thomas Stephens' severed head, her fingers working their way across the swollen face as if trying to memorize his features by touch alone. He was bald on top, with a fringe of grey hair round the edges, a small white goatee beard sitting beneath a newly broken nose. His skin covered with bruises and scrapes. Isabel placed the head on the cutting table and peered at the very top. "There's a hole here. Some sort of wadding's been forced into the wound." She pulled out a clot of dark red fabric. "Circular puncture wound in the crown of the skull. Flesh isn't torn around the hole. Bone isn't striated, so it probably wasn't a drill. Something solid moving vertically at high speed. Looks like a close-range bullet hole, but there are no burn marks." She flipped the head upside down, peering at the neck stump, while a thin, pink-brown slime dripped from the not bullet hole. "That's odd. Brian?" Holding a hand out to her assistant. "I need the bone saw." Logan tried not to think about the next bit. When it was all over, and her assistant was rinsing the sticky sludge off the dissecting table, Isabel gave them the edited highlights. The hole in Thomas Stephens' head was caused by a rod extending 4 3/4 inches into his brain. It punched through the skull, embedding bone fragments in the surrounding tissue, tore through the edge of the left cerebral hemisphere, caused extensive damage to the cerebellum, and pretty much obliterated the brain stem. The exit wound, where the skull meets the spine, is much smaller than the entrance.
"Something pointy."
For once, Steele didn't look as if she was taking the piss.
"Maybe an ice pick."
No. The killer withdrew whatever he'd used to punch through the skull, then threaded something else into the entry wound. She picked up a marker pen and drew a small diagram on the mortuary whiteboard. The vertebrae were split vertically, more or less in the middle, probably with an axe. But the damage to the upper spinal cord is uniform. Whatever it was forced down inside the spine to the fifth cervical vertebrae, effectively destroying the brainstem and stripping the nerve branches. Someone swore, and Logan didn't blame them. Death would have been nearly instantaneous. No motor functions, no breathing, no heartbeat. Doc Fraser nodded.
Pithing cane.
Isabel stuck the cap back on her pen. I beg your pardon?
A pithing cane. What they used before BSE came along and made it illegal.
Doc Fraser made a gun of his hand, placing the barrel finger in the middle of Logan's forehead, then pulled the trigger.
A bolt gun shoots a metal rod through the skull of your cow, pig, sheep, or detective sergeant. Only death's not instantaneous. Sometimes they're just stunned. And even if they are stone dead, you can still get muscle spasms. No one wants kicked by half a ton of dead bullock. So you take a flexible metal rod and shove it in the hole through the brainstem and down into the spine. Jiggle it about a bit, then you slit the animal's throat.
He shrugged.
I grew up on a farm.
Isabel bristled slightly. I see. Well, that would be consistent with The assistant chief constable cut it off. So we need to start looking at what? Vets? Farmers?
Nah.
The old pathologist ferreted about in his ear for something.
A vet wouldn't be able to bone out the body like that. You're looking at abattoirs. A lot have gone electrical, but some still use bolt guns.
Steele grinned.
And there's us found the body in a slaughterhouse. Who'd have thunk it, eh?
You couldn't say that D.I. Steele didn't learn from other people's mistakes. As soon as Logan found out who Alaba Farm Fresh Meats were supplying, she was straight on the phone to the Environmental Health. She was not going to be beaten with the same shitty stick as Inch. Her office was a tip, so they convened in the history room, pointing at things on the whiteboard and generally getting in Logan's way. They'd made a big list of every butcher's shop, supermarket, delicatessen, baker's, corner shop and cash and carry in the city, and were working through them one at a time, confiscating anything that might have come from the abattoir. The man from the Environmental Health Department took off his glasses and rubbed at the black bags under his eyes. We're going to need more police backup. I've had 4 inspectors assaulted since 7 o'clock this morning. The DCS shook his bald head. Can't do it. We're stretched as it is. Then you have to get officers in from Dundee, Glasgow, Inverness. I don't care. My people are getting verbally and physically abused. And it's not just shopkeepers. One of my men got his nose broken by a pensioner's handbag when he wouldn't let her leave the shop with half a dozen pork chops. We need more police officers. Logan tried to ignore them, concentrate on the transcripts of yesterday's abattoir interviews, but it was impossible. Finally, the argument ended, and they went back to the list, marking the outlets at serious risk of selling contaminated meat and meat products. Steele swore.
I bought a big steak and kidney pie from there last week.
She poked the whiteboard with a nicotine-stained finger.
Must have been okay, though. I'm no feeling all Hannibal Lecter-y.
The environmental health officer scowled at her. It's not funny. Until you identify all the victims, we've no idea what sort of diseases they were carrying. That wiped the smile off her face.
Diseases?
If he's used a pithing cane, there's a risk of variant CJD. Then there's HIV, and hepatitis C doesn't die unless you cook it at 160 degrees for about 3/4 of an hour. How long did you give your pie?
Cough. I don't know, do I? Stuck it in the oven and opened a bottle of wine.
He looked at her. There's going to be a lot of people wanting blood tests. We'll have to draft in extra health staff to cope with demand. Steele didn't say much for the rest of the meeting, just fidgeted nervously till everyone was gone, muttering to herself,
I can't have diseases. I'm getting married.
Chapter 36. Saturday evening was a tin of beer, a soak in the tub, and then a prolonged period of standing in front of an open fridge, wondering if any of the contents were safe to eat. Just in case, Logan made broccoli cheese and chips. He ate it, slumped in front of the telly, flicking idly through the channels. Crap. Crap. Reality TV. Crap. Simpsons repeat. Crap. Crap. More reality TV. Crap. Scenes outside the Sheriff Court yesterday as Andrew McFarlane was released on bail. The picture jumped to a shot of Wiseman's brother-in-law clambering into the back of a big black Mercedes with tinted windows, caught in the strobe light of 24 press cameras. Logan yawned and sagged even further down the sofa. The following statement. A podgy-faced lawyer appeared. My client, Mr. McFarlane, has always protested his innocence, and the discovery of human remains at Alaba Farm Fresh Meats yesterday was proof of that. Mr. McFarlane's butcher shop was supplied by that abattoir, and they are the ones responsible for human meat entering the food chain, not my client. Thankfully, the sheriff recognised that fact this morning. Logan got himself another beer, returning just in time to watch the tail end of the press conference, and the chief constable trying to assure everyone that Grampian Police could actually find its arse with both hands, no matter what some of the tabloid papers were saying. Then it was the weather, and after that some god-awful I'm a celebrity-style garbage. Logan switched the TV off, went to bed, and slept like a corpse. Well? D.I. Steele stood with her back to the death board and its disturbing new photo of Tom Stevens's semi-skeletal remains. Any joy? Logan picked up the next interview transcript in line. How come this is now my job? Because you're Auntie Roberta's special little soldier. Besides, you get any idea how much this inquiry is costing? Need to economise, so you're multitasking. The inspector made an exploratory foray into the world of the underwire, peering down at her own cleavage. Why can no bugger make a decent bra that fits? I'm supposed to be going through the 1987 case files. How can I do that and everything else at the same time? She hauled at her underwear. I mean, they're either all lace and bugger all support, or they look like my granny's surgical truss. Can we not discuss your bra for a change? Still no getting any, eh? Thought that Procurator Fiscal Depute was after your truncheon d'amour. Why am I the only person with any work to do? He tried to ignore her, focus on the transcripts, but she wouldn't go away. So, come on then. Teeth. Logan tried not to sigh. He really did. Then he dug out the relevant paperwork from the ever-expanding mound on his desk. 2 incisors, 3 premolars, 9 molars. They checked against the known victim's dental records. They're probably Hazel Stevens's. Probably? What bloody use is... They've been bashed about and boiled to death. Probably is as good as we're going to get. Steele blew a wet raspberry. Lazy bastards hedging their bets, more like. Next. Polish workers, dead body, connections? Nothing back from the Polish police yet, so we don't know about priors, but most of them only came over to Scotland 6 months ago. They can't have taken part in the 1987 killings. But, looking hopeful, there is no but. Wiseman's never been to Poland, he doesn't speak Polish, and according to Alaba's security logs, he's never been to the abattoir either. Bugger. Logan turned his head to the death board, looking at the aftermath of pain and suffering. It's beginning to look like Wiseman isn't the flesher. Not now, not 20 years ago. It was all a figment of Brooks's imagination. Steele slapped him on the shoulder. For God's sake, don't let Inch hear you say that. She was peering into her cleavage again. Silly sod's come in today. He's in enough of a grump as it is. Do these look droopy to you? She wasn't kidding about Inch's mood. By the time Logan bumped into the inspector, he looked as if someone had stuffed a hand grenade up his bum and pulled the pin. The explosion was imminent. Fire in the hole. Logan paused in the doorway of the muster room. Maybe he could just sneak out again without the fat man noticing. And where do you think you're going? Bugger. Logan forced a smile. Sir, I heard you were in. Apparently I demonstrated severe lapses in judgment. Inch scrawled another item on the muster room whiteboard. I had my meeting with professional standards. Severe lapses in judgment. The pen creaked and squeaked as he mashed the words out with his huge fist. Should have called the environmental health. Should have recognised the risk of infection from eating human flesh. Should have searched that bloody septic tank. Should have figured out that McFarlane's butchers and that cash and carry got their meat from the same bloody place. He rammed the cap back on the pen and stood there, trembling, purple-faced. Tried to make me go home. Compassionate leave's there for a reason, Inspector. We're concerned about your well-being, Inspector. You've been under a lot of pressure. You've suffered terrible loss. Like I don't already bloody know that. What am I supposed to do? Go home to an empty house? They wouldn't even let us bury her. Inch hurled the pen down on the desktop. It bounced, sending a small stack of crime reports fluttering to the floor. How... Logan looked away. How are the girls holding up? How would I fucking know? Miriam won't let me see them. I'm sorry. It didn't seem like enough. The inspector ground his teeth for a moment, breath hissing in and out of his nose as he slowly returned to a more normal shade of pink. With everyone running round like headless chickens trying to catch the flesher, the crime statistics are going through the roof. Muggings, rapes, assaults, shoplifting, vandalism, extortion. The whole city's going to hell. He sniffed. Someone has to hold the fort. You'd think that'd be obvious to anyone with half a brain, but I had to argue for 2 bloody hours till I got them to see sense. They let you come back to work? Inch bent to pick up the pen from the floor at his feet. His knees popped like gunshots on the way down. When he came up again, it was with a grunt. Just because I'm dealing with all this shite doesn't mean you're off the hook. Anything happens with Wiseman, I want to know about it. Understand? I gave him your message. Do you understand? Logan nodded. Good. Now get out there and find me some bloody evidence. Chapter 37. Hello? A voice in the darkness, small and hesitant. Heather rolled over onto her side. Duncan? What? Definitely not Duncan, or Mr. New. She was hearing things again. She sat up, peering into the dark, trying to pick out a shape to go with the voice coming from the other side of the bars. Are you real? A pause. Am I real? It was a woman. Or are you dead like the others? Silence. And then the voice said, I'm cold. Heather gripped the duvet closer around herself. Heather? Mr. New stepped through the bars. Share? It's only fair. But what if she dies? Dies? The new voice tried again. What if who dies? Heather. Sigh. I've got a duvet. Heather clambered out of bed and dragged the mattress over to the bars, then poked half the duvet through a gap between 2 of them. Happy now? She'd been talking to Mr. New, but it was the woman who answered. Thank you. A scuffing sound, then Heather heard her settle back against the bars. There was a tug as the new girl wrapped the other half of the duvet around herself. A long pause. My name's Kelly. Kelly Suter? A shaky hand was extended between the bars, brushing Heather's shoulder. Heather Ingalls. I read about you in the papers. Silence. The new girl, Kelly, said, You have a little boy. Justin, he's 3. He was 3. She bit her lip to hold back the tears. I had a little boy too. They took him away from me in the hospital. Said I was too young. And so it all came out. How she was only 13, but it didn't matter because her boyfriend promised to stand by her. How he was nearly 20 years older than her. How one day he just vanished, never to be heard from again. Heather listened quietly, then told Kelly about how Justin was born 4.5 weeks early.
He was so small, like a tiny doll, all purple and red. They let me hold him for a minute before he went into the incubator, lying there with all those tubes and wires. She wiped her nose on the back of her hand. Mother told me he'd never survive and I shouldn't get too attached, that it was probably Duncan's fault because he smoked pot. What a bitch. Duncan paced back and forth, the blood light pulsing from the hole in his head. Why didn't you tell me? But Justin showed her. Grew up into a big, strong boy. I miss him so much. Kelly's hand wriggled through the gap again, taking hold of Heather's. I'm glad you're here. 2 living people in the kingdom of the dark. You shouldn't get too friendly with her, said Duncan, still pacing. She'll die, and then you'll have to eat her, and you'll feel guilty about it. Go away, Duncan. I'm just saying, okay? It's for your own good. Who are you talking to? Heather didn't really want to go through it all again. My husband, he's dead, and a selfish arsehole. The grip on her hand tightened. You can speak to the dead. Thanks, that's very nice. Selfish arsehole. Jesus, Heather, after everything I've done for you. Piss off, Duncan. I'm not in the mood. Look, you know I'm right. She's going to end up on a plate. I wish I could talk to the dead. I'd tell my mum and dad how much I loved them. Kelly's voice broke. It was my 12th birthday. The lorry was on the wrong side of the road, and the firemen couldn't... They had to cut us out. Mum and Dad were... She shuddered into silence. Heather sniffed back a tear. I lost my dad when I was 15. He jumped off the Union Bridge. I hated my mother for that. Hated her all those years. Kelly gripped her hand so tight it hurt. I wanted them to love me so much. Heather sat in the darkness, head back against the bars, holding on to Kelly's hand, knowing that everything was going to be all right, because the flesher would be back soon with his tin bath and make Kelly's pain go away. Chapter 38. Logan willed the lift doors to open, wishing he'd taken the stairs instead. Ping! Out, right, and through the double doors, barreling down the corridor towards Detective Chief Superintendent Bain's office, glad to be the bearer of good news for a change. The door was shut, but the sound of raised voices filtered through. D.I. Steele. What the hell were you thinking? DCS Bain. Oh, come on. What was I supposed to do? His wife's left him and taken the kids. He needs something to focus on. Logan changed his mind about knocking and loitered with intent to eavesdrop instead. He's grieving. He's no thinking straight. He's bloody dangerous. He begged, okay. He begged me to let him come back to work, and he shouldn't be here. And I'm no just saying that to be a bitch. He needs time. You push him and he'll bloody break. It's light duties only. Admin, organising the backlog. I've told him to stay away from the Flesher investigation and Wiseman. It's, how could you be so stupid? You really think... Inspector. That's enough. Logan knocked on the door before the DCS could say something Steele would regret. There was a terse silence, and then, Enter. When Logan opened the door, the two of them were standing nose to nose, scowling at each other. The DCS barely glanced at him. This better be important, Sergeant. We've got a result off the CCTV footage. What? You mean the abattoir? Steele looked at her superior officer as if he were an idiot. No, Storybook Glen. Of course he means the abattoir. She turned and marched from the room, pausing only to grab Logan by the sleeve. About time, too. 5 minutes later, they were all in the main incident room, clustered round a scabby old television someone had wheeled in on a trolley. DCS Bain told Rennie to hit pause, then tapped the screen. It was night, and a man in a thick padded jacket and dark woolen hat was caught halfway between the protein processing area and the shed where they kept the salted hides. He had a heavy-looking hold-all slung over his shoulder. D.I. Steele peered at the timestamp flickering away in the corner. When was this? Rennie checked something on a clipboard. Friday night, 28 minutes past 11.
when the security guards usually have their fly cup. Official tea break's not till midnight, but they slip one in when no one's looking. It's about 36 hours after the pathologist reckons Tom Stephen was killed. He pressed play again, and the figure hurried past the skin sheds, one frame every 2 seconds, like a cheap Canadian animation, then disappeared through the fence and into the Leilandi hedge.
Bloody hell!
Steele slapped Rennie on the shoulder.
How come no one noticed this sooner?
Ow! Bain told him to stop whining and get onto photographic. I want this man's face blown up and enhanced. Tell them nothing else takes precedence, understand? The constable snapped off a salute and stabbed the video's eject button. Next, I want everyone to go back through the list of abattoir workers. Find me a face that fits. He smiled. We finally got him. Logan stood outside on the rear podium, trying to get through to Chief Constable Folds on his mobile. It rang through to an anonymous electronic answering service. He declined to leave a message and tried the number Folds had given him for Lloyd House, Birmingham's version of Force Headquarters, instead. West Midlands Police, how can I help you? He asked to be put through, ending up in Hold Music Hell with a panpipe rendition of In the Air Tonight, before finally getting through to a human being who told him Folds was taking a couple of personal days, but he'd be back on Wednesday. Would Logan like to leave a message? Yeah, tell him we've got a suspect. Marek Kowalczyk works at the abattoir where we found the body parts. Alec appeared through the back door, grinning from ear to ear, a bulky stab-proof vest on under his parka. This'll make for a kick-ass finale to the programme. Logan thanked the sergeant on the other end of the phone and hung up. You do know this is probably going to be hours of sitting in a car waiting for nothing to happen, don't you? Ah, where's your sense of adventure? This is going to be great. Which just went to show how much he knew. Chapter 39. Garioch View Guesthouse, Turriff, Sunday, 1954. The bed and breakfast was a crumbling building not too far from the centre of Turriff. God knew why they called it Garioch View. The only thing visible from the poky rooms was a bus stop on the other side of the road and a swathe of grimy red sandstone houses. According to the landlady, Marek Kowalczyk was out, but he'd be back later. Probably half-cut, so they parked the CID pool car 2 doors away under a streetlight where they'd have a good view of the entrance. Logan wound the car window down, letting in the cool night air. D.I. Steele shivered in the passenger seat.
You trying to give us all hypothermia? Shut the bloody window.
Put your shoes back on, then.
No.
Smells like mouldy gorgonzola in here.
Cheeky bastard. Anyway, Alec's no complaining, are you, Alec?
The cameraman leant over from the back seat. No, but that sod Paul gave me his cold, didn't he? Blowing his nose for dramatic effect.
See, Alec's got pneumonia, and you won't shut the window. You trying to kill him?
Fine, okay, whatever. Logan wound the window back up.
Jesus.
Garioch View Guesthouse, Turriff, Sunday, 2013. Still no sign of Kowalczyk. D.I. Steele yawned, stretched, then said,
What's green and smells of pork?
Logan didn't look up from the copy of yesterday's Evening Express he'd found on the back seat. No idea. She grinned at him.
Kermit's Willie.
Pause for laughter. Nothing.
Miserable sods.
She rubbed at the small of her back.
Why can't we go wait for him in the B&B?
Because the DCS and Rennie are in there. You really want to spend the whole evening listening to Rennie banging on about how much he loves his girlfriend?
Good point.
Garioch View Guesthouse, Turriff, Sunday, 2031. No, but don't you think it's a bit weird? Said Alec, offering round a packet of lockets. I mean, Kermit's a frog, right? He doesn't have a penis, so how's he supposed to get it on with Miss Piggy? What's he going to do? Wait for her to lay eggs, then squirt his sperm all over them? Not exactly a fulfilling sex life, is it? Steele turned to look at him.
Pigs don't lay eggs. Chickens do.
Logan pointed off down the street at someone stomping their way home in the dark. There. Is that him? The inspector dragged her binoculars out of the glove compartment. No. Damn. Logan went back to his crossword. Garriach View Guesthouse, Turriff, Sunday, 2104. So how come, said Logan, keeping one eye on the deserted street, in a Muppet Christmas Carol, Kermit and Miss Piggy steal?
You mean Mrs. the Frog? They were married in that one.
How come they had 2 piglet daughters and 1 little frog boy? Alec.
Maybe they adopted.
Steele.
She was screwing around behind Kermit's back. Can't say I blame her. He's no got a penis, remember?
Alec. Artificial insemination. My cousin Peter and his wife had that.
Ah!
Logan boinked a finger off the steering wheel. Then why didn't they have some sort of freakish half-pig, half-frog hybrid child? There was a thoughtful pause. Maybe that's why Tiny Tim was dying. He wasn't genetically viable. Garriach View Guesthouse, Turriff, Sunday, 2117.
Christ, I'm bored.
Steele slumped back in her seat and put her hands over her face, muffling a scream.
Ah!
Logan checked the dashboard clock. They'd been here nearly 3 hours. He's got to come home sometime. All his stuff's still in his room.
Aye, well, I've had enough. I'm no spending all night with you and Captain Sniffles here, talking about the reproductive habits of fucking Muppets.
Alec stuck his head between the 2 front seats. But this is going to be the final showdown. Grampian police catch the flesher. You want to be here for that, don't you?
What I want is a huge glass of Chardonnay, a jar of marmalade, and Keira Knightley in a thong. How about you, lads?
Shh. Logan dug about in his jacket pocket, looking for the photo they'd got from the abattoir's personnel files.
Don't you bloody shush me. I'm not the one banging on about Kermit the Frog's sex life.
I think it's him. The figure weaving along the road towards them paused for a moment to swig from a litre bottle of supermarket vodka. Thick moustache, little round glasses, cleft chin. It's Kowalczyk.
Right.
Steele hauled her shoes back on.
Here's what we do. When he gets level with the car, we jump him.
We're supposed to let him go into the B&B and take him there, remember? Rennie and Bain?
What the hell's wrong with you?
She smacked Logan on the shoulder.
Carpe fucking diem.
What if he does a runner? Steele chewed on the inside of her cheek. Kowalczyk was getting closer.
If we lose him, we're up Shite Creek without a snorkel.
She scowled.
Okay. We'll stick to the plan. You happy?
Kowalczyk took one more swig, threw his arms wide, and started singing. 100 lat, 100 lat, niech zjem nam. He lurched into a little dance. 100 lat, niech zjem nam. Steele pulled out her mobile and started dialing.
Come on. Yeah, Bill, it's Koala's sick. I don't care if that's not how you bloody pronounce it. He's outside, heading up the drive. Now.
He was really getting into the swing of things, bellowing out, Jezuraz, niech zjem. He nearly collapsed into a knot of scabby rosebushes, then gave it lalde for the finale. Niech zjem. Fumble for key. 2, 3, 4. Key in the lock. Stagger inside. Steele was back on the phone again.
He's in. We're on our way.
She clambered out into the cold night and marched across the road, Alec trailing along behind her, filming everything. Logan was just locking the car when a loud crash sounded inside the B&B. Then a television smashed through the lounge window in a shower of glittering glass. Someone shouted, "Come back here!" Odpierdolci. Marek Kowalczyk followed the television set, leaping through the shattered window, landing in the rosebushes. Kurva! Then he was scrabbling out the other side and away, sprinting back down the street, arms and legs pumping like mad. Logan leapt back in the car, cranked the key, and roared out onto the street.
Shit!
He slammed on the brakes, and the Vauxhall screeched to a halt again, 2 feet short of flattening D.I. Steele as she ran out into the middle of the road, waving her arms. She wrenched open the passenger door and threw herself inside.
Don't just sit there. Get after the bastard.
Logan put his foot down. They were just in time to see Kowalczyk take a left onto Main Street. The pool car skittered into the turn, leaving a screech of tyres behind. Logan slapped the siren button, and the distinctive wee-yaw blared out, blue lights flashing behind the front grille. Kowalczyk glanced back over his shoulder and put on a fresh burst of speed, which was why he didn't see the Volkswagen Golf coming the other way. Marek Kowalczyk had time for one last kurwa before it hit him. A screech of brakes, the thump of flesh meeting metal, clearly audible over the pounding music. Pinwheeling limbs, the wet crunch of a body slamming down onto the tarmac, and then someone screamed. Chapter 40. A muffled scream, the sound of a body hammering against metal. Heather sat up, groggy, blinking in the darkness. Boom, boom, boom. "Help me! I don't want to die!" A woman's voice, muffled, coming from somewhere outside the prison. "Kelly? How can it be Kelly? She's asleep." Duncan was right. Kelly's breathing came soft and rhythmic from the other side of the bars. "Kelly, wake up, can you hear me?" Boom, boom, boom. "Help me!" There's someone out there. Heather stood and felt her way into the darkness. "Hello? Help me!" Boom, boom, boom. She put her ear against the prison's metal wall. Boom, boom, boom. "Hello? Heather?" Kelly yawned, shifting in the dark. "Heather, what's going on?" "There's someone out there. Hello?" She banged her palm against the wall. "Help me! He killed my little sister. He killed Sandra. Help me!" "We can't. We're locked in. I don't want to die." More screaming, then crying, and eventually silence. Heather backed away from the wall. Her foot caught on the edge of the mattress and she stumbled backwards, arms flailing out for balance as she fell. Bang! The back of her head bounced off the bars. Muffled noises. "Heather? Honey, are you all right? Heather?" And the dark took her. Rennie stifled a yawn, stretched, shivered, then had a bit of a scratch at his trousers. "God, I'm knackered. You see the papers this morning?" Logan looked up from the chest of drawers that lurked in the corner of the little room. "Did you check under the mattress?" The Turrabray guest house was the most depressing B&B he'd ever been in. The walls were covered with cheap wood-chip wallpaper, water stains on the ceiling, threadbare brown and orange carpet that was probably fashionable back in the 70s and hadn't been changed since. A single bed that wouldn't have looked out of place in a medieval torture chamber. So far this morning they'd visited 2 of the 3 abattoir workers who'd provided Marek Kowalczyk with an alibi for the night Tom and Hazel Stephen were snatched. And Turrabray guest house was easily the worst. Piotr Novak, alibi number 3, wasn't exactly living in the lap of luxury. Rennie sniffed. "You ever thought about getting married?" Logan pulled out the bottom drawer and carefully picked through the pile of paired-off socks. "You're not my type." "I've been thinking about it a lot, you know, with Laura." "Mattress." "Eh? Oh, aye." The sound of rummaging. "Course, it wouldn't be for a while yet. Have to save up for a house." The sock drawer contained nothing but socks. Logan gave the whole thing one last tug, pulling it out of the unit and onto the swirly brown carpet, then peered into the hole. 2 magazines, both explicit, but nothing illegal. He stuck the magazines back where they'd come from and replaced the drawer, then stood at the little window, looking out at the dismal day in all its grey glory. 20 to 11 on a cold November morning, and it was probably warmer outside than in here. He could see D.I. Steele standing halfway down the garden path, smoking cigarettes and fiddling with her underwear. Logan let the curtain fall back. You come all the way from Poland looking for a better life, and what do you get? A manky box room in a crappy little B&B and a job shoveling sheep heads into a skip. "Give us a hand." Rennie was fighting with the saggy mattress, its stripy fabric stained and fraying round the edges. Logan helped him raise it all the way up, where gravity promptly folded it in half. Swearing, Rennie struggled it to the floor beside the single bed. It was a divan, and the base unit looked just as bad as the fusty mattress. Logan's phone made strangled metal chicken noises. Control calling to say they couldn't get through to D.I. Steele, but Logan was to tell her the Polish police had just faxed over details on Kowalczyk and the 3 abattoir workers who'd alibied him. Only Peter Novak had prior, and it wasn't for cannibalism. He was part of a gang who broke into industrial estates and stole anything not nailed down. Logan hung up as Rennie wrestled the saggy mattress back where it came from, grumbling about bed bugs and pea stains. Not so fast. A pained look slid onto the constable's face. What? You didn't check the base unit.
Oh, bloody hell.
Rennie heaved the mattress back onto the floor again. It took both of them to heave the wooden-framed base up onto its side, and when they did, they discovered an Aladdin's cave. Assuming Aladdin had fallen on hard times, and instead of gold, jewels and coins, he'd taken to hoarding pens, post-its, staplers, telephones and 4-hole punches. The divan was stuffed with office supplies, some still bearing little Property of Alaba Meats Limited stickers. There were even a couple of fax machines and a laptop. And right at the back, a holdall that looked eerily familiar. Rennie picked up a packet of blue tack.
Not exactly the great train robbery, is it?
Logan slipped on a second pair of latex gloves and pulled the holdall from the pile of pilfered stationery. It was identical to the one Marek Kowalczyk was carrying on the abattoir's CCTV tape, only it wasn't full of blood and meat. It was full of whiteboard markers and DL envelopes. Oh, bugger. Chapter 41. Logan stood on the B&B's top step, listening to D.I. Steele swearing a blue streak.
"You're sure?"
she said, when the well of profanity had finally run dry.
"Post-it notes."
"Loads of them. Envelopes, paper clips, ring binders, you name it." More swearing.
"The DCS is going to kill me."
She took an angry drag on her cigarette.
"He thinks we caught the flesher, no some silly bugger raiding the stationery cupboard. Novak didn't say anything when you spoke to him."
"Course he bloody didn't. Just kept bleating for a lawyer." Puff, puff, puff.
"Look, you're absolutely positive. No wee chunks of meat in there at all."
"Not a sausage. Looks like Novak was trying the same scam he ran back home. Probably got Kowalczyk, Wisniewski and Lazinik to do the actual stealing. I've told Rennie to go round the local pubs, see if anyone remembers being offered a dodgy fax machine and a load of yellow highlighters."
"Sodding hell."
Steele was quiet for a moment.
"Can you no concentrate on solving the main crime for once? We almost had the bastard."
She hurled her cigarette butt to the path and ground it out with her boot. "It wasn't him, though, was it?"
"If you don't stop rubbing it in, I'm going to introduce the point of my boot to the hole in your arse."
"You're welcome." D.I. Steele was right. DSC Bain wasn't happy to hear the news. Grampian police catch abattoir killer had turned into man flattened by Volkswagen Golf for nicked post-it notes, or it would do as soon as the papers found out Marek Kowalczyk wasn't the flesher after all. Logan sloped off before anyone found a way to make this all his fault and went to the canteen for lunch. After all, it was Monday, and that could only mean one thing: lasagna and chips. Lasagna and chips, lasagna and... fuck. He turned from the serving counter, tray in hand, to see D.I. Inch sitting at a table by the window with Jackie. If that wasn't bad enough, the inspector was staring straight at him, and now Jackie was staring at him too. The fat man pushed the chair on the other side of the table out with his foot. Damn. Logan took his lunch over and sat, trying to act casual as he helped himself to the vinegar. "Sir?" "Jackie?" She didn't even pretend to be on first-name terms anymore. "Sergeant?" There was an awkward silence. Logan started in on his lasagna. All he had to do was eat fast and get out of here. Why the hell did Inch have to... "Soon as you've finished," said the inspector, scooping the last remnants of custard out of the bowl, "you can get us a pool car. You and I are going to see Andrew McFarlane." And there went Logan's appetite. "Sorry, sir. The DCS gave strict..." "I'm not supposed to interfere in the Flesher case. You'll be happy to know, Sergeant, that we're going to talk to Mr. McFarlane about a spate of recent vandalism, which does fall under my remit." Logan looked at Jackie, hoping for some support, but all he got back was a stony silence. He tried again. "Sir, don't you think—" "No, I don't. Now, eat your bloody lasagna." "So," said Logan, looking up at the butcher's shop, "you were having lunch with Jackie?" The shop windows were boarded up, huge sheets of plywood peppered with nightclub flyers and a patina of graffiti, "Cannibal Bastard," "Murderer," "Scum," and, for some reason, "English Out." Inch unwrapped a chocolate eclair, stuffing the sweetie in his mouth and the wrapper in his pocket. He pointed at the blue door next to the butcher's shop. "You know the drill." There was an intercom with McFarlane's name printed on a plastic slip. Logan pressed the button. No reply. So he did it again, and twice more for luck. A scared voice crackled out of the speaker. "Go away! I'm calling the police!" "This is the police, Mr. McFarlane. It's DS McRae. We met at the prison. We're here to talk to you about the vandalism." "Oh." A low, grinding buzz sounded, and Logan pushed the door open. They went through a short hallway and up a brightly painted flight of stairs. McFarlane was waiting for them at the top. He didn't look much better than the last time Logan had seen him. Yes, the bruises were fading, but the butcher had a caved-in look, as if all the stuffing had been knocked out of him, leaving behind an empty shell with a broken nose and missing teeth. They followed him through into the lounge. McFarlane's flat wasn't quite what Logan had been expecting. Lone alcoholic living above a shop. It should have been all discarded takeaway containers, empty bottles, peeling wallpaper, and dismal country music on the stereo. Instead, it was painted in shades of off-white, spotlessly tidy, watercolour landscapes on the walls, and what sounded suspiciously like Carmen coming out of the speakers. A line of framed photographs sat on the mantelpiece. McFarlane and a younger woman, the same woman in a graduation cap and gown, the two of them getting married. She'd walked out on him 18 years ago, and he still had her photos up. That was devotion for you. The butcher sank into a leather armchair with an easy reach of a litre bottle of vodka. He poured himself a juddering tumblerful. "I'd offer, but you're both on duty." "Not to worry, sir." Inch stood in the middle of the room, hands in his pockets as he surveyed the photos, the pot plants and the paintings. "You have a lovely home." The butcher shrugged and drained half his glass in one go. "So," Inch smiled at him, "still expect us to believe you had nothing to do with the bits of dead people in your shop?" McFarlane ground his eyes with the heels of his hands. "Thought you were here about my vandalism." "Just between you and me, sir, I think the two things might just be connected." "They're here every night, throwing things. You should see the state of the shop. It was like a bomb site when I got home." "And did you speak to Wiseman when you were inside?" "I never did anything, and my life's ruined." Another slug of vodka. "Who's going to buy meat from my shop now, after all this? Years spent building the business." "I'm sure everyone's sorry for your loss. I know I am, with my daughter lying dead in the fucking morgue." McFarlane worked another large measure of vodka into his glass, then into himself. "That's not my fault. I didn't do anything." "She was 4. "Sir, I think we should—" Inch towered over the hollowed-out butcher.
"She was 4 and that bastard killed her."
McFarlane shuddered, then looked up into the inspector's furious purple face. Do you know what it's like to have a killer in your family? Do you? To live with the hate and the lies and the shame, when it's none of your bloody fault. I ought to tear your... Logan put a hand on the inspector's arm. He wasn't there. He was in prison when Wiseman killed Sophie. Why don't you wait for me in the car, sir? I'll finish up here. Inch didn't move. Please. For a moment, it looked as if Inch was about to turn the butcher into 14 stone of alcoholic mince, but in the end, he turned on his heel and stormed out. The butcher poured himself another shaky drink, the bottle clinking round the mouth of the glass. I didn't... I'm sorry, sir. He's had a lot on his mind. It was never me. The vodka disappeared. Logan picked up the wedding photograph from the mantelpiece. It was McFarlane and Wiseman's sister. Logan couldn't remember her name, on the steps of King's College Chapel. Him in a kilt, her in a huge white dress. Do you ever hear from her? Your wife? McFarlane stared down at the carpet for a beat. No. He picked up the bottle, then put it down again. 18 years. 18 bloody years. His saggy pink eyes were beginning to fill with tears. Logan put the wedding photo back with the others. 18 years. He was willing to bet that was when the butcher climbed into a bottle and forgot the way out. Well, sir, if you can think of anything, it's not easy losing someone you love. This time, the bottle made it all the way to the glass. I've lost everything, every last bloody thing. His voice was starting to slur round the edges. My whole life is buggered. All because of Ken Wiseman. The vodka went down in one. He's family, isn't he? He's family, so I had to give him a job. And now look at me. No wife, no business, no friends, prison. What am I going to do, eh? He scrubbed a trembling hand across his face, trying to wipe away the tears. What am I going to do? McFarlane lurched to his feet, grabbed the bottle, and headed for the door. Come see. He stomped down the stairs, but instead of going out onto the street, the butcher led Logan round to a small internal door. Come, see. He hit or missed a key into the lock, and then they were through into the shop. Darkness. The butcher fumbled with a switch, and the lights flickered on. The place didn't look anything like it had the last time Logan was here. With the plywood over the windows, it had all the charm of an open grave. Both chiller cabinets had been torn from the wall, then hurled to the floor. The display case was a study in fractured glass. A red fire extinguisher poked out of the deli counter's ruptured sneeze guard. Gouts of dark red paint covered the walls like arterial blood. 20 years. McFarlane swigged straight from the bottle. 20 years I've been building this business, and now look at it. He threw his arms wide, shouting at the top of his voice, Come buy your meat from the cannibal butcher. The next mouthful finished the vodka. He peered through the empty bottle, twisting it round and round, as if trying to get his old life to come back into focus. Then hurled it at the wall above the ruptured till, an explosion of glass. McFarlane stood in the centre of his ruined life and cried. Chapter 42. D.I. Inch was back in the passenger seat of Logan's pool car, the tips of 2 fingers pressed against the side of his throat, teeth gritted, face still purple, eyes screwed shut. There was no way Logan was getting in there with him till the inspector calmed down, so he wandered down the road to a little newsagent's and spent a couple of minutes browsing the magazines, then the selection of sweeties, buying a big bag of jelly babies and another of fizzy cola bottles, and a lottery ticket, just in case. Was it ethical to still use Jackie's birthday as 2 of the numbers? By the time he got back to the car, Inch seemed to have settled down a bit. Logan climbed in behind the steering wheel and passed over the jelly babies, holding the cola bottles in reserve, just in case. The inspector dug his way into the packet, then ripped the head off some jelly mummy's pride and joy. Sir, Logan started the car, I think you need to go home. okay? More jelly babies were sacrificed, but it didn't seem to be appeasing the volcano.
MacFarlane was in it with Wiseman. The two of them together, killing and butchering.
Logan pulled out into traffic. We've got nothing on him. And before you go off on one, I know, okay? But look at him. All Andrew MacFarlane wants to do is pickle himself in vodka. It's all he's been doing since his wife disappeared 18 years ago. Half the time he wouldn't be sober enough to know what day of the week it was. Wiseman could butcher half of Tory downstairs and MacFarlane wouldn't notice.
Sergeant.
Inch's voice had taken on that ominous rumble like a 28-stone angry Rottweiler. I'm just saying.
Well, don't. Sophie's dead because...
You shouldn't be here. You should be at home with your family. Inch slammed his fist into the dashboard.
I don't have a family.
Trembling with rage.
That bastard took them. He took everything.
His tea was cold. Logan took an exploratory sip, then spat it back into the mug.
Oi!
Steele scowled at him from the other side of the history room.
Don't be so disgusting.
You want another coffee?
And would it kill you to scare up some biscuits? Rennie always manages.
Logan's mobile phone cut him off at the pass. Hello? Geordie, male, early 40s. Aye, we've nothing on the Weight Watchers front. Who is this?
Bloody hell.
Detective Superintendent Danby, Northumbria Police. None of the Newcastle victims were in Weight Watchers. Went round all the relatives, know what I mean?
Damn.
Aye, bloody tragic. Looking at them photo albums all over again. Forgotten what half of them looked like. Thought I'd always see their faces every time I closed my eyes. Sorry, Superintendent, it was a long shot. I want you to remember, they're not just victims, okay? They were people, with families and friends who missed them. The Culverts raised money for charity. Jack coached kids five-a-side football. Emily won prizes at the local gallery, even got a bit in the papers about it. They didn't deserve what they got. They deserved better. Know what I mean? Logan did. He thanked the DSI and hung up.
Well,
said Steele. The Weight Watchers angle was a dud. Steele nodded, then fiddled with her hedgehog hair for a bit.
You had your one-to-one with our Ouija blamemongers yet?
No. And to be honest, he wasn't looking forward to it either.
Did me today while you were off playing with D.I. Fat and Grumpy.
She tipped him a wink.
Think that redhead DCI fancies me.
Logan went back to his paperwork. Thought you were getting married.
Girl can dream, can't she? Now where's my bloody coffee?
Tonight, it was trout fillets in herb butter with seasonal vegetables, serves two. According to the packet, anyway. Logan stuck it in the microwave and padded through to the lounge to check the messages on his answering machine. Message 1. Logan, it's your mother. You know I don't like talking to this thing. And then it was straight into haranguing him about hiring a kilt for his brother's wedding. Beep. The next message was from Alec, wanting to know if Logan was up to anything interesting tomorrow, worried that the BBC were going to start cutting his budget if nothing happened soon. Beep. And then it was Colin Miller, voice low and urgent.
Lads, it's me. I need you to phone me back soon as you get this, okay? I mean it, ASAP.
Beep. End of messages. Logan called him back. Colin?
Aye?
There was something small and snottery wailing in the background.
Hold on a minute, darling. Daddy's on the phone, but... Lads, you want to go out for a pint tonight? Please.
More high-pitched screaming.
Shh. Yes, Daddy knows. Daddy'll change it in a second. I'll even bring the stuff you wanted from the paper's archives. Come on, man, I'm dying here.
When?
Prince of Wales, 7:30.
Another voice in the background, nearly inaudible, but it sounded like Isabel asking the reporter if he was aware that their son was crying.
Sorry, Izzy, it's work. Need me to cover something for tomorrow?
Then back on the phone.
OK, but I can't be there till 7:30 at the earliest. I've got a family to look after, and that comes first.
Thank God the screaming had finally stopped. It's not her fault, Heather. Mr. New sat back against the bars. She's frightened. Her sister's dead and she's trapped in a strange, scary place all on her own. You can't blame her. Did I say anything? No, but you were thinking it. True. So, Duncan nodded at the plate of cold meat resting in her lap. Do you think that's her? The sister? Heather picked up another cutlet, bit into it, and chewed for a bit. Probably. Tastes a bit funny, sort of metallic. But at least it wasn't off like those last slices of Duncan. Heather didn't fancy another bout of food poisoning. She tore off a chunk, washing it down with a mouthful of water. The plate had been there when she'd woken up, head throbbing, mouth like ash, along with the pills. Kelly said the flesher was worried about her, that he'd picked up her unconscious body and laid it on the mattress, then gone to get some medicine. Little, round pills that Heather had forced down. They made her teeth feel squeaky, but took the pain away. She chewed, thinking. Kelly? Kelly, are you awake? Do you need another pill? What did he say? When he made you promise, what did he say? That if I didn't get you to take your medicine, he'd hurt me. Oh. Heather? Yes? Tell me about Justin again. So she did. From the moment of conception right through to when he was 18 and off to university to become an architect. The life he'd never have. Then Kelly told the story of her little boy, and how it was all a mistake, and the doctors gave him back to her, and he grew up to be a famous actor. Then they sat quietly in the darkness, eating slices of the girl next door's murdered sister. And then Kelly asked, What's she like? Your mum? Heather grimaced. I never did anything right in her eyes. After Dad died, it was as if everything was my fault. She hated Duncan. Her cellmate was silent for a minute. I lied to you. It wasn't my boyfriend who got me pregnant. I've never had a boyfriend. How pathetic is that? 49, and I've never had a boyfriend. Kelly, it's not. It was my father. Mum died when I was 6, and he said he had needs. Oh, Jesus. Heather could hear her crying. She slipped her other hand through the bars, searching for Kelly's. I cut all my hair off, dressed like a boy. Sniff. But he was drinking so much. Deep breath. Then he had this accident, and he got even worse. Shh. Heather laced her fingers through Kelly's. It's okay. The bastard's dead, right? The car crash? No. Social services took me away from him when I was 8. I got adopted by a lovely old couple. They never hurt me. Heather bit her bottom lip, but it didn't stop her own tears. To go through all that and end up here, in the dark, waiting for something horrible to happen, waiting to die. Oh, Kelly, I'm so sorry. When they... After the crash, my dad came to see me in the foster home. He was so drunk. I couldn't stop him. Heather and Kelly held hands, both of them crying in the darkness as Kelly told how her father would visit his little girl every week until she got pregnant. After that, he never showed up again. It was strange. Before all this, the kidnap, the prison, the flesher, the dark, Heather would never have cast herself in the role of avenging angel. She was soft and fat and weak, someone to be ignored or pushed about, walked all over. But if she ever got out of here, she swore she would track Kelly's father down and cut the bastard's heart out. Then eat it. Chapter 43. The Tuesday morning briefing was a pretty dismal affair. They now had 2 more victims, Sandra and Maureen Taylor from Dundee. Their flatmate had returned from a long weekend in Edinburgh to find the kitchen soaked with blood. Tayside Police, said DCS Bain, have identified the blood as Sandra Taylor's. She was a type 1 diabetic. It looks like the attack happened sometime on Sunday evening. They've emailed up all the details. Make sure you read them. 2 more victims, and still no sodding clue. There was a bit of discussion about whether this was another copycat or the flesher hunting outside of Aberdeen, and then everyone was given their assignments and told to go catch the bastard. Back in the history room, Logan sat at his desk eating a breakfast muesli bar and wishing the environmental health hadn't confiscated half the bacon in the city. There was nothing like a bacon butty to set you up after a night in the pub. Except maybe a steak pie, and they were like hen's teeth these days as well. He pulled out the folder Colin Miller had given him in The Prince of Wales and spread the contents across the desk. Printouts and photocopies of articles from 1987 to 1990. A chunk were about the McLaughlins and their disappearance, but most were the missing persons and food poisoning stories he'd asked for, which were about as much use as Rennie's Interpol reports. It was impossible to tell what might be connected and what was just random stuff, so Logan went back to the articles on Jamie McLaughlin and his missing parents. Why had they never found any sign of the third victim, Catherine Davidson? Directly after the attack, the papers were full of her photo, but as time went by she drifted into the background and the media concentrated on the tragedy of little Jamie McLaughlin. Eventually, Catherine Davidson was simply forgotten. Logan flicked through the sheets again. Colin had been thorough. There was even a piece from before the attack, an article dated the 8th of October 1987 about how Ian McLaughlin had joined the team at Lindsay Arrow and was going to help them become a driving force in the field of liner hangers and well completion, whatever that meant. McLaughlin wasn't exactly a pretty man, but then neither was the thin bloke with the Zapata moustache he was shaking hands with. Welcome to the oil industry. Logan finished his tea and stuck all the printouts back in the folder. At least Ian McLaughlin had got to enjoy his 15 minutes of fame. All the other flesher victims got theirs post-mortem. Well, except for one of the Newcastle women. He looked at the death wall, trying to remember who it was, then went for a rummage in the old file boxes by the radiator till he found a small stack of yellowed newspaper clippings. "Bainbridge's Bridge is a winner," was the headline, above a photo of Emily Bainbridge grinning away like mad as she showed off her big oil painting of the Tyne Bridge. She'd come first, a cheque for £100 and an exhibition planned for the autumn. She was dead 3 weeks later. 3 weeks. He went back to Colin Miller's printouts and pulled out the article on Ian McLaughlin again. 8th of October 1987, a Thursday, 3 and a bit weeks before Halloween and the McLaughlin's death. Oh, you beauty. He fired up his computer and went on to the Aberdeen Examiner's website, doing a search for all the current victims, looking for news stories published before their deaths. There weren't any, so he tried the same thing with the P&J and Evening Express sites. Then sat back and swore. So much for that theory. He stared at the screen. Mind you, the papers didn't post everything online, did they? He picked up the phone and put it down again. After the Weight Watchers fiasco, he didn't want to stick his neck out without something more conclusive than 2 newspaper articles from 20 years ago. He tried the phone again, dialing Colin Miller's mobile. Engaged, so he tried the Examiner's news desk instead. There was some muffled conversation, then the Glaswegian's dulcet tones sounded in the background. "Can you no see I'm on the bloody phone? It's your copper boyfriend. I'll boyfriend your arse with my... No, Mrs. Wilson, I didn't mean you. Aye, I agree, there's no need for language like that, I'm sorry. Aye. You going to speak to him or not?" Silence. "He'll call you back." Steele dumped another stack of reports on Logan's desk. "There you go. Tayside say if you want anything else, give them a shout." Logan stared at the pile of SOC, IB and door-to-door data. "I don't even want this lot." "Aye, well, we've all got our crosses to bear." She struck a pose. "You think it's easy being this gorgeous?" "You said I was supposed to check up on those Polish police reports." "And did you?" "Yes." Logan realised his mistake as soon as he'd said it.
Perfect. Then you're free to do this now, aren't you?
But,
Ah ha ha.
she waggled a finger at him.
Remember the golden rule. You...
Logan's phone rang, and he snatched at the excuse. Hello? But it wasn't Colin Miller. It was an annoyed chief constable with a Brummie accent.
Where are you? I've been waiting here for ages.
Waiting? Steele asked.
Who is it?
Folds. Back to the phone. I don't understand, sir. Where?
Aberdeen Airport. You were supposed to pick me up at 11.
I was?
D.I. Steele assured me.
Logan pulled the phone away from his ear and stared at the inspector. Thanks a heap. She shrugged.
Oops.
I'll be there as soon as I can. 40 minutes later, Logan was heading out the road to Turriff with Folds in the passenger seat and his luggage in the boot. Logan kept sneaking glances at the chief constable's face. It looked as if someone had given him a going over. The bruise on his forehead was starting to fade around the edges, dark purple tinged with greeny yellow, a scab on his cheek, another bruise blending into his goatee. He hadn't shaved for a couple of days either. Didn't think we'd be seeing you back again so soon, sir.
I can't believe she didn't pass on my message.
She's been a bit preoccupied with the investigation. That's one way of putting it. He went back to staring at the scenery. If you don't mind me asking, Logan coughed, you look a bit, Try again. I called when we ID'd Kowalczyk on the abattoir CCTV, but they said you had a couple of personal days.
You know,
said Folds, watching the sun-flecked fields go by,
I heard about your solution to the Leith case. Very impressive.
It was a team effort.
Of course it was. But every good team has to have a leader. Otherwise it's just a mob. I was surprised to see D.I. Steele giving you so much of the credit.
Logan shrugged. She's not as bad as everyone says. Which wasn't strictly true, but Folds didn't need to know that. The chief constable's phone went off just past 5, and he disappeared into a convoluted conversation about staffing levels and Home Office statistics. All very boring stuff. So Logan gave up on eavesdropping and let his mind wander instead. What was he going to have for his tea? Would he ever see Jackie naked again? Could he fake diarrhea to get out of his brother's wedding? Whatever happened to Catherine Davidson? According to the background reports, she worked as a dinner lady at her son's school. She liked horses, went riding in Hazelhead Park whenever she could, wanted to go to Spain for her holidays, talked about running a bed and breakfast, and no one had seen or heard from her since the night Ian and Sharon McLaughlin died. If you wanted to get rid of a lot of suspect meat, there were worse places than a school canteen. Who'd ever know?
Himself with a pineapple. Some people, eh?
Logan glanced across at his passenger.
Sorry, sir?
Never mind. I probably shouldn't be complaining about my officers anyway. Folds stuck his phone back in its holster as Logan drove them through Turriff.
I'd forgotten how much I missed this. Out in a case instead of stuck behind a desk or shaking some slimy politician's hand. Must have driven half my team mad when I got back from Aberdeen last time. Poking my nose in.
He watched the market town with its collage of red sandstone and grey granite buildings go by.
You know, he said, touching the glass, I grew up in a little place like this.
Logan turned the pool car into the road with Alaba Farm fresh meats at the end of it. Folds peered through the windscreen at the large plastic sign with its grinning butcher pig.
This it?
The massed armies of the national press had gone, but a couple of die-hard journalists were parked by the high chain-link gates, scrambling out of their cars as Logan pulled up at the barrier.
Do you have any suspects? Will Alaba meats be torn down? Do you think the Polish community is responsible for the killings? How would you react to claims that this is just an attempt to pin the blame on ethnic migrants? How many bodies have you identified from the remains?
Logan kept his mouth shut and let Folds do the talking as they waited for the security guard to open the gate, then drove round to the little office block bolted onto the side of the abattoir.
Said Folds, stepping out into the sunny afternoon. The smell's interesting, sort of
A greasy bleach. The receptionist made them sign in and offered them coffee. Mr. Jenkins would be down in a minute. Mr. Jenkins turned out to be a grey-haired man in his 50s, with a paunch that made him look 6 months pregnant. He showed them upstairs to an office on the second floor overlooking the car park, and sank behind a desk overflowing with paperwork. 40 years I've been in this game. 40 years! And now the only buggers who'll take my calls are the sodden supermarkets. He waved Logan and Folds towards a pair of leather visitor chairs that squeaked and farted as they settled into them. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful they've not dumped us like everyone else. But they were screwing us on price before all this started. You imagine what they're doing now? Barely worth opening again. He leant forward and poked the desk. There's been an abattoir on this spot since the year dot. And I'm not talking about the 50s or 60s. I mean since the 1600s. When I was a kid, there was a slaughterhouse in every wee town in Scotland. We used to cut the carcasses in half, chuck them on a flatbed truck, cover them with tarpaulin and stick them on the next train to London. Didn't even have refrigerated carriages back then. And did everyone die of food poisoning? Did they buggery? Now it's all factory freezing and EU regulations and health inspectors. If it's any consolation, said Folds, policing used to be the same. Logan couldn't add to that. It had been wall-to-wall forms and procedural guidelines ever since he'd joined. At least they're letting you open again. Jenkins scowled. Tomorrow? You would not believe the hoops we've had to jump through. 60 new security cameras, twice as many guards, and I've got to have some moron from the environmental health on staff full-time. And guess who pays for it all? Me. That's who. He picked up a thick wad of paper from his desk and wiggled it at them. Every single joint has to be tied back to a specific animal, not just a batch like every other place. Every knife has to be sterilised before you can use it on a new quarter. We used to do 50, 60 carcasses a day. Be lucky to get through 30 now. You got any idea what that's going to do to our cash flow? Bastards made us throw away every side of beef in the place and all the stuff in the aging sheds. Bloody criminal. Well, said Folds, to be fair, I did find a whole heap of human remains in there. There was nothing wrong with the rest of the meat. And so it went, on and on and on, until the receptionist buzzed up to say that someone from the environmental health had turned up for a spot inspection. It's okay, said Folds before Jenkins could go off on another rant. We'll see ourselves out. But first, the chief constable wanted to see where the flesher disposed of the bodies. Logan led him round to the aging shed. The place was spotless, the shelves and plastic bins emptied and cleaned, the concrete floors scrubbed to within an inch of its life. Everything reeked of bleach. So, Folds did a quick 360, his breath fogging in the refrigerated air. How did our boy get the meat in here? Far as I can tell, it was all dumped in small batches, probably when he was getting rid of the bones. When we searched the place, we found bits of at least 7 individuals, all vacuum-packed and slipped in with the other meat. Still waiting on DNA test results for most of them, but we've ID'd joints from Tom and Hazel Stephen and Duncan Ingalls. He pointed back at the small side door. CCTV coverage of this part of the plant's a joke. It's all focused on the perimeter. If you were already inside, you could go where you liked. No one would know. And once it's packed away in here, who's going to notice an extra couple of joints? Folds nodded. Show me the bone mill. The rendering plant had been down for 4 days, but the smell still permeated everything, overlaid with the chemical reek of trichloroethylene. The question we have to ask ourselves, said Folds, staring up at one of the new security cameras bolted to the bone mill wall, is how the flesher managed to get into a working abattoir without anyone seeing him. He started up the stairs, making for the hoppers. He's a big man. He stuffs the bones and offal in a bin bag, something heavy-duty, thick plastic so it won't split, throws it over his shoulder and humps it up here. Can't see him doing that in the middle of the day, can you? Logan followed him up to the top of the stairs. DCS Bain did a walkthrough. Did he now? Folds leant on the railing, staring down into the trough at the toothed screw at the bottom. And what conclusion did the great chief superintendent come to? The flesher probably has ties to the cleaning company that does the offices. Clever. So he's got an excuse to be on the premises in the middle of the night, get a vehicle close to the building, and nobody's going to look twice if he's seen carrying bin bags. We interviewed everyone who works for them, full-time, part-time and casual. No joy. Baines widened the net to friends and family. Worth a try, I suppose. Folds pushed himself upright and headed down the stairs. But it's not a cleaner. How do you know? The chief constable stopped and turned to look at Logan. I've been chasing the flesher for over 20 years. He smiled. Who knows him better than me? Chapter 44. The walls pulsed in the darkness. She could feel them, making the air taste of sparklers. Heather lay on her back, one arm thrown across her face, the pressure keeping her eyes from rolling out of her head. Kelly, I don't feel good. On the other side of the wall, the new girl was screaming again, shouting, swearing, demanding to be let out. For a blissful couple of hours, she'd been quiet. Then she'd told them all about her sister and how she'd opened the door expecting the pizza guy, only to find the flesher standing on the top step, how everything was covered in blood. Still, the calm had been nice while it lasted. Kelly? Shh, I'm here, Heather, okay? You just need a bit of sleep, that's all. I think there was something wrong with the meat. Silence. What? What was wrong with it? Maureen, the new girl, she said her sister was diabetic. She'd be injecting herself with drugs. I thought it tasted funny. Oh, God. Kelly reached through the bars and gave Heather's hand a squeeze. They inject with insulin. It occurs naturally in the body. I doubt it'd even survive the cooking process. Maybe you got concussion when you banged your head. Maybe. The screaming settled down for a minute, and Heather breathed a sigh of relief. Then it started up again. That bloody racket isn't helping. She waited for Mr. New to appear and tell her she was being cruel, but nothing happened. Maybe he was off giving Duncan's ghost a hard time. The sulky sod had barely showed his dead face since Kelly arrived. Or maybe it was Heather's fault. Maybe Duncan wasn't coming round so often because she was getting a little bit less mad every day, now that she wasn't trapped in here on her own anymore. Maybe she was going slowly sane. Heather laughed, then groaned, then thought about throwing up. You should take some of your medicine. He made me promise to give you your medicine if you weren't feeling well. I don't feel well. Kelly let go of her hand, and there was a scrabbling sound. Then a package was pressed into Heather's palm, tin foil wrapped around 2 small pills. You have to take these and get better. If you don't, he'll come back and hurt me. Don't make him hurt me. Heather didn't want to take them. Now, honey. Duncan poked her in the shoulder. Where have you been? Heather, I'm right here. Just take your medicine. But it could be anything. Honey, if he wanted to hurt you, he could turn you into veal chops any time he liked, couldn't he? But nothing. You're not feeling well, remember? You banged your head, and if you don't take them, he's going to hurt Kelly. You want to make him hurt her? Heather ran a finger over the pills. No. So, take your medicine and nobody has to die. Operator. Emergency services. Which service do you require? Caller. Female. It's him, from the papers and the telly, the flesh bloke. Operator. It's okay, madam. Caller. I saw him. I was looking out the window and I saw him. He climbed in over the back fence. Operator. He's in your back garden. Caller. Not my garden, next door. I saw him. He had the mask and the apron. He went in the back door. Operator. Can you confirm your address for me? Caller. 73 Spring Hill Crescent, Northfield. Hurry! Operator. I need you to stay inside and lock all your doors and windows. The police are on their way. Anderson Drive flashed by the car's windows, the city lights glowing in the indigo night. Logan kept his foot flat to the floor, following in the wake of blaring sirens and flashing lights. Sitting in the passenger seat, Folds turned the radio up.
Alpha Mike 3, this is Alpha 16. What's your ETA, over?
Just coming up to the roundabout onto Provost Fraser Drive, so about... The sound of a horn blaring in the background.
Jesus! Learn to drive, you wanker!
Did you see that? Get the bastard's number plate. Still waiting on that ETA, Alpha Mike 3?
Oh, right, 5-6 minutes tops.
OK, said Folds, as they flew through the set of red traffic lights. Who's had firearms training? Steele shouted through from the back seat.
Don't look at me.
Alec? The cameraman shrugged. Not the sort of thing they do in the BBC. Logan. Last Christmas, but I've never been on actual good enough for me. He picked up the radio handset. Control, this is Chief Constable Mark Folds. Tell the senior firearms officer he's to stay put till I get there. But, sir, I've handled dozens of these situations before. You don't get to be Chief Constable by hiding under a desk. There was some muffled conversation, and then the voice on the other end said, Yes, sir. Folds winked at Logan. You and I are going to be in at the kill. That was what Logan was afraid of. Spring Hill Crescent was a strange conglomeration of semi-detached houses. Some were harled, but others were clad in dark brown wood, looking like something out of a Norwegian housing estate. Number 62 was the left-hand side of a pair, its exterior in need of a good coat of creosote. The upstairs lights were on, glowing in the cold night. Logan ducked back behind a people carrier 2 doors down. Are you sure about this? Folds grinned. You ready? How the hell did you talk them into it? Rank has its privileges. Folds ejected the magazine from his borrowed Heckler & Koch MP5 automatic machine pistol, checked the load, and slapped it back into place. Then did the same with his Glock 9mm. He squeezed the airwave handset attached to the shoulder of his black, bulletproof jacket. Team 3, we are good to go. A click. Roger that, Team 3. Sir, are you sure I can't... Yes, I'm sure. He peered round the side of the huge car. Any movement? Negative. Target is still in the building. Logan adjusted the strap on his borrowed helmet, pulling it tight under his chin, then wrapped the black scarf around the lower half of his face, like the bad guy in a cowboy film. It smelt of stale cigarette smoke and onions. Folds did the same. You nervous? Bricking it. You? Stay behind me. You'll be fine. He patted Logan on the back. Flesh has got a knife and a bolt gun. Neither's going to go through your vest, OK? All teams, positions for entry. Here we go. They ran for the front door, staying low through the gate and up the concrete driveway. Team 1 got there first, standing flat against the wooden wall to one side of the red door, waiting. Logan and Folds stopped directly opposite, and then a burly figure dressed all in black lumbered her way up the path, carrying a one-woman battering ram. She placed the striking end against a lock and nodded at Folds. The chief constable clicked on his airwave again. Team 2. Back garden is secure. We're ready to go in. OK. Everybody on 3, 2, 1. The constable swung her battering ram. Bang! The lock tore free of the doorframe, and they were in. Team 1 took the lounge. Team 2 burst through the back door and into the kitchen. Logan and Folds hammered upstairs. Landing. Clear. Folds kicked the bathroom door off its hinges. Clear. Bedroom 1 got the same treatment. Clear. Bedroom 2. The door banged off the wall. Hands on your head. Hands on your head now. Logan charged into the room after Folds, the machine pistol heavy and cold even through his gloves. A naked, middle-aged woman was tied to the bed, covered in blood, screaming behind a makeshift gag. The flesher stood over her, knife in one hand and a slippery chunk of offal in the other, face unreadable behind that rubber Margaret Thatcher mask. I said, put your hands on your head. The flesher dropped the knife. He was naked from the waist down, his trademarked butcher's apron draped over an exercise bike in the corner, allowing his erection to swing free. Folds pointed his gun at the offending member, and the flesher slapped both hands over it. "Oh, the head!" The muffled shouts from the bed got louder, the woman struggling against her bonds, screaming blue murder as Folds forced the flesher to his knees at gunpoint. Logan hurried over and untied the silk scarf, gagging her. "Ah, you bastard!" "It's okay, you're safe, you're safe." Folds dragged the flesher's hands behind his back and slapped the cuffs on. The woman writhed, yanking at the silk scarves tying her wrists and ankles to the bedpost. "You dirty bastard!" Logan scanned her naked body, trying to figure out where all the bright red blood was coming from, only it wasn't blood. "He's my husband!" It was tomato sauce. The press officer sat at Logan's desk in the history room, with her forehead resting on the formica and her arms wrapped over the top. "Oh, dear Jesus." Folds leant back against the other desk, still wearing his borrowed SAS ninja outfit. "When we left, she was on the phone to one of those ambulance-chasing lawyers that advertise on the telly." The press officer hauled herself upright. "Why couldn't it have been him? I really thought we'd finally come to an end of this bloody case, and now we've got a lawsuit to deal with." Logan finished off his post-incident report and stuck it in the out tray. "I can't believe she'll go through with it. Can you imagine what the headlines are going to be like? Police raid kinky serial killer sex games. Wannabe flesher caught playing hide the sausage. Not exactly going to get them a lot of sympathy, is it?" The press officer stared at him. "They weren't photogenic, were they?" "Not from where I was standing. That's something, I suppose." "If it helps," said Folds, peeling off his bulletproof vest, "I've got that criminal psychologist coming in tomorrow. We could get him to do a piece on why people who dress up as mass murderers for sexual kicks are a menace to the gene pool." "Chief Constable," she was on her feet like a shot, "are you suggesting Grampian Police should lower itself to character assassination just to avoid a lawsuit?" "Yes." She smiled. "Sounds good to me." "What you still doing here?" asked Rennie, plonking himself down on the edge of Logan's desk. 8:30, and the station was gearing itself up for another quiet night of underage drinking and random acts of vandalism. Logan nodded at the pile of paperwork sent up by Tayside Police. "Trying to catch up on those two sisters who got grabbed in Dundee. I went on a stag in Dundee once, ended up in this strip club, and what do you want?" "Right." Rennie clapped his hands together. "Tonight, arches, pints. Laura and me are off to a costume party later, but we can stop by for a few drinkies on the way." He dropped his voice to a camp stage whisper. "Laura's got this kinky schoolgirl outfit. She put it on last night, and I tell you." "Is this going to be one of those conversations where you tell me about your sex life and I fantasize about beating you to death with an office chair?" Okay. The constable held his hands up in surrender. "Jealousy is an ugly, ugly thing." Pause. "About you and Jackie, I was thinking, don't. Okay. But you're both mates. I mean, just don't." Logan pulled the crime scene photos from the pile and flicked through them. "Only, I wanted to—" "Seriously, you'll live longer if you shut up right now." There was a brief, petulant silence. "You're going to come to the pub, though, yeah?" "Will Jackie be there?" "No." "Then I'll think about it." Rennie nodded. "You can bring your English overlord if you like." "You're kidding, right? He sodded off hours ago." "Come on, while the cat's away, the mice can sod off to the pub and get blootered." Rennie jumped to his feet. "Couple of pints, get you out of this shite hole. Spend some time with the living for a change." The world twisted and throbbed around Heather's head, in and out, in and out. Sounds came and went in the darkness, the pounding of her heart, her mother's disembodied voice. "You're just feeling a little under the weather, darling. You'll be fine. You will." A cold, papery hand on her forehead. She'd been asleep, but now she was awake, or still asleep and dreaming she was awake, feeling drunk and tired and sick. "I want to see my Justin." "I know, darling, I know. You'll see him one day, when you die, but that's not going to happen for a long, long time. The flesher will look after you, you'll see. The medicine will make you all better." "Kelly? Kelly?" "Shh. Kelly's asleep, darling. You should be too. You'll feel much better in the morning." The screaming outside had started again, Maureen bellowing at the top of her lungs that she was scared and wanted someone to let her out. Only the words were different, panicked. "Please, I'll do anything you want, please." More screaming. "Please, I won't tell anyone, please." Her mother kissed Heather on the forehead, one soft hand cradling her cheek. "Please, please don't." Crack. And then there was no more screaming. The silence was beautiful and rich and dark, like chocolate. Heather didn't even mind when the hacking started. The bar was full of off-duty police officers and students, both sets here for the cheap beer. Logan sat at D.I. Steele's normal table, in the corner beneath the television, polishing off his first pint of the night and enjoying every mouthful. "I mean, think about it," said Rennie, dressed for some unfathomable reason in a dog collar and priestly black. "How come whenever the flesher strikes, our so-called Chief Constable Faulds is nowhere to be seen?" Logan consigned his empty pint glass to the drinker's graveyard that covered the table. "You're not still on about this, are you? Where is he tonight, then? How should I know?" "Exactly." Rennie finished off his Stella and plonked it down with the others. Logan shook his head. "I don't know where Steele is either, but that doesn't make her Jack the Bloody Ripper." He pointed at the collection of empties. "You're round." The constable stood, pulled on an ecclesiastical expression, and marched off to the bar, blessing random strangers on the way, leaving his girlfriend behind. Rennie wasn't kidding about Laura's kinky schoolgirl outfit. She was dressed in an exact replica of the Albin school uniform, only she had her shirt-tails tied beneath her breasts, hoiking them up to create a vertiginous cleavage and exposing her stomach at the same time. The skirt was so short there was a flash of white knickers every time she moved her stockinged legs. She'd even put her long, blonde hair in pigtails and painted freckles on her cheeks. Logan had never really got the whole schoolgirl fantasy thing himself. It always seemed a bit paedophilic, but the other men at the table were falling over themselves to laugh at her jokes and ogle her breasts. Logan barely heard his phone when it went off. "Hello?" With all the laughing, jiggling, and rampant testosterone, he couldn't make out a word. "Hold on, I'll have to go outside." The front door to Archibald Simpson was sheltered by a granite portico, held up by huge, iconic columns, a perfect little haven for all the banished smokers to light up in. He waded through the cigarette smog to the outer edge, looking into the cold, rainy night, as Colin Miller said, "You in the pub again? Christ knows how your liver copes. Listen, I did a search on all the victims, right? No just the Aberdeen ones. Every bugger. They all had a wee thing in the papers 3 or 4 weeks before they died. It's like clockwork, but..." "You sure?" "Every last one of them. Going to be all over the front page tomorrow. Headlines spell death for flesher victims. Continued page 7, 8 and 9. Can you email me all the references you found?" "What am I? Your secretary?" "Oh, come on. You wouldn't have a story at all if..." Aye, bloody prima donna." But he promised to send them straight over. "You up for that curry you owe us this week, then? Khyber Pass or Light of Bengal?" They were still debating the relative merits of sit-in versus takeaway when someone poked Logan in the shoulder and said, "Shift over, for God's sake. I'm bloody drowning out here." D.I. Steele squeezed in beside him, then dragged her hands through her sodden hair, shaking the water off all over Logan's trousers as he hung up. "Hey, watch it." "Ah, grow up. You're no going to melt." She gave her hair one last pass, leaving it remarkably tidy-looking for a change, then produced a packet of cigarettes from her sodden jacket and lit up. "How come you're looking so happy?
Someone polish your truncheon for you?
I've found a connection.
4 hours I waited in that bloody doctor's surgery.
The inspector hauled up her trousers.
You any idea how many buggers are getting themselves tested for HIV and hepatitis C right now? Thousands. National Health Service, my sharny arse.
Should have gone to the duty doc.
I'm not letting that bastard anywhere near me with a needle.
She smoked her way into a scowl.
I liked Doc Wilson better. Might have been a miserable, cancer-ridden bastard, but at least he could take a joke.
Probably not the epitaph the ex-duty doctor had been hoping for.
Besides, she said, Hold on a minute. What connection?
Logan told her about the newspaper clippings.
Bloody hell.
She took the cigarette out of her mouth, grabbed his shoulders, and planted a big, smoky kiss on his lips.
Laz, I love you. Call the station and let them know. Then I'm going to buy you a bloody huge drink.
He phoned control, and by the time he'd finished, Steele was waiting for him inside with a double Highland Park.
Well?
She handed him the glass.
What did...
She drifted to a halt, staring at Rennie's girlfriend as the constable reached the punchline of whatever joke he was telling. Laura threw back her head and laughed, exposing the smooth skin from her throat all the way down into her cleavage, setting everything jiggling.
Oh, said Steele, that can't be legal.
She drifted off into a little reverie.
Yes, anyway, come on. Can't spend all night staring at nubile young women's chests. There's drinking to be done.
Chapter 45. All right, settle down. Detective Chief Superintendent Bain stuck his mug on the desk at the front of the briefing room and waited for quiet. Logan sat with D.I. Steele 2 rows back, marinating in the aftermath of a well-deserved hangover. Nearly everyone in the team had wanted to buy him a drink when Steele told them about the newspaper connection, and Logan had let them. "You'll have heard," said Bain, "that we finally know how the Flesher is selecting his victims." He held up a copy of that morning's Aberdeen Examiner, with Colin Miller's exclusive splashed all over the front page. A ragged cheer went up, and Logan blushed. DCS Bain held up a hand. "Before anyone breaks out the champagne, think about it. Each of the Flesher's victims were featured in a newspaper article before their deaths. Press and Journal, Evening Express, Dundee Courier, Glasgow Herald, Daily Mail, Scotsman, Sunday Post. Do you have any idea how many people read those papers?" And suddenly Logan's glow didn't feel so rosy. "Exactly. Millions. This tells us how the Flesher picks his victims, but it's a long way from getting us his name and address." Steele nudged Logan in the ribs.
Told you.
Which was a lie. "But," said Bain, cutting through the groans, "it might give us an insight into the mind of the bastard. Which brings me to item 2 on the agenda. Dr. Goulding." He pointed, and a man in a sharp grey suit stood and joined him at the front. "Hi, call me Dave, okay?" Liverpool accent, hooked nose, hair like animal pelt, and a lurid tie that looked as if someone had eaten a whole range of fluorescent paint and then thrown up on it. "Chief Constable Folds asked me to come in and present a profile on the Flesher. I've worked with sexually motivated violent offenders for 15 years, attended training courses with the FBI at their Quantico headquarters, worked as a profiler for the Metropolitan Police." Steele leant over and whispered in Logan's ear, "Lived in an octopus's garden, dressed up in women's clothes, had sex with a vacuum cleaner. I'm in love with the sound of my own sodding voice." I was asked to concentrate on 3 scenarios. A. Ken Wiseman is the Flesher and is working with an accomplice. B. Ken Wiseman was the Flesher, but the current spate of killings are down to a copycat. And C. It's been somebody else all along. He looked at Bain. "Can we get the first slide up? Thanks." He turned and checked the screen. A shot of Thomas Stephens' surreal post-mortem. When dealing with sexual predators or serial killers, it's important to start with the effect and work back towards the cause. Steele got comfortable in her chair.
"Give us a nudge if I start to snore, okay?"
There then followed a long explanation of how the Flesher was killing people in order to introduce human meat into the food chain. According to Goulding, this was part of some deranged messiah complex. The longer the psychologist went on, the more coughing, shuffling and yawning he got from the audience. By the time he was going through the first profile, Steele was nodding off, her head dipping lower and lower each time, till her chin came to rest against her chest and she was gone. Logan didn't blame her. He was having difficulty staying awake himself. Dr. Call Me Dave Goulding obviously thought he was one of the lads, but he just kept going on and on and on. "Of course," he said, "what concerns me about Scenario C is the lack of escalation. 20 years is far too long for a single individual to be operating. The sexual thrill should become more and more difficult to sustain as time goes on. The buzz he gets from killing and dismembering is over quicker, so he has to go out and kill again, till he's either stopped or goes on a spree." Logan stuck up his hand. "What if it's not sexual?" The psychologist pointed at the screen behind him, chunks of meat on a mortuary table. "It's always sexual. Sometimes it doesn't look like it, but it is. He kills, dismembers, eats, uses it to fuel his fantasy." He frowned. "Probably masturbatory. There was no sign Tom Stephen was penetrated pre- or post-mortem, and no semen recovered from the head," which was a lovely image. "But what if sex isn't the important bit?" Goulding smiled. "Sex is always the important bit. The flesher is a classic necrophiliac." "But you said he doesn't have sex with the bodies. How many necrophiliacs are sexually aroused by the image of death? The flesher kills to produce a dead body he can have absolute power over. The act of murder is a means to an end. It's incidental for him. He doesn't sexually abuse the corpse because that's not what fuels his fantasy. The flesher practices necrophagy, the mutilation and eating of dead bodies. It's quite a fascinating subcategory of necrophilia." But DCS Bain glowered at him. "If you have any more questions, Sergeant, I suggest you take them up with Dr. Goulding after the briefing. Now, moving on." "Sorry about that," said Folds, when they were back in the history room. "Didn't think he'd be so..."
Boring.
Steele sat back in Logan's chair, hands wrapped around a coffee. "I was going to say thorough, but boring works too." Logan tore the wrapper off his Tunnock's tea cake. "How about condescending or tosspot? Anyway, I think it's a reasonable profile. We should go through our list of possible suspects and see how they stack up." Which led to 3 hours of sodding about on the whiteboard. "Logan, how about Catherine Davidson? Maybe they never found her remains because she was the one doing the killing." Steele,
What a great suggestion. Let's see how she fits with the profile. Oh, wait a minute, she's no a man. Next.
Folds, what about Jamie McLaughlin? His friend is screwed up so badly he ends up in prison, but Jamie ends up writing children's books. He's a creative guy, lives alone, did a lot of research into the first round of killings. What's to say he's not reenacting the death of his parents over and over again? Logan, how does he get into the abattoir to dump the remains? That was how they spent the rest of the morning, coming up with alternatives, then picking them apart. Finally, Folds pushed his chair back, stretched, groaned, and said, "Lunch?" "Wednesday's haddock and chips in the canteen." "Oh, God, not more chips. You people never heard of salad?" Steele bristled.
And what the hell's wrong with chips?
"How about sushi, then?" Logan grabbed his jacket off the back of the chair and slung it over his shoulder. "There's a little place down the market that's pretty good." "It's not deep fried, is it?" Folds stood. "Because... David, I was sorry to hear about your loss." The inspector was standing in the doorway, a huge, tent-like overcoat draped over his dark blue suit.
"I need to borrow Sergeant McRae for a couple of hours, if that's okay, sir."
"Actually," said Folds, "we're just on our way for some sushi. Care to join us?"
"I'd love to, sir, but I'm on a tight schedule. I've got an arsonist being transferred to Barlinnie this afternoon. Sergeant McRae was part of the initial investigation, so I'd like him there when I talk to the little sod."
"I see." Folds turned to Logan. "Well, I think we've done a good morning's work here anyway, so if you want to accompany the inspector,
I'm sure we can cover for you. Logan looked from the chief constable to Inch and back again, watching any hope of lunch disappearing into the sunset. Of course, sir. Craig Inch's. The inspector hunched over the battered table in one of the prison's interview rooms, methodically chewing his way through a family-sized bag of licorice all sorts. Logan stood against the wall, listening to the noises of a prison at lunchtime echoing down the corridor outside as they waited for someone to bring Ray Williams from the canteen. "You know," said Inch, "I used to really love being a policeman. Thought I was doing some good. And now look at us." He pulled a coconut wheel from the bag and turned it over in his thick fingers, then stuck it in his mouth. "Miriam wants a divorce. Going to emigrate to Canada and take the kids with her." "I'm sorry." "And all because I didn't catch Wiseman soon enough." Ray Williams, when he finally turned up, was 5'10" of shifty looks and acne scars, who wouldn't know the truth if it got up and gave him an enema. He sat on the other side of the interview table, fidgeting as Inch asked him about the night a disused factory unit in Dice spontaneously combusted. The inspector was making a decent show of it, but Logan could tell his heart wasn't in it. Halfway through the interview, Inch checked his watch and excused himself, returning 5 minutes later with 3 polystyrene cups of something that might have been coffee in a former life. It wasn't like the inspector to get the drinks in, but Logan wasn't complaining. Then Williams did some more lying. No, he had no idea how that can of petrol ended up with his prints all over it. Rags soaked an accelerant officer? Me? Must be thinking of someone else. There was a knock on the interview room door, and a prison officer stuck her head in to tell them their 1 o'clock appointment was waiting next door. Logan didn't have a clue what she was on about, but Inch nodded, thanked her, and said someone would be through in about 5 minutes, then pointed at Williams. "You can take this thing back to the cells if you like. I'm sick of looking at his ugly face." "Will do. OK, sunshine, let's go." "I am not ugly." She pulled Williams to his feet and shuffled him out of the door. "You ever look in a mirror?" "He's not allowed to call me ugly, is he?" "Right," said Inch, as the voices faded down the corridor. "Let's get this over with." He stood and patted down the pockets of his huge overcoat. "We should... Oh, bugger. I've left the case file in the car." The inspector glanced at Logan. "Well, run along then. It's on the back seat, and there should be a packet of jelly tots in there as well." Logan picked himself off the wall and tried not to look too pissed off at being used as an errand boy. "Yes, sir." The file was on the back seat, but there was no sign of any confectionery. Logan stuck the manila folder under his arm and wandered back into the prison. By the time he'd signed back in and made his way through the small suite of interview rooms, his stomach was growling. Why couldn't Inch have waited till after lunch? He could hear 2 men shouting at each other, the sound muffled behind a closed door at the far end of the corridor. One of them yelled, "Bastard!" Then there was a loud crash, furniture smashing into a wall. "I'll kill you!" Oh, Christ. That was Inch. Logan dropped the case file. It hit the ground and spilled its contents all over the corridor at his feet, only it wasn't full of statements and reports. It was full of brochures for a funeral parlour, seeing your child safely into the next world. Oh, you stupid. He ran for the interview room, grabbed the handle, and twisted. Locked. The whole door shook as something slammed into it from the other side. Logan aimed a kick at the lock, shouting, "I need backup here now!" The door didn't give. He tried again, and this time it exploded inwards. The interview table had been ripped from the floor, the bolts that were meant to hold it down sheared off halfway. It lay on its side, surrounded by smashed audio-visual equipment. A huge pink fist rose behind the tabletop, then plunged down again. Logan scrambled through the wreckage. Inch was on the other side of the table, straddling Wiseman's chest, pinning his arms to his sides. He had one hand around the butcher's throat, throttling the life out of him. Another punch. Wiseman's head bounced back off the terrazzo flooring, bright red spurting from his nose. Inch punched him again. More blood. He raised his fist for another go, but Logan got there first, grabbing the inspector and hauling him backwards. They crashed into the wall just as a pair of prison officers burst through the broken door. Wiseman coughed, sending a spume of blood into the air. It spattered down around his face in little neon droplets. He raised his hands to his face, wrists still cuffed together, and retched. Inch struggled, arms and legs lashing out, but Logan was wrapped around him like an octopus. "Calm down! I'll kill him!" A foot went soaring past Wiseman's head. "Kill him!" The prison officers charged, and between the three of them, they managed to haul Inch into the corner, forced him over onto his face, and twisted his hands up behind his back. "Get off me!" Logan staggered to his feet. Wiseman was lying on his side, coughing up blood and bits of teeth. His face was a mess, nose flattened, one eye bright scarlet and already swelling shut, lips split, a gash on his forehead. Inch roared again. "I'll fucking kill him!" Logan glanced around. "Will you shut up?" One of the prison officers braced themselves against the wall, holding on for grim death. "What do you think we're trying to do?" Wiseman's shoulders were shaking, not surprising given the going over Inch had given him. And then Logan realised he was laughing. The crazy bastard was actually laughing. The butcher forced words out in a red froth of blood and spittle. "You're fucked, fatty. You hear me? Fucked." And he was right. There was no way in hell Inch was going to wiggle his way out of this one. He was, well and truly, fucked. Chapter 46. Heather stretched out on the mattress, content and full. She gave a little burp in the darkness, then apologised, but Kelly didn't seem to mind. "The pills helped then. You're sounding a lot better." "I feel a lot better." She'd woken up to the smell of stew, rich and spicy and full of meat. "Slept like a dog." "You looked so peaceful." Heather rolled over onto her side and felt for the bars. They were cool beneath her fingers, cool and constant. "I wanted to be a vet when I was little. Was going to specialise in ponies and kittens." "What happened?" "Didn't get enough O-levels. So what did I end up with?" "Answering the phone in a bloody insurance agent's." Kelly shuffled closer to the bars. "I wanted to be a pilot, flying all those exotic planes you only saw on the telly." "Did you?" "No. Even tried to be an air hostess, but they said I wasn't glamorous enough." They lay in the dark. "Do you think it's too late for me to go back to university and become a vet?" "Course not. And I'll get my pilot's licence. We'll fly all over the world." Heather laughed, then stuck her hand between the bars and grasped hold of Kelly's. "And if anyone's got a sick pony or kitten, I can look after it. And we can solve mysteries and marry international jewel thieves. And the jewel thieves will really be princes, and we'll live in a big castle and have beautiful dresses. And drink champagne every night. And be happy." She smiled into the darkness, holding on to Kelly's hand. Maybe life wasn't quite so bad after all. Maybe everything was going to turn out all right. "What the hell were you thinking?" The chief constable paced up and down the boardroom, the light flashing back from the shiny silver bits on his black dress uniform. "I was dragged out of a meeting with the Joint Police Board because one of my senior officers seriously assaulted a murder suspect. In prison. In bloody handcuffs." Handcuffed or not, Wiseman had still managed to get a couple of shots past Inch's guard. A dark red scrape sat high on the inspector's cheek, the beginnings of a bruise beginning to blossom around it. "He provoked me." "He provoked?" "He was in bloody prison." The chief constable picked up a couple of faxed sheets and hurled them across the table at him. "You made a formal request in D.S. McRae's name to interview Wiseman as a suspect. Then you made sure the prison officer left him unattended. Then you assaulted him." Logan shifted in his seat and tried not to make eye contact just in case someone dragged him even further into this mess than he already was. Inch took the blue chill pack off his knuckles for long enough to pick up the faxed complaint and give it a brief once-over, then tossed it back down again. "Well, Inspector?" The CC leant on the table, looming over Inch. "Care to tell us how this handcuffed prisoner provoked you?"
"He killed my daughter."
"He—" The chief constable slammed his palm down. "Have you any idea what you've done? Have you?" He turned and pointed at the Procurator Fiscal. Tell him what you told me." The PF had put on her pink tweed outfit today. The cheery colour didn't go with the expression on her face. "By assaulting Wiseman in prison, you've opened up a line of attack for his defence. Now they can claim your actions prove you'll do anything for revenge, that nothing you say can be trusted. Do you understand, Inspector? You've compromised this case." The CC turned his back on the room, arms folded, glaring out of the boardroom window. "Everything you say happened in your house is now suspect in the eyes of a jury. Instead of abduction and torture and illegal imprisonment, we'll be lucky to get causing death by reckless driving." Inch nodded, not saying a word. "I knew it was a mistake letting you come back to work. Consider yourself suspended without pay." He turned and addressed Logan. "I take it Ken Wiseman wants to press charges?" Logan coughed. Well, maybe Does he want to press charges?" "Yes, sir." "Then we have no choice. Sergeant, take D.I. Inch down to the cell block and process him." "But—" The CC stopped him with a finger. No buts. I will not turn a blind eye to one of my officers attacking a prisoner. I want him processed and stuck in a cell until the first available court slot tomorrow, just like any other criminal." "Sir, Wiseman killed his daughter. Surely—" "I'm not going to ask you again, Sergeant."
"It's okay," said Inch, hauling himself to his feet. "I'd do the same if it was one of my team."
He stood for a moment in silence.
"Will you have to release him?"
The PF suddenly found the buttons on her pink suit of all-consuming interest. "We're going to have to talk about that with his solicitor, but it's possible." Inch turned and walked from the room. Logan took Inch's fingerprints and DNA sample in the little breeze block cupboard, laughingly referred to as the processing suite in the basement of FHQ. "Do you want me to call Miriam?" The fat man didn't say anything, just picked up the name board and went hunting through the rack of magnetic letters, holding up David Inch so Logan could take his photograph. Click. Turn to the right. Click. Turn to the left. Click. "Are you sure you don't want me to call Miriam?" Inch picked the letters out of his name and put them back where they'd come from, then pushed past, making for the cells. Logan opened the door to number 5, asked Inch for his shoelaces, belt and tie, then got the inspector to empty his pockets into a plastic tray. £5 in change, a Swiss Army knife, a wallet with 2 20s, a driver's licence, 3 credit cards, a Tesco club card, and 3 photographs. Bridget, Anna, and Sophie. Inch cleared his throat.
"The photos."
Logan handed them over. "What photos? I don't remember finding any photos." The inspector cupped them in his huge, bruised hand, running a fat finger over Sophie's picture. "Thank you." He didn't even flinch when Logan closed and locked the door. PC Jackie Watson was waiting in the corridor outside, looking anywhere but at Logan. "How is he?" What was the point of lying? Fucked up. He chalked Inch's name on the board beside the door. She tried again. "They're going to throw the book at him." "First offence, mitigating circumstances. Strathclyde finished its review. We found significant shortfalls in his running of the investigation. Inch saw Ken Wiseman's name and decided he was guilty. He ignored procedure, didn't follow up leads. If it wasn't about Ken Wiseman, he didn't want to know." Logan stared at her. "He's a good officer. My DCI feels there's a case for negligence. At least Jackie had the decency to look ashamed. But he's Inch. It doesn't matter if he's Nelson bloody Mandela. He cocked up." So you're going to screw him over? I'm not doing anything. Strathclyde were asked to review. He trusted you. She scowled back at him. Don't even try to make this about me. Inch was so obsessed with Wiseman, the bastard killed Sophie. That's got nothing to do with it. I'm sorry, it was a horrible thing to happen, but he was obsessed way before that happened. It clouded his judgment. Like you were obsessed with Rob McIntyre. Jackie froze. I don't know what you're talking about. I covered for you. I lied for you. Pause. 2, 3, 4. We agreed never to talk about that again. It didn't happen. Logan took a step back. No, of course it didn't. Nothing happened. He looked her in the eye. You wanted to know why we split up. That's why. That's when it all went to shite. 18 months ago. Not the baby, not the miscarriage. It was the night that never bloody happened. Chapter 47. The sound of drunken singing echoed up from the women's cells downstairs as Logan handed over a wax paper cup of coffee from the canteen. Busy tonight? Inch shrugged, took an experimental sip and settled back on the blue plastic mattress. The rubbery coating creaked beneath him. Don't suppose you've got anything sweet on you? Logan dug out the handful of Quality Street he'd liberated from a big tin in the CCTV room. Chocolate might be a bit melty. Inch helped himself. The ice pack didn't seem to have helped much. The knuckles on his right hand had swollen up like purple Brussels sprouts. He struggled with the green foil. They say anything about how he is? Broken nose, couple of teeth, cracked cheekbone. Nod. They going to let him out? Why did you have to... Are they going to let him out? Logan sighed. Possibly. Probably. I don't know. It's not looking good anyway. Inch finally managed to fight his way into the Noisette Triangle. You know, he killed Brooks, don't you? We've been on to the Federation. Big Gary thinks they might stump up the cash to get Hissing Sid to defend you. Maybe barter it down on account of diminished responsibility. Diminished responsibility. The inspector picked his way into a toffee coin. I compromised the case, and now they'll have to let that murdering bastard out on bail. A predatory smile crept onto Inch's face. Sir, are you okay? You gave me the idea. If he goes down for 30 years, I can't touch him. But if he's free... Don't tell me you did this on purpose. Ken Wiseman's going to disappear. You can't do that. You're a police officer. Was a police officer. He looked up at Logan, his eyes dark and empty. The rules don't apply anymore. Ken Wiseman and I are going to spend some quality time together when he gets out. Logan backed towards the door. No way. You're not making me an accessory. You're supposed to be my friend. You're talking about abduction and murder. He killed Sophie. And he killed Brooks. And he killed all those people. Hacked them up and... You can't just appoint yourself judge, jury and executioner. There's no evidence he... My wee girl's lying in a fridge in the mortuary with her insides in plastic bags. How's that for bloody evidence? Inch was on his feet now, his face a thunderous purple in the cell's overhead lighting. He'll get out and start killing again. Bastards like Wiseman don't just stop. You know that. It'll never end. You want that on your conscience, Sergeant, do you? No, but I won't be an accessory to murder. Not again. Chapter 48. Do you have any idea what time it is? Said the woman on the other end of the phone. Everyone's locked down for the night. We're not supposed to disrupt their routines. You'll have to call back in the morning. Logan checked his watch. Nearly 11 o'clock. The history room was littered with the 1987 case file, search reports, post-mortem reports, IB reports, court transcripts, statements, psychological profiles, plastic bags full of forensic evidence. Blood samples, a knife from the McLaughlin's kitchen, a hook from the derelict butcher's shop where the remains were found. I know it's late, but I need to speak to him urgently. Logan stared at the evidence bag sitting in the middle of his desktop, a square of blood-soaked carpet cut from the boot of Ken Wiseman's car. He'd read the analysis over and over again, trying to find something, anything, that would keep the butcher in prison where Inch couldn't get at him. The sound went all muffled, probably a hand over the mouthpiece, and then she was back on the line again. "Give me your number and we'll call you back." 15 minutes later, Logan's mobile rang. HM Prison Peterhead, doing as promised. There was some back and forth, then a familiar fake English accent said, "Detective Sergeant McRae, to what do I owe? I want to know what Wiseman told you about the woman he killed." A pause. "I don't think it would be very ethical of me to—" "You said you talked about her. What did he say?" "Do I get my own chef?" "What do you think?" "Then I don't know anything." "Thought as much. But then you never did you? Pretending you're so damn smart when we all know you couldn't count to 11 with both hands in your dick." "You don't get to say that to me. You don't. I spoke to my therapist and she says you're not allowed to undermine my self-esteem. You're—" "Fuck you and fuck your self-esteem, Robertson." Logan hung up, trembling, angry, feeling sick. He grabbed the carpet and headed for the IB lab on the 3rd floor. Calling Angus Robertson had been a stupid idea. He got as far as the lab door before his phone went again. HMP Peterhead phoning back. "He told me about it, okay? At night, when he thought everyone else was asleep. He told me about cutting her up, how it wasn't like butchering an animal, how the meat didn't lie the same along the bones, how sick it made him feel." "Who was she?" "He buried everything out by Benaki. Said it was all lies. He didn't eat anyone." "Who was she?" "It was money. It was always money. She had something, or was connected to something. Will you focus? Who did Wiseman kill? Something about—" Robertson sounded as if he was on the verge of tears. "I can't remember." A voice in the background. "Angus, if this is upsetting you, you can stop. You don't have to do this." "I don't know who she is. I used to know. I did. I used to know, but now I can't remember." "It's okay. Give me the phone." Russell, clunk. "Hello? DS McRae?" "Put Robertson back on. I need a name." "Angus is upset. Oh, boo bloody who. I need to know who Wiseman killed." She was obviously trying to keep her voice level. "He was stabbed a couple of years ago. Lost a lot of blood. There were some complications with the anaesthetic during the operation. There are some things he can't remember. It's very frustrating for him." "It's no picnic this end either. I want to know—" "I think you could show a little sympathy for a human being in pain, Sergeant." "A fellow human—" "He murdered 15 women and raped their dying bodies. Now put the bastard back on the phone." "That's it. This interview is over. I'll be making a formal complaint about your behaviour, Sergeant. How dare you—" "Yeah? Well, when he stabbed you 23 times, you can lecture me on my bloody empathy skills." But she'd already hung up. Logan stuck the phone back in his pocket, already starting to feel guilty about acting like an arsehole, and pushed through into the IB lab. They'd obviously not managed to fix the little stereo on top of the freezer, because Radio 2 was still playing. 3 IB technicians in white lab coats and latex gloves slouched around the central desk, drinking cups of tea and moaning about having to still be there in the middle of the night, testing mounds of mystery meat. Logan dumped the evidence bag full of carpet on the desktop and asked if someone could do him a quick favour. Samantha, the Identification Bureau's one and only goth, brushed a long, dark curl from her pale face and asked if he was taking the piss. "We've got about 9 million hunks of meat to get through." "It's for Inch." She prodded the bag with a chewed biro. "What is it?" "Blood-soaked carpet from the 1990... "Oh, Jesus. You not think we've got more urgent stuff to test?" "It's from Wiseman's car. Animal and human. They couldn't separate the DNA strands back then." Samantha picked up the bag and peered at the rust-brown contents. "This stuff's nearly 20 years old." "Yes, but you're 20 years brighter than they were. You really think shameless flattery's going to work? 20 years prettier, too. In a scary Night of the Living Dead kind of way. She tried to scowl, but a smile broke through. You're a rotten sod. Come on, bump it to the top of the queue. It's important. I can't. Very important. Sigh. Okay. I'll see what I can do. Phone. Ringing. Logan tried to sit up in bed, but none of his limbs were working. The answer machine must have kicked in because there was silence and then a bleep. Roll over. Pull duvet into cocoon. Sleep. The phone started again. Logan squinted at the alarm clock. 21 minutes past 4. He slumped back into the pillows and scrubbed his face with his hands, listening to the phone warble. Oh. He padded through into the lounge, just in time to hear the answering machine finish its pre-recorded invitation to leave a message. The speaker crackled for a moment, and then a woman's voice said, "Bloody hell, I asked someone to do you a favour and—" He snatched the phone out of its cradle. "Hello? What took you so long?" A yawn shuddered its way free. "It's 4:30. I managed to separate out the human DNA from the rest of the garbage in your carpet sample, and yes, it was a vast pain in the arse, thank you for asking. Took bloody hours to amplify enough of it to make a viable sample." Logan plonked himself down on the couch. Another yawn. "Ran it through the database. Guess what? No direct hit." "Bastard. Sorry, I suppose it was a long no direct hit, but I did get what looks like a familial one." She gave it a dramatic count of 5 before continuing. "Want to guess who?" But Logan already knew. Richard Davidson. He's in Craiginches doing 3 years for possession, perjury and aggravated assault. His mum disappeared the night the McLaughlins were killed. They finally knew what happened to her. What? No, Ken Wiseman. It would have been close enough to look like his blood in the mid-90s when they did the appeal, but it's not. It's female. You're looking for his aunt, mother, sister. Kirsty McFarlane. She was supposed to have run off with an electrician 18 years ago. Showered, shaved, and feeling like shit, Logan waited for PC Munro to park the pool car, then climbed out into the cold November morning. 5:30, and it was still pitch dark, the hollow streetlights glowing like wet gold against the indigo sky. Munro locked the car and yawned, her breath a thin white cloud as she shook herself. Still don't see why this couldn't wait till later. McFarlane's butcher shop had been given another graffiti makeover, 4-letter words sprayed all over the plywood sheeting that covered the broken windows. I mean, the guy's going to be asleep, and just ring the doorbell. She shook her head, muttering to herself as she stomped up to the butcher's front door, then stopped, staring at the doorframe. Logan stuck his hands in his pockets and waited. Today would be nice. There's dog shite on the bell. She prodded the door with the toe of her shoe, and it swung open. Lock's busted. Looks like it's been kicked in. All that graffiti. Murdering bastard, cannibal, death's too good for you. English out. Logan told her to call it in. Tell them we've got a B&E, possibly in progress. Householder's life's been threatened. Oh, crap. She grabbed the airwave handset from her shoulder and got onto control as Logan stepped quietly over the threshold and into the long, dark hallway. The walls were covered in spray paint, profanity, threats, and up the dawns. He stopped at the foot of the stairs. A faint glow of light broke the gloom from somewhere under the stairs. Logan crept round. It was coming from the internal entrance to the butcher's shop. The door was almost shut, but he could make out a torch shining on a paint-spattered wall. Mumbled singing, the words soft and slurred, the tune unrecognisable. Logan eased the door open. McFarlane was dressed up in his butcher's outfit, white coat, blue stripy apron, little white pork pie hat, sloshing petrol from a green plastic can all over the shattered deli counter. He gave a sudden lurch to his left, legs stiff beneath him as he tried to stay upright, getting petrol all down his trousers, and then he was stable again. "Let me guess," said Logan, stepping into the devastation. "You're having a going-out-of-business barbecue." McFarlane spun round, petrol and legs going everywhere as he slipped and crashed down on his backside. For a second, he looked as if he was about to be sick. "We're shut." And then he was, all over himself. The butcher's flat was oppressively warm, which only made the smell worse. McFarlane sat on the immaculate couch in his immaculate lounge, wearing an apron stained with petrol and vomit. He cradled a silver photo frame against his chest, ignoring the cup of strong black coffee on the table in front of him as Logan introduced P.C. Munro. Throwing up seemed to have done McFarlane the world of good. If it wasn't for the stink and the bloodshot eyes, he could almost have passed for sober. I'm sorry." He blinked back a tear. "I didn't know what else to do. 20 years I spent building up the business. I thought if no one got hurt. I mean, it's not as if the insurance company haven't had their pound of flesh from me over the years, is it? Place was ruined anyway." "I'm afraid we've got some bad news, Andrew." The butcher didn't look up. "I didn't have any choice. It's about your wife, Kirsty. We retested the carpet from Ken Wiseman's car boot. The human blood wasn't his. It was Kirsty's." McFarlane screwed his face into a knot, clutching the photo tighter. "She was everything to me. Everything. P.C. Munro is a family liaison officer. He killed her." "We think so." He told the guy in the next cell. I watched him cut her up." He buried his head in his hands and sobbed. Logan looked from the vomit-soaked butcher to P.C. Munro and back again, trying not to grin. They had a witness. After all these years, they finally had something on Wiseman. Chapter 49. "Where the hell have you been?" Big Gary grabbed Logan as soon as he got back to FHQ. 7:15, and the place had that calm-before-the-storm feeling to it, as if something nasty was lurking just round the corner with a baseball bat. "The chief constable's going ballistic." Big Gary thrust a copy of that morning's News of the World into Logan's hands. D.I. beats handcuffed suspect. "As your Federation rep, I need to see your statement about what happened before you hand it in to professional standards." "Too late. I did it yesterday." "You—" The huge sergeant grimaced. "What the hell did you do that for? Thought you were supposed to be his friend." "That's why I'm trying to save the daft bastard from himself." Logan skimmed through the article. "Where's Steele?" "Where do you think?" He started for the door. "Get someone to pick Wiseman up and stick him in an interview room." "No! Hoy! Paper!" Big Gary stuck out his hand. "What do you mean, no?" "1, I'm not your bloody secretary, and 2, he's in court first thing. They're thinking about letting the murdering bastard go, remember?" "Bloody hell. When?" 8. Logan dragged out his phone and started dialing. Aberdeen Sheriff Court was an imposing granite building at the bottom end of Union Street, sandwiched between the council chambers and the Tollbooth Museum. They'd convened Wiseman's hearing in one of the small courts, a converted jury room tucked away down a side corridor, and it was a closed session, so Logan was forced to wait outside, nodding at the lawyers he knew, the police officers he worked with, and the shoplifters he'd arrested. It was nearly 20 to 10 when the doors finally opened, and someone from the Procurator Fiscal's office stormed out, muttering darkly, which wasn't exactly a good sign. Next it was a couple of clerks, the sheriff, and finally Ken Wiseman, flanked by 2 prison officers. His lawyer had shovelled him into a grey suit, the formal attire not really going with the collection of bruises and swellings. The butcher's face looked like a mouldy pumpkin, bisected by that white line of old scar tissue. Logan stepped up. "Kenneth Wiseman." A balding woman stepped in front of him. It's okay, Ken. You don't have to talk to him. Wiseman pulled his swollen face into something that might have been a smile. They fired that fat fuck yet? The butcher's lawyer placed her hand against her client's chest. Please, let me deal with this. She looked back at Logan. Mr. Wiseman has nothing to say to you? No? Well, I've got something to say to him. Threatening my client will... They had fuck all on me in 1990, and they've got fuck all on me now. Wiseman stepped forwards, but the prison officers took hold of his arms. That bastard Brooks fitted me up and... Kenneth, I must insist, for what it's worth, said Logan, I believe you. Brooks screwed up the original investigation. You're not the flesher, you never were. The butcher opened his mouth to say something, then shut it again, a puzzled look oozing out between the bruises. Yeah, the appeal, but you're still a killer. Kenneth Wiseman, I'm arresting you on suspicion of the murder of Kirsty McFarlane, also known as Kirsty Wiseman, in February 1990. You do not have to say anything, but you can't. He grabbed his lawyer's sleeve as Logan read him his rights. They can't prosecute me for the same thing twice. Double jeopardy, tell him. And it was Logan's turn to smile. You were tried for the murders of Ian and Sharon McLaughlin, not Kirsty McFarlane. So the lawyer stepped in again. I insist you let me speak to my client in private. You can have him back when I've finished with him. Logan turned to the two prison officers. How do you fancy escorting Mr. Wiseman round to the station? The butcher was too shocked to struggle. Interview room number 3 was like a sauna, as usual, a thin film of condensation furring the double-glazed window, while Ken Wiseman sat and sweated. I didn't do anything. It was as if someone had pulled the plug, letting all the cocky bastard drain away, leaving a scarred, scared, middle-aged, balding bloke. Steele stretched out in her plastic seat. That, Ken, is what we in the business call a fucking lie. The butcher ran a hand across his battered face, wrists still handcuffed together. It wasn't me. Logan slapped a small stack of paper down on the table. Andrew McFarlane's statement. Your brother-in-law says you were drunk, got into an argument with your sister. That's not... Logan read it out loud. Kirsty slapped him and he went mental. He wouldn't stop hitting her. That's not how it happened. Tried to stop him, but he was too strong. No. I wanted to call the police, but he wouldn't let me. He's lying. Wiseman battered his fist off the tabletop, hard enough to crack the fiberglass cast. He's lying. He dragged her body into the butchery and... That's not what happened. He stared at the dent he'd made in the formica, chewing on his split bottom lip. We'd been out on the piss. All 3 of us. Up the malt mill on a Friday night. Kirsty was hammered. They were supposed to be celebrating their anniversary. She started saying stuff. When we got back to the flat, she tore into Andrew. He was a useless tosser. Crap lay, had a tiny dick. She was having an affair. Then what? I don't know. I was hammered. Got a bottle of vodka out the freezer and the next thing I know it's 3 a.m. in the morning. I'm lying on the couch and Andrew's shaking me. He's crying and going on about how it wasn't his fault. She was going to leave him. Wiseman looked up, then straight back down again. She was lying at the bottom of the stairs all twisted and her head was... She was already cold. There wasn't anything I could do. He shrugged, big muscular shoulders rising and falling. We panicked. She was dead and... Andrews said we had to get rid of her. That if we called the police, the business would be ruined. That no one would care if it was an accident or not. And the butcher's shop was right there. She was your sister. Wiseman started picking at the crack in his cast. She was always... Andrew wasn't just my brother-in-law. He was my best friend. We vacuum-packed the bits and buried them out in the middle of nowhere. Only... shudder. The bag with her insides caught in the boot catch. Went everywhere. We had to scoop the bits out with our bare hands. "What do you think?" asked Logan, when Ken Wiseman was back in his cell.
"He's a silly bastard."
Steele pulled out her cigarettes and stuck one in her mouth, flicking it from one side to the other with her tongue.
"If he'd come clean when they arrested him, he'd have got what? 4, 5 years for illegally disposing of a body and not reporting a death. We'd have been out in 3.
She sighed.
Silly, silly bastard.
"I meant, do you believe he only helped cut up the body? That she was already dead when he got there?" Steele shrugged.
"Don't think it really matters anymore if he did it or not. The PF will do him for murder, and he'll get another 16 years. It'll be his word against McFarlane's, and who's a jury going to believe? An Alky butcher, or good old Ken murdering bastard Wiseman? Anyway,"
she fidgeted with her lighter, not looking Logan in the eye,
"I suppose now someone's got to tell Inch."
and Logan got a nasty feeling who that someone was going to be. Chapter 50. According to the custody assistant, Inch's 5-minute appearance in the sheriff court that morning had provoked a media circus and ended up with the inspector released on bail and into the ever-loving arms of professional standards. Which was a bit like being kicked in the testicles, smeared in Marmite, then thrown to the sharks. He was still up there now. Logan got himself a newspaper and a cup of tea, then settled into one of the uncomfortable chairs outside the professional standards office, bracing himself for a long wait with a punch on the nose at the end of it. "You're an utter bastard." Logan looked up from his Aberdeen Examiner, grieving DI attacks murder suspect, to see wee fat Alec glowering down at him, HDV camera in hand. "Morning, Alec. Why didn't you tell me you were going to arrest Wiseman? You know I'm supposed to—" "There wasn't time, okay? I only found out at 4:30 this morning. I thought we were a team." Sigh. "Look, Alec." The door through to professional standards burst open, and D.I. Inch stormed out. Face dark purple, little flecks of spittle around his mouth, eyes like angry pickled eggs. He barged past, making for the stairs. Logan hurried after him. "Inspector!"
"Not anymore."
Inch slammed through the stairwell doors, making them boom off the walls.
"Bastards!"
"About Ken Wiseman."
"How many years have I given this place?"
He took the stairs 2 at a time. "Sir, I arrested him this morning." Inch froze, voice low and dangerous.
"You did what?"
Alec finally caught up with him, his camera focused on the inspector's furious face. Logan held a hand in front of the lens.
"Switch that damn thing off." "What the fuck did you do?"
"Wiseman was involved in his sister's death. That's where the blood came from in 1990. There was an argument, maybe an accident, and—" Inch grabbed Logan by the lapels and thumped him back against the wall.
"I told you! I wanted him out, not behind bloody bars."
"I couldn't let you—" Bang! Back against the wall again. This time, Inch let go and marched off, Alec scurrying after him. Boom! Through the doors, leaving Logan to slump, swear, then follow on behind. The inspector bulldozed his way into reception, shoved past a pair of constables and out into the rain. The sky was battleship grey above the rain-battered granite buildings, making it difficult to tell where the city stopped and the downpour began. Logan splashed after Inch and the cameraman, catching up to them just outside the district court. "Wait, you need to—" Inch spun, wrapped a huge fist into Logan's jacket and threw him to the floor.
"I trusted you."
The fat man loomed, bald head dripping, suit slowly turning funeral black as the rain soaked into it. "It was all Brooks' fault. Wiseman isn't the flesher, never was."
"You knew I needed him outside."
Logan sat up, feeling the cold puddle soaking through his trousers. "He's not the flesher. He went after Brooks because he set him up. He came after you because you helped. If Brooks had done his bloody job, none of this would have happened. Sticking Wiseman in Peterhead prison made him what he is today." He groaned his way to his feet. "It was a self-fulfilling prophecy." Inch looked as if he was about to burst. face dark scarlet, lips pulled back like a snarling dog, thin breaths hissing in and out between his gritted teeth. Alec peered round the side of his camera. "Inspector, are you okay?"
"You." Grimace. "You."
One hand went to the middle of his chest, fingers splayed, then curled into a fist.
"You."
Mouth open, no sound coming out as Inch's legs gave way. On his knees, one hand against the cold, wet concrete paving slab, the other massaging his chest. And then he was face down, the rain bouncing off his suddenly pale head. Oh, fuck! Logan scrambled through the puddles and stuck 2 fingers to the side of Inch's throat. Fuck! Is he okay? Get the duty doctor, hurry! Logan pulled out his mobile phone and called for an ambulance. Chapter 51. 4:15, and the traffic was starting to get heavy. The school run clogging up the streets with 4x4s and badly parked Audi estates. Union Street was one long, shuffling procession of scarlet brake lights, nose to tail all the way, with an unmarked CID pool car stuck in the middle. "Sorry, sir," said Rennie, as they chugged to a halt yet again. "Thought this would be quicker than School Hill. It's a sodding nightmare when Robert Gordon's lets out. Should have gone left to Mount Hooley." Logan shrugged. It wasn't as if they were in a hurry. The rain hadn't let up any, water hitting the pavement hard enough to bounce back to knee-height, hiding the ground in a sheen of mist between the crawling traffic and the hurrying pedestrians. Not every school kid had a parental taxi booked. Some marched down the pavement with their school bags over their heads, others shared brightly coloured golf umbrellas. 1,000,000 miles away from murders and heart attacks. Logan watched a pack of Robert Gordon students stream into McDonald's, a sign in the window proclaiming, "Now with 100% imported beef." Rennie drummed an annoying tattoo on the steering wheel. "Going to buy a house and ask Laura to marry me." He turned and grinned. "How cool is that? Course, we won't get married right away. I mean, she's got to finish her degree first, and kids can wait till we're older. You know, like in our 30s or something." Logan let him rattle on. Why burst his little bubble? "Going to honeymoon in Vegas. Maybe get married there too. What do you think? Elvis Presley now pronounces you man and wife. Or is that too cheesy?" "Pretty cheesy." "Sometimes cheesy is good." The traffic ground to a halt again at the junction with Union Terrace. On the other side of the road, a gaggle of schoolgirls, all wearing the green jumpers and tartan skirts of Alban School, waited for the cars and buses cutting across Union Street to give way to the little green man. They laughed and joked, smoked, listened to iPods, sent text messages to their friends, peered in shop windows. Logan frowned, then slapped Rennie on the arm. "Look!" "What?" The constable glanced across the road. "Jesus, never figured you for a dirty old man." "No, you idiot. Her. The one with the red and green brolly. Blonde. Does Laura have a little sister?" No, she's..." Rennie was staring at the girls again, face going pale. Without the makeup, tiny skirt and hoiked-up boobs, Laura didn't look quite the same as she had in the pub the other night, but it was definitely her. Oh, fuck. What do you think? 16? Higher? Lower? Fuck. Not so much your pretend kinky schoolgirl as an actual schoolgirl. Fuck. You were saying? Something about dirty old men? The intensive care ward was quiet, just the hum and ping of machinery to break the gloomy silence. Inch was wired up to a bank of equipment, little round sticky pads on the pale pink expanse of his chest, an oxygen mask strapped over his mouth, misty with condensation, another pulse monitor on the end of his finger. The inspector's wife, Miriam, was sitting by his bedside, sniffing into a handkerchief, looking 20 years older than she should have. Logan stopped at the end of the bed. "How is he?" She looked up, saw who it was, then went back to staring at her husband. "They're waiting to see if... he needs to be stronger. They can't operate." Logan gave an embarrassed cough.
and held up the massive get-well-soon card in the shape of a teddy bear. Everyone signed it. Another cough. You know he's too damn stubborn to give up.
It all went so wrong.
Brilliant evening. Spectacular. Like a hole in the head. Vicky clambered out of the car and clipped the locks. Sodding Marcus and his sodding parents and this sodding God-forsaken dinner party tomorrow night. All over town looking for organic sodding lamb in the rain. If Marcus wanted roast lamb with sodding baby vegetables to impress his sodding parents, he could sodding well get out there and help her unload the car. She tried the front door, but it was locked. Oh, for God's sake! As if anyone was going to break in while he was there. And she knew he was in. His car was in the drive, and all the lights were on. She tried her key, but it wouldn't turn. The idiot had left his key in the lock. Vicky leant on the doorbell. "Come on, Marcus. Answer the sodding door." She took 2 steps back and scowled up at their 3-bedroom semi-detached rabbit hutch. He was probably in the toilet making smells and reading Dilbert, or one of his post-modern ironic lads' mags. Yeah, young ladies getting their boobs out. Very post-sodding modern. "Marcus!" Nothing. Sodding hell! She turned and stomped back down the drive. Fine. If Captain Useless wasn't going to help her, she'd just have to... She heard the door unlocking behind her. Vicky turned, hands up in mock rapture. Hallelujah! Only there was nobody there. The lazy sod had unlocked the door and disappeared back into the house. You know what? Fine. She'd unload the car on her own, and if Marcus thought he was getting any sex for the next month, he was going to be very disappointed. He could go have a postmodern ironic wank for all she cared. She threw her handbag over her shoulder, grabbed as many carrier bags as she could manage, and staggered back up the drive, her heels clicking on the wet lock block. In through the front door. The television was on, some pretentious late-night discussion programme droning on about a book no one would ever read. Why couldn't he watch the sodding Simpsons like a normal person? That's what she got for marrying someone called Marcus. She stomped down the hall, calling, "They're your sodding parents, you know. You could help." No response. Typical. She pushed through into the kitchen/dining room. He was such a useless... She stopped, eyes wide. Red. Everything was red. There was red everywhere. The smell of hot copper and sea salt. Raw meat. Something that used to be a man was laid out on the kitchen table, in bits. She could... Clunk. The front door closing. Snick. The front door locking. Run. Vicky didn't look back, just dropped her shopping and charged straight through the kitchen, heels skidding on the blood-slicked linoleum. She grabbed the patio handle, but it wouldn't budge. Locked. Sodding Marcus. Key in the lock. Key in the lock! She turned it and yanked the door open, throwing herself out into the night, which wasn't dark for long as the back garden security light glared into life. She slipped and fell, sprawling across the wet grass, and for a moment she was looking back into the kitchen, and came within an inch of wetting herself. It was him, the man from the papers, butcher's outfit, Margaret Thatcher mask, knife. Marcus's head was staring back at her from under the table. Vicky scrambled to her feet, grabbed her handbag, and ran. Down the garden, heels sinking into the sodden turf, she wrenched the damn shoes off, leaving them behind. Past the shed, she could hear him. The flesher was coming after her. She clambered over the back fence, ripping her jacket as she tumbled down the other side and into the gorse bush, not caring if the thorns tore her skin, just as long as she lived to see tomorrow. She ran, tearing down the little gully that separated her street from the next one in the development, screaming "Help me" at the top of her lungs, until she realised that gave the man chasing her something to aim for. She concentrated on putting as much distance between them as possible instead. Mobile phone. She had a mobile phone in her handbag. She had to call the police. The flesher crashed through the undergrowth behind her. Vicky took a sudden dive to the left, into the grass, scurrying behind a huge whin bush, holding her breath, praying.
She could see him, a faint silhouette against the orange-grey clouds. Phone. Where was her phone? Where was her sodding bloody fucking phone? Vicky tipped her handbag out into the wet grass and felt her way through the contents. Compact, tampons, purse, brush, credit card wallet, bits of paper, more bits of paper, more bits of bloody paper, comb, lipstick, phone. She flipped it open, and the screen sent out a little bloom of light. She slapped her hand over the thing, trying to hide the glow, praying he wasn't looking this way. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. 999. Come on, come on. Emergency services, which service do you require? Police. I'm sorry, you'll have to speak up, you're very faint. Vicky cupped her hands over the mouthpiece and whispered, Police, as loud as she dared. Now, all she had to do was tell the man on the other end who was after her, where they were, and... The silhouette stopped, turned left, then right, then marched straight towards her. Vicky ran. Chapter 52. One woman's screaming would have been bad enough, but two of them going at it like blue rinse foghorns was doing P.C. McInnes's head in. King's Wells was meant to be a sleepy little commuter town, not a septuagenarian war zone, the battle line drawn through a dying Leylandy hedge. Both sides were squaring off outside a pair of identical yellow brick boxes, ignoring the misty drizzle that drifted down from the cold November sky as they screamed at each other. McInnes had another go. Look, can we all please calm down?
This was a nice place to live before you moved in. Oh, why don't you go shove a cactus up your...
Ladies, can we just...
Should be ashamed of yourself. Just because you've got cobwebs growing down there doesn't mean the rest of us can't have sex. Don't you talk to me like that.
P.C. Guthrie had retreated back to the patrol car, out of the rain. Lazy bastard. Leaving McInnes to play United Nations. Ladies, why don't we go inside and...
There's a wee thing called Viagra. You should get some for your William. Maybe perk the poor old sod up a bit. God knows he could use it. How dare you?
If we could all just... Guthrie stuck his head out of the car window and shouted. McInnes, I'm busy. He turned back to his battling pensioners. I need you both to... Someone's spotted the flesher in King's Wells, 3 streets from here. Holy shit! He sprinted back to the car and jumped in behind the wheel, ignoring the outraged cry of, What about my bloody hedge? McInnes put his foot down, leaving 2 smoking trails of rubber behind. The whole car shuddered as he slammed on the brakes, lights and siren blaring, first on the scene. They leapt out of the car and swept the undergrowth on either side of the road with torchlight. Raindrops glittered in the beams like shards of falling glass as the drizzle gave way to proper pelting-it-down rain. It was a stretch of wasteland between 2 housing developments, tarted up with a tarmac path and a couple of streetlights. P.C. Guthrie took a couple of steps into the darkness and bellowed, Mrs. Young! How's she supposed to hear you? Turn off the siren. And the night was suddenly quiet. Just the drumming of rain on the car roof, the soft hiss of it falling on trees and bushes, and the gurgle of the stream at the bottom of the ravine. McInnes had a go. Mrs. Young! Vicky! It's the police! There's got to be miles of scrub and bushes out here. Mrs. Young! A new sound joined the shh of the rain. Distant sirens as patrol cars hammered along the Hazelhead Road, more coming over the back from Bucksburn. The cavalry was on its way. Did Control say she was... A woman screamed, Over there! McInnes ignored the path and half ran, half scrambled down the slippery embankment, with Guthrie hot on his heels, torchlight bobbing across wet grass, stones and bushes. Mrs. Young! They slithered to a halt at the foot of the slope, rain drumming off their peaked caps and black jackets. OK, said Guthrie. You go left, I'll go right. McInnes snorted. Bugger that! If the flesher's out here, we should stick together, so... Don't be such a big Jessie. There's a woman out there getting murdered, remember? He stumbled off into the downpour, following the beam of his LED torch. It wasn't long before he was swallowed by the night. McInnes swore, then waded out into the knee-high grass. This was ridiculous. Probably just a hoax, or some kinky sex game gone wrong, like those idiots in Northfield with all the tomato sauce. Nothing was going to happen. False alarm. He swung his torch across a mountain range of gorse bushes.
Mrs. Young!
He didn't see the patch of mud that sent him sprawling. 1 minute he was upright, and the next he was lying flat on his back, watching his torch spin through the air. It came down somewhere deep inside the prickly bushes, clattering through the branches till it finally hit the ground.
Oh, fuck!
A pause. Then the airwave handset on his shoulder started ringing. Guthrie.
Are you okay? What happened? You need help?
There was no way McInnes was going to say he'd slipped and fallen on his arse.
I'm fine. Drop my torch. Moron. Up yours.
McInnes ended the call and struggled to his feet. Everything was soaked through. Trousers, jacket, socks, T-shirt, pants.
Bloody marvellous.
He could see the faint gleam of his torch leaching out beneath the line of gorse bushes. For a second, he considered just leaving the damn thing, but it wasn't as if he could get any wetter. He edged his way forward in the dark. The torch was no more than a couple of feet from the outer cordon of spines. McInnes hunkered down and tried to reach it. Thorns scratched the back of his hands as he fumbled in the shadows.
Stupid bloody torch.
Come on. Branch. Rock. Something horrible and sticky. Please not dog shit. Please not dog shit. Torch. McInnes grabbed it, thankful no one had seen him make an absolute tit of himself. And as the torch came out of the bush, its beam glittered back from something dark and oily. Blood. His hand was covered in blood. There was something white further back. It was a foot. McInnes froze, then slid the beam up. Ankle, leg, thigh, buttock. A woman, lying on her front, naked except for a pair of control-top knickers with a substantial bra. Her neck had been slashed so deeply the head was barely attached. Very, very dead. Oh, Jesus. He sat back on his haunches, mouth open wide as the rain hammered down all around him. He reached for his airwave handset and punched in Guthrie's badge number. It was picked up on the second ring. Aye?
I've found her.
She okay? Pause.
No, she's...
He drifted to a halt, all the hairs standing up on the back of his neck. The sound of the rain had changed. The soft hammering of water on vegetation had been overlaid with a new, harder noise. The soft hammering of water on vegetation had been overlaid with a new, harder noise. As if there was something else, someone else there. What? McInnes stood, trying to pretend he hadn't noticed anything. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Where are you? He whipped round, snatching his baton from his belt, ready to crack the bastard's head open. But there was nobody there, just the rain and the bushes and the weeds and the grass and the darkness. McInnes. What the hell's going on? Idiot, scaring himself like that. He turned back towards the bush.
Nothing. We need to get the IB out here and...
The flesher was standing right in front of him.
Oh!
McInnes could barely get the words out.
Shit!
And then the flesher hit him. Darkness.
Ah, Jesus.
McInnes sat up, coughing, water streaming down his face, a bright light shining in his eyes. You okay? Everything smelt of blood.
Where?
Guthrie peered at him.
Bloody hell. What happened to your nose?
McInnes shuddered, spat, and held out a hand, getting Guthrie to haul him to his feet.
How long... Is she in there?
Pointing at the bush.
How long was it out for?
Another shudder. His nose felt as if it was on fire.
Not long. A minute, 2. I saw your torch. Nearly killed myself getting here.
Tore the arse right out of my trousers. McInnes wiped a hand across his mouth. It came away covered in red. He was here. The flesher. I saw him. Which way did he go? I don't bloody know, do I? The wailing sirens were getting louder, flashing blue lights bouncing along the road as a patrol car San Francisco'd over the speed bumps, making for Vicky Young's address. He could hear another one on the opposite side of the ravine. They could still catch the bastard. McInnes swept his torch over the surrounding grass and bushes. 3 tracks led away into the damp undergrowth. One went up the hill back towards the patrol car, another headed off to the right, where Guthrie said he'd come from, and the third snaked away to the left. McInnes staggered into a run, following the trail of flattened grass. What about the body? We can't just leave. She's not getting any deader, is she? There was a stream at the bottom of the ravine, swollen by the torrential rain. Guthrie slithered to a halt at the water's edge. He was on his airwave handset again, telling Control where the body was, while McInnes tried to work out which way the bastard had gone. Upstream, downstream, no sign of flattened grass on the other bank. McInnes picked his way around a small pile of boulders, following the course of the stream, heading away from the road. Aye! Guthrie waved his torch back toward the patrol car. Down here! We're in pursuit of... McInnes froze. Will you shut up a minute? Look, I'm only trying to... Shh! There was a clump of brittle whin 6 foot further up the slope, its seed husks rattling in the downpour, not quite loud enough to hide the faint sound of sobbing coming from inside the bush. Pulling out his pepper spray, McInnes inched forwards. Police, come out with your hands up and no one gets hurt. Guthrie crept round the other side. They made eye contact for a second, and McInnes mouthed, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Guthrie grabbed the nearest branch and yanked it back. The person hiding in there squealed and tried to scrabble away, but there was nowhere to go. It was a woman, mid to late 40s, only partially dressed, pale skin glowing in the torchlight. No shoes, her trousers ripped and stained. Her blouse torn, the buttons missing, the material soaked with bright red blood. McInnes put the pepper spray away and held out his hand. You're going to be okay. She squirmed back against the branches, clutching a big leather handbag in front of her like a shield. Her bruised face was twisted and filthy. Don't touch me. Please, don't touch me, please. It's okay. We're the police. You're safe now. Please. McInnes straightened up and ran his torchlight across the rain-hammered night. There was no way they could leave her alone out here in the dark while they went after the flesher. Son of a rancid bitch. The bastard had got away. Chapter 53.
Who stinks like a brewery?
D.I. Steele turned in her seat to sniff at Logan.
You bathe in beer this morning?
The briefing room was full, everyone waiting for DCS Bain to turn up and hand out the morning assignments. Up till now, the discussion had been exclusively Flesher-related, speculation and rumour leaving reality far behind as the tale of P.C. McInnes's clash with Aberdeen's most notorious serial killer was told and retold. Logan pointed at the green-faced constable sitting next to him. That's Rennie you can smell. He went for the world record vodka and Red Bull get pissed quickathon last night.
Oh, aye,
the inspector grinned.
And there was me thinking our wee boy looked like shite 'cause he'd been up all night shagging luscious Laura.
Rennie went pale and then bright red.
Not feeling too good. If you're going to puke, do it in that direction. Laz's suit needs a good clean, he won't mind.
No one's been sick on anyone. Logan sat up straight. Look out, Bain. The Detective Chief Superintendent had finally appeared. Folds, the ACC, the Procurator Fiscal, and the DCI from Strathclyde following on behind. The room fell silent. Right, said Bain, nodding to a constable who killed the lights. Elizabeth Nichol. A face appeared on the screen behind him. Middle-aged, bleached blonde hair with grey-flecked roots beginning to show, her face a patchwork of bruises. Alpha 93 discovered her less than 200 yards from the body of Vicky Young. Click, and the photo changed. Nighttime, a woman in blood-stained underwear lying face down beneath a gorse bush, the skin tones bleached out by the photographer's flash. Her throat was cut through to the bone. She was nearly decapitated. Click, and they were looking at a kitchen table covered with bits of human body. Marcus Young. Click, a severed head lying under the table. Click, back to the battered, terrified face of Elizabeth Nichol. Bain picked up a stack of paper from the desk beside him and handed it to the nearest constable, telling him to take one and pass the rest on. This is the preliminary victimology report on our survivor. Logan accepted the pile from a queasy-looking Rennie and handed it on to Steele. According to the cover sheet, the family liaison officer they'd assigned Elizabeth Nichol was the same one he'd taken to see Andrew McFarlane, PC Munro. "Read it later," said Bain. "The gist is that Nichol went to the Youngs' house to borrow a cookery book. Mrs. Young was out shopping, but her husband asked Nichol in to wait. She says the doorbell went 15 minutes later, and when Young went to answer the door, he was forced back into the hall and beaten. Nichol panicked and ran."
"Not bloody surprising,"
muttered Steele. If the chief superintendent heard her, he wasn't letting on. "Next thing she knows, she's wandering round the waste ground at the back of the houses in the rain. She comes across Vicky Young's body and is accosted by a man fitting the flesher's description. They struggle, but Alpha 93 turns up and she manages to escape. PC McInnes found her hiding in a whin bush. Her clothes were torn and covered in blood." Click. A cutting from the Aberdeen Examiner appeared. Marcus Makes Merry. A story about how Marcus Young had written a comedy play that was going to be performed on Radio Scotland. "This article was published 3.5 weeks ago, just like all the others." Bain pointed at the screen. "The MO fits, the butchery fits, the description fits, the victim selection fits." The DCS smiled into Alec's television camera lens. "We have a living witness, backed up by an experienced police officer. We have a crime scene that was abandoned before the flesher could finish. This represents a very real breakthrough in the investigation. We're one step closer to catching this bastard."
"Aye," Steele said in a smoky whisper, "and I'm sure that's a great fucking comfort to Marcus and Vicky Young's families."
Bain stared at her. "Did you have something to add, Inspector?"
"Aye, I'd like to widen the door-to-door radius round the Young's house. The bastard knows there's police everywhere. He's going to keep running till he's nowhere near the scene. Might even have abandoned his vehicle."
The DCS nodded. "Good point. Get right on it."
"Come on, lads." She stood. "You hear the man."
"Actually," said Folds, "I was hoping to take D.S. McRae with me to interview our surviving victim." He smiled at the inspector. "Hope you don't mind."
"Mind? Me? Why would I mind?"
She grabbed Rennie by the collar.
"Come on, boozy boy. The fresh air will do you good."
"I meant to ask," said Folds, as they drove out of Aberdeen on the A947 heading north. "How's David doing?" It took Logan a second to realise he was talking about Inch. "Not so good. They need to operate, but—" He shrugged and put his foot down, overtaking a Renault Espace full of ugly children and assorted dogs. I don't know. It sort of feels like he's given up." Folds was quiet for a while, looking out of the car window as the countryside went by. "It's actually quite pretty, in a never-ending green and brown slog of muddy fields kind of way. Oh, look, sheep, just to break up the monotony." He smiled. "Do you like it here?" "Never really thought about it. Lived here most of my life, so, well, you know." "Have you thought about what you're going to do next?" "Go through the abattoir security tapes again. I meant in the slightly longer term. I've got a couple of openings coming up in Birmingham. Detective inspectors. Of course, you'd be on secondment to start with, and you'd have to forget all this haggis-munching criminal justice Scotland nonsense. Learn PICE like a proper police officer, but I think you'd make a good addition to my team." Logan turned and stared at his passenger. "A DI? In Birmingham? Come on. You're intuitive, determined, good attention to detail. You jump to conclusions, but you're not afraid to listen to alternatives, open-minded, loyal. And do you think you could keep your eyes on the road?" Yes, sorry." Logan gripped the steering wheel and pulled them back into their own lane. "I run a fast-track programme for real coppers, not just jumped-up overachievers with law degrees. Up here, you could be a DS till you're drawing your pension. With me, if you keep on the way you're going, you could be looking at Chief Inspector's job in 4 or 5 years." Folds left an expectant pause, and when Logan didn't fill it, he said, "You're not exactly biting my hand off here." "Actually, sir, I was wondering what it'd be like, leaving everything behind, starting again from scratch, not knowing anybody." "Your family's here, aren't they? You're worried about missing them?" "Dear God, no." Smile. "Trust me, that's a bonus. My mum's a nightmare." "Yeah, my foster parents were the same. So, if it's not your family..." A new life in Birmingham. He could leave all the guilt and bad memories behind, a clean slate. "Look," said Folds, "sleep on it. I'm only going to be up here for another couple of days, but if you let me know tomorrow, I can get the paperwork started. 4 weeks' time, you could be Detective Inspector McRae of West Midlands Police." Logan had to admit he liked the sound of that. Newmarket had started out as a tiny village, but as with most places within commuting distance of Aberdeen, it had contracted a nasty dose of developer spread, housing estates breaking out like acne as more and more people squeezed into cheek-by-jowl brick-clad boxes. Elizabeth Nichol had a 1970s bungalow in a little grey cul-de-sac. An unmarked car sat outside the house, the back seat cluttered with yellow newspapers and empty wax paper cups from Starbucks. Logan parked behind it. "Rule 1, said Folds, climbing out into the sunshine. "If you're going to be on my team, I need you to be goal-orientated. Don't look at me like that. I know it sounds wanky, but there's a reason. We don't just bumble about, hoping some wonderful clue will fall into our lap. We go in with predefined goals." He pointed at Logan. "What are we trying to achieve here?" "See if Nichol can remember anything more about that night. Go over the physical description again." Logan stopped to think for a moment. "Find out if there's a connection between the Youngs and the Flesher. Maybe there's more to it than just the newspaper cuttings. He might have made contact." "Good. Now, let's go see if some wonderful clue will fall into our lap." Elizabeth Nichol's house was a cathedral of kitsch. Pride of place went to her massive collection of snow globes from all over Europe. Poland, Moldova, Croatia, Lithuania, Slovakia, and a lot of other places ending in "ia" that Logan couldn't pronounce. They filled a bank of floor-to-ceiling shelves that dominated the lounge. Elizabeth herself was a small, nervous-looking woman who fidgeted constantly with her blouse, tugging at the collar, brushing off imaginary lint, picking at the buttons. P.C. Munro sat in a floral armchair by the window, leaning forward every now and then to pat her on the arm and tell her it was all right, she was safe now. Elizabeth made them a pot of tea, sat back down on the couch, fidgeted a bit more, stood, picked up a snow globe, looked out the window. Would anyone like something to eat? It's no trouble, really. I was going to have something myself. Just leftovers, really." She put the snow globe back with the others. "Sorry, it's stupid." The tears were starting. P.C. Munro got up and put an arm around her shoulder. "It's okay. I just wanted to feel useful." She sniffed and rubbed at her eyes. "I'm such an idiot." "Nonsense. It's a lovely offer," said Folds. "I've got to have lunch with some boring old fart from the council, but I'm sure D.S. McRae and P.C. Munro will join you." Logan looked at Munro, then Folds, and finally at Elizabeth Nichol. Well, only if it's not any bother. Elizabeth assured him it wasn't, and bustled off into the kitchen. So, said Folds when the muted roar of an extractor fan kicked in, down to business. Why isn't she still in hospital? The FLO pulled out her notebook. Discharged herself. She has a thing about doctors and nurses. Won't take witness protection either. Those muppets were here earlier trying to bully her into it. Not acceptable. I'm not having the only surviving victim of the flesher running around unguarded. She doesn't want a guard. Won't even let us put a patrol car outside the house. She wants to pretend it never happened. As far as Elizabeth Nichol's concerned, if you stick your head in the sand, nothing can hurt you. Then you'll have to stay. Munro was lost for words. You... what? You're a FLO, aren't you? But I'm supposed to be investigating her background, establishing victimology. And do you really think that's more important than making sure she stays alive? What? Nothing's going to happen, but if anything does, you'll be here to call for backup. You'll get a couple of cars doing low-profile surveillance. Nichol won't even know about it. They'll be 30 seconds away. You see anything suspicious, you call them in. No heroics. Munro tried again. Look, sir, I'm supposed to be off at 2. Have you finished the background report yet? Not as such, but... Well, what have you done then? I did the preliminary report. Folds didn't look impressed. You've been here all morning. Where's the family history, work record, timeline? It's not easy, okay. She won't settle down for more than 2 minutes at a stretch. She's nervous, probably still in shock. Look, said Folds, you've got an opportunity here to prove to everyone you're not a screw-up. What? I'm not a screw-up? Who's saying I'm a screw-up? After that business with William Leith? That wasn't my fault. How was I supposed to know he killed his wife? He said it was the flesher. Some people would think an experienced FLO wouldn't have made that kind of mistake. That is so... She looked at Logan, but he had no intention of getting involved. I'm doing my best. That's what worries me. A friendly smile blossomed on Folds's face as Nichol returned from the kitchen with 2 heaped plates of mince and tatties. She put one down in front of P.C. Munro, and the constable blanched. Actually, I'm a vegetarian. Sorry. Mind you, half the city seems to have gone veggie these days, don't they? She pulled on a smile. But it looks lovely. Oh. Elizabeth picked up the plate again. I've got some tins of tomato soup. I could... You sit yourself down, said Folds. P.C. Munro can help herself. He shot her a look. Can't you? Brittle smile. Of course, sir. Logan balanced the plate on his knees, dug a fork into his mashed potato, and swirled it through the mince, coating it with thick brown gravy, then stared at it. It's... Elizabeth blushed. I know what you're thinking, but it's okay. I got the mince from Dundee. It's not... She flapped a hand at a copy of the Aberdeen Examiner sitting on her coffee table. Local. Thank God for that. Logan took a bite. This is excellent. Much better than the stuff we get in the canteen. She beamed with pride as Logan got stuck in. This might sound daft, she said to Folds, but you seem familiar. Have we met before? The chief constable gave a little self-deprecating shrug. I was on a TV show when I was younger. Oh, I see. Now, Elizabeth, said Folds as she started eating, I don't want to put you off your lunch, but I need to ask you some questions about last night, okay? The man who came to the Youngs' house, was he taller than me? She pointed through to the kitchen and the buzzing drone of a microwave oven. I told her everything I can remember. Folds scooted forwards. The human mind is a remarkable thing, Elizabeth. Sometimes memories don't bubble up to the surface till days, even weeks later. I'm willing to bet that together you and I can get something on the boil. Flirty wink. He teased details out of her over the next 10 to 15 minutes, changing the subject from the flesher to something innocuous, like the snow globe from Krakow, and back again, constantly shifting, getting a little more information every time. Logan gave a satisfied groan and pushed his empty plate away, glad he'd been the one lumbered with making Elizabeth Nicol feel useful. "Will you look at the time?" said Folds, peering theatrically at his watch. "Going to have to fly or I'll be late." He stood, motioning for Logan to do the same. "Thank you for your hospitality, Elizabeth. If you think of anything else, you give me a call, okay?" He dug out a business card and scribbled something on the back, then handed it over. "Doesn't matter how late or early it is." Outside in the car, Folds allowed himself a smug smile as Logan drove them back towards town. "You see, that's what being goal-orientated gets you." "What?" "Don't you think you were a little hard on Monroe?" The older man nodded. "That's the thing about leading a team. Some people are motivated by the carrot, others by the stick. The trick is telling which is which. You're a carrot, Monroe's a stick. Yes, she'll think I'm an utter bastard, but what do you want to bet she's in there right now giving it 120% just to spite me?" Which sort of made sense. "Right," said Folds. "When we get back, I need you to organise 2 unmarked cars watching the main road. Anyone turns into Nicol Street, I want a PNC check on the number plate. At least one member of each team to be firearms trained." "You think he's going to come after her?" "Not exactly the flesher's type, is she? Too thin." "True, but I'm not prepared to take that risk. Are you?" PC Monroe waited until the pool car disappeared before she started swearing. Folds was such a patronising wanker. "That's what worries me. Git." She marched through to the kitchen, determined to show that stuck-up, brummy arsehole she was perfectly capable of getting information out of a victim. Elizabeth Nicol was up to her elbows in the sink, wearing a flowery pinny with ducks on it, washing up after lunch. Monroe grabbed a dishcloth. "Can I help dry?" The woman nearly jumped out of her skin. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you." Monroe picked a plate from the draining board. "You never told me about your family. Any brothers or sisters?"
"Aye, one of each. Jimmy and Kelly."
She was going bright red.
"We're not close."
She sank her hands back into the bubbles.
"Kelly was always the sensitive one. Jimmy, well, he was always difficult. I haven't spoken to him since we were little. Doubt I'd even recognise him now."
Finally, they were getting somewhere. Monroe moved on to Elizabeth's parents and job, trying to do the same bouncing back and forth between subjects trick that Folds had pulled earlier, pushing a little harder than she normally would. No one could say she'd not been thorough this time. Only it didn't work. Instead of providing a steady trickle of information, Elizabeth burst into tears and ran off, leaving a trail of soap suds behind. Monroe stood alone in the kitchen, listening as Elizabeth scurried up the stairs and slammed the bedroom door. Then the sound of sobbing filtered down from above. "Good one, Yvonne. Very professional." She wandered into the lounge and slumped into an armchair. It was all that bastard Folds's fault. If he thought being a family liaison officer was such a piece of piss, he should try it sometime. Up to your ears in other people's grief. She spent a few minutes feeling sorry for herself, then switched on her airwave handset and made some follow-up calls. Then she brewed a pot of tea and went upstairs to apologise. After all, it wasn't Elizabeth's fault she'd been attacked by the flesher, was it? Sometimes people were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sometimes that was the difference between life and death. Chapter 54. "Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Please, I'm a police officer. Hello?" The new voice was female, muffled and scared, coming from the other side of the cell wall. Heather hoped she wasn't another screamer. She rolled over onto her side, turning her back on the noise.
Kelly?
Silence.
Kelly, are you?
They'll be looking for me. A hand reached through the bars, cool against her cheek.
How are you feeling, Heather?
A bit woozy, not quite plugged in. I'm a fucking police officer, understand?
Maybe it's the medicine. You took a lot of those pills yesterday.
Hello?
So tired.
You hear me? They'll come after you. I'm a police officer.
Maybe you shouldn't take them anymore.
Why won't anyone answer me? Heather shuffled forwards till she was lying beside the bars, resting her head on Kelly's hand.
I don't want him to hurt you.
Please! The shouting had turned to a sobbing. Please! Heather closed her eyes. Do you think she's going to keep shouting?
Shh. Go to sleep.
I don't feel well.
Sleep. It'll be okay soon. You'll see. I promise. You just need to get some rest.
And Heather drifted off to a lullaby of frightened sobs. Doc Fraser was in the process of peeling off his green surgical scrubs as Logan walked into the mortuary's sterile area. 10 to 5, and the post-mortem was over. All the bits of body cleared away, which made a nice change. How did it go? The old pathologist shrugged and tossed his waxy trousers into a plastic laundry hamper. Stripped down to his vest and Y-fronts, grey socks slipping down his ankles, a smattering of little red blisters visible on his pasty legs, he pointed at the row of refrigerated drawers.
You want to look?
Not really. But Logan opened the drawer anyway. It was an old man, long grey beard, drink-swollen nose, skin pale and covered in scabs, all in one piece, except for the ugly raw scar left by the Y incision.
Not that one.
Doc Fraser slid the body back into the fridge.
Filthy Freddy, we used to call him. Just another poor homeless bastard. It's the same every year. Soon as the weather starts to turn, they get high or drunk, go to sleep in a shop doorway and don't wake up. That's the trouble with care in the community. Nobody does.
The pathologist pulled out another drawer.
Marcus Young. It's fascinating to see the remains so intact. Thought we were going to be stuck with slabs of meat and bags of mince on this one.
He had a brief scratch at the sides of his stomach.
Fascinating.
Care to define fascinating? Fold wants an update. Doc Fraser sighed and slipped his socked feet back into his morgue clogs.
If he'd bothered turning up for the PM, he wouldn't need an update.
High-powered lunch.
Ah, how the other half live. I had a cheese and pickle sandwich with no bloody pickle in it.
He slid the refrigerated drawer shut, then shuffled out of the cutting room, down the corridor and into the pathologist's office. Logan followed him, making the tea while Doc Fraser climbed into a pair of grey trousers and a stripy shirt, then pulled a V-necked jumper over the top.
2 and a coup for me,
said the pathologist, settling in behind his desk.
I'd offer you a Garibaldi, but someone's eaten them all.
He picked up a pad of A4 and started scribbling on it.
Marcus and Vicky Young were almost certainly killed by the same knife. Approximately 8 inches long, extremely sharp. The husband was beaten unconscious, then his throat was cut vertically from here to here.
He demonstrated by running a finger from just beneath his chin all the way down to his clavicle.
And then from side to side, severing pretty much every major vein and artery north of the heart. He'd have bled out in seconds, especially if he was upside down. Head was removed from the back, which is pretty unusual, in a single cut.
Here you go. Logan plonked a mug of tea on his desk. Milk, 2 sugars.
Ooh, lovely. Anyway, we're looking at someone who's had a lot of practice. It's a remarkable piece of work, very skilled. The skinning alone...
He took a sip of tea.
I'd say our victim probably went from being a living, breathing human being to lumps of meat in about 30 minutes. No hesitation marks around the joints, no false starts, just clean, economical cuts. What about the woman? Oh, she's a different kettle of fish. Same knife, but there's no precision. Her throat was slashed, not cut. This wasn't the flesher's best work. Educated guess, our killer was disturbed.
Disturbed, said a voice from the door. That's a bit of an understatement, isn't it? Bug shit crazy's more like it. Jackie Watson stood on the threshold, the smile slipping from her face as she spotted Logan. My governor wants an update on the post-mortems. See? Doc Fraser stuck a biro in his tea and gave it a stir.
No one wants to attend to things anymore, they just want the edited highlights. What happened to professional pride?
Jackie looked long and hard at Logan. If you like, I can come back later.
Don't be silly.
The pathologist pointed at the visitor chairs.
Sit your bum down, and D.S. McRae will make you a nice cup of tea.
And so began one of the most awkward half-hours Logan had endured for a long time. At one point, while Doc Fraser was going on about blood patterns, Logan's leg accidentally touched Jackie's. She actually flinched. Then, when it was finally over and the pathologist had shooed them out of his office, they stood in the corridor, not looking at each other. Logan, Jackie, it's not... Pause. She coughed. You first. I've been offered a DI's post.
Oh, aye?
Almost sounding impressed. With Folds in Birmingham.
Birmingham?
West Midlands Police. I know who looks after bloody Birmingham. Could you have run any further away?
Don't be like that. Oh, for God's sake, you think I care where you go?
Fine. Bugger off to Birmingham. Abandon everyone. I'm not abandoning anyone.
No?
What about Inch? She counted the points on her fingers. No wife, no kids, no job. I'm not the one stitching him up in my report, and I'm not the one who disappeared off to bloody Strathclyde for 3 months. You are such an arsehole. Doc Fraser stuck his head out into the corridor.
Will you two either shut up or take it outside? This is a mortuary, not a playground.
Grumbling as he shuffled back to his desk.
Making enough noise to wake the dead.
I'm a police officer. They'll be looking for me.
Jesus, said Duncan, settling down on the mattress. She doesn't give up, does she?
I'm a police officer. We know. Shut the hell up. Duncan shook his head. What does she think the flesh is going to say? Oops, terribly sorry, didn't know you were a policewoman. Tell you what, I won't make you into burgers after all. You're free to go, mum's the word. Pathetic. Heather looked at him. Remind me again what I saw in you. I make you laugh. I'm great in bed. And I do a mean beef bourguignon. Oh, and I got you drunk and knocked up. Help! I can't sleep. Not surprised with that bloody racket going on. Please! The new woman's voice was beginning to go, cracking from all that shouting. She's got to stop sooner or later. Duncan? Heather reached for him, holding his hand in hers. Duncan, I've been thinking. I want you to move on. Don't be silly. I mean it. Be with Justin. He needs his father. Look after him. And leave you all alone with the dark? I'm not alone. I've got Kelly. She smiled at him. It's okay. I'm not mad anymore. Duncan looked down, the light from the hole in his head glowing like a million dying suns. I'm scared. I know, sweetheart. If you ever need me for anything. She silenced him with a kiss, and when she opened her eyes, he was gone. Heather got the feeling he wouldn't be back. Chapter 55. The clock radio cast a green glow across the bedroom. 05:58, 17 minutes before the alarm was due to go off. Logan yawned, rolled over onto his back,
and stared at the ceiling. A DI in Birmingham. Detective Inspector Logan McRae. It had a nice ring to it, like something off the television. It wasn't as if he had anything keeping him here, not even... An arm wrapped itself around his chest, and Logan nearly screamed. There was someone on the other side of the bed, asleep, her dark, curly hair rumpled across the pillow like an explosion in a mattress factory. And then it all came back. The trip to the pub, drinks, Jackie turning up with that Janice Mackay woman from Glasgow, him refusing to chicken out and leave, still stinging from Jackie's running away rant, more drinks, bumping into each other on the way to the toilets, the long, tipsy heart-to-heart. There was a muffled snork, a huge yawn, and Jackie was staring blearily at him. And then she hid her face in her hands. "Please, tell me we didn't. Oh, God, we did, didn't we?" He slipped out of bed and grabbed a towel off the back of the chair, wrapping it round himself before clicking on the light. Jackie, I don't, okay? You don't get to say it this time, I do." She sat up, hauling the duvet with her, making sure everything was covered. "Last night was a one-off, drunken break-up sex, nothing more. It doesn't mean anything." Logan nodded. "Now," Jackie glanced around the bedroom, probably looking for her industrial underwear. "If you don't mind leaving the room, I'd like to get dressed." Bloody hell. Logan stood in Elizabeth Nichols' lounge and surveyed the damage. It was as if someone had gone wild with a cricket bat, the walls discoloured with snow globe water and little flakes of glitter, the floor covered in curved shards of glass and broken plastic. The TV was battered to smithereens, the sofa shredded, the standard lamp a very non-standard shape. A bloodstain marked the wall by the kitchen door. The plasterboard buckled and cracked around it. "As far as I can tell," said the IB's pet goth, her face as pale as her white SOC suit, "this was where someone's head was rammed into the wall." She knelt on the carpet and demonstrated in slow motion. The dent was just the right size and shape. "No idea if the blood's the householder's or PC Munro's, though. We've called for the mobile DNA unit." It wasn't the only bloodstain in the place. There were smears on the balustrade, as if someone had staggered downstairs, trying to keep themselves upright. A spatter of red infected the kitchen floor like chicken pox, drops of scarlet on the landing. Every single room had been trashed. Folds stood in the kitchen doorway, SOC suited and booted, hood up, latex gloves, blue plastic shoe covers, worried look on his face. He waved Logan over, leading him through the train-wrecked kitchen to the patio doors, where no one would hear them. "I didn't know this was going to happen. It was a long shot, a safety precaution. Elizabeth Nichol wasn't even his type." "They might still be alive. The floor's not soaked in blood. He's got to keep them somewhere, a basement, disused industrial unit somewhere." Folds turned his back on the ruined room. "The bloody media are going to love this." "We should think about setting up roadblocks." "How the hell did he get past the officers watching the place? They were supposed to monitor everyone going in or out. What sort of useless, half-wit, haggis-munching bastards?" "This isn't helping." Logan glanced out the window, still dark, just a hint of pre-dawn light staining the horizon. "Sun'll be up in half an hour. We need to get a fingertip search organised, find out how the Flesher got in here." Folds looked at him. "You're right. We have to focus, lay out a game plan, strategise." He closed his eyes and rubbed his fingertips into his temples. "We'll need a press release. Appeal for witnesses, photos of Nichol and PC Munro. We'll tell them that Munro volunteered to look after a vulnerable witness who'd refused protection." "Volunteered? I didn't know this was going to happen, okay? Asking Munro to stay was the right decision at the time, given the circumstances. Yes, in hindsight, we should have taken Elizabeth Nichol into protective custody whether she liked it or not, but it's too late for that now. We have to stay focused on how we get them both back, alive. We can ply the blime game later. The media briefing was a disaster. As soon as the chief constable finished reading out the prepared statement, the questions started flying. How could Grampian police let one of their own be abducted by the Flesher? Why wasn't Elizabeth Nicholl given proper protection? Who was responsible? Was there going to be a public inquiry?
Jesus,
said Steele, standing next to Logan, as far away from the cameras as possible.
Straight to the finger-pointing. Tell you lads, we don't get Munro back in one piece. We're screwed.
She pointed at Folds, sitting up there on the podium next to his Aberdeen counterpart.
You think they'll throw that brummy cockweasel to the wolves? Will they hell? It'll be one of us.
It wasn't anyone's fault. Nicholl wouldn't take protection.
She shouldn't have been given the bloody choice, and we'd no have lost a police officer.
Logan frowned at her. Not helping.
Aye, well, tough.
The inspector dug out her cigarettes.
I've had enough of this crap. Give us a shout when the dust settles.
Half an hour later, they were all upstairs in the boardroom, getting snarled at by Chief Constable Baldy Bryan. How exactly did the Flesher get both of them out past 2 unmarked police cars? D.S. Beattie might have been blushing. It was difficult to tell under all that beard. We clocked every vehicle going in and out of the street, and the 2 streets either side. PNC checked the lot, all residents. I want them hauled in here and questioned. The chief constable must have caught the expression on D.I. Steele's face, because he rounded on her. You have something to say, Inspector? She shrugged.
Just think it's a bit of a coincidence, don't you? Suddenly the Flesher lives 4 doors down from the Nicholl place.
Actually, Dr. Goulding, Folds's pet psychologist, straightened his horrible tie and waited for their undivided attention. It's not that unusual. Some serial killers start close to home, then spread the wings. Others select victims from the people they see around them every day. They stay close. And others are building up to something. There was a chap in the States who decapitated older women, only stopped when he finally got round to cutting off his mother's head. He'd been working up the courage. Goulding smiled, as if that somehow made his anecdote more palatable. Given the level of destruction at the Nicholl house, I think it's fair to say that our killer's finally lost control. 20 years he's been operating with impunity, but since Halloween, he's been under a lot of pressure. Thursday night he almost got caught. 1 victim escaped. He had to kill a second and hide a body in a bush, abandon the partially butchered remains of a third. He's not in control anymore, and that's never happened to him before. So he goes out for revenge, even though he knows it's high risk. The psychologist nodded, agreeing with himself. It's taken 20 years, but the man you call the Flesher is finally escalating.
Aye, said Steele. It's a comforting thought, all right. Sure it'll make Munro's husband and kids feel all warm and fuzzy inside.
I'm just saying that it's the end game as far as the Flesher's concerned. He's unlikely to come back from this. Most likely it's the start of a spree.
Jesus, that's even more comforting. The bastard was bad enough when he was in control. Can you imagine what he'll be like now?
Help me, please, help me, sobbing in the darkness. Please. Heather, you awake? With all that racket going on? She rubbed at her eyes, feeling gritty all over. You get any more of those pills? We could both... They made you feel ill. I just want to sleep. The shouting stopped, replaced by incoherent screaming and the sound of Mrs. I'm a police officer throwing herself against the metal walls of the prison. Heather groaned and stared up into the impenetrable dark. Kelly, tell me a story. I don't... Please. Help me! Kelly went silent. I can't think of anything. Heather reached through the bars, feeling for her cellmate's hand. Tell me about your mum and dad, the nice ones. There was a long pause, and then she realised Kelly was crying. Oh, God, I'm sorry. It's okay, you don't have to. A sniff. No, Kelly squeezed Heather's hand tight.
Once upon a time there was a princess, and it was her birthday. She was 12, and she was going to see the aristocrats in the cinema and have fish and chips for tea. Kelly, you don't have to. They were singing as they drove from their castle in Bankery into the city. The sun was shining. I'm a police officer! The sun was shining, and they had the windows rolled down. The princess had been given a big bag of jelly babies for her birthday, and she leant forward from the back seat to offer the king and queen some. The king liked the red ones best, and while he was looking for one... She stopped. The truck. An evil wizard. Heather could feel her trembling on the other side of the bars. It was like being struck by thunder. The noise. Oh, God, it was the loudest thing I ever heard. And there was glass everywhere, and Mum screamed, and then everything went round and round, end over end. She squeezed Heather's hand so hard it hurt. We were upside down at the side of the road, and I can't move, and no one else is moving, and they're hanging there, like bats, upside down with their seatbelts on. And then there's blood everywhere. Oh, Kelly, I'm so sorry. And I'm trapped on the roof of the car, and I'm covered with it. Mum and Dad are dead, and I'm soaked with blood.
Chapter 56. Rennie stuck the big stack of newspaper on Logan's desk and crashed into one of the visitors' chairs.
Where's Chief Constable Creepy Crippen, then?
In with professional standards, and don't be an arsehole. Logan flicked through the pile. P&J, Evening Express, Aberdeen Examiner, Scotsman, Observer, a bunch of other broadsheets, and a pile of tabloids too. Anything?
Bugger all. No one printed Elizabeth Nichols' name. Never mind her address. Nothing on the radio either, or the telly. Media departments say they didn't release the details.
So how did the flesher know where to find her? Rennie sagged so far down the plastic seat, he was almost on the carpet.
Did you...
He blushed, looked at the stack of papers, coughed.
Did you tell anyone about Laura?
What? That you're a dirty old man and she's
15.
The blush went nuclear. Oh, you have got to be kidding me.
I did a PNC check. I swear, I thought she was older. She told me she was going to university.
Yeah, when she's finished her O-levels.
I didn't know.
Rennie twitched.
You can't tell anyone, okay? Please. You saw her. She was all over me from the start. I didn't know.
Bloody hell. 15.
She doesn't look 15. You saw her. You bought her drinks in the pub.
Yeah, but there's a bit of a difference between buying a minor a rum and coke and painting her with golden syrup, then licking it off.
Oh, God. I'll have to go to court. I'll lose my job. My mum'll find out. What'll the papers say?
Probably something classy like, PC paedophile showed me his truncheon.
It's not funny. What am I going to do? If anyone finds out...
He looked on the verge of tears.
I didn't know.
Logan took pity on him. I looked it up. Section 5.5 of the Criminal Law, Consolidation Scotland Act 1995. Says you've got a defence if you genuinely believed she was over 16.
I did. You know I did.
And you're under 24 years of age when the offence was committed. Rennie looked as if something special had just happened in his trousers.
I'm 23.
He closed his eyes and slid off the chair.
Oh, thank you, dear, sweet fucking Jesus.
You're welcome. Now, get your arse back up here. We've got more important things to worry about. He dumped the newspapers on the floor, like how the flesher found Elizabeth Nicholl. Rennie scrambled into the seat.
I never would have touched her if I'd known.
Will you bloody concentrate? We've got 2 women out there who are going to wind up as Happy Meals if we don't do something. So come on. Who knew where Nichols lived? Rennie scrubbed his face with his hands, relief oozing out of him like a very happy smell.
I don't... Hospitals, doctors, nurses, admin staff... They'd all have access to her patient records when she got admitted after the attack.
Good. I want you to get someone up there, see if anyone fits Goulding's latest profile. Who else knew?
Police.
The constable poked the desk. "We knew. Better yet, Faulds knew. Where was he Thursday night, eh?" "Oh, for God's... Think about it. We all went to the pub, but he didn't come, did he? He'd be a dab hand at covering his tracks, knows forensic procedure inside out. He's got all them mystery bruises, and every time there's a... Enough! OK? Faulds is not the bloody Flesher." Logan tossed PC Munro's FLO report across the desk. "No need to get all... Read it, you idiot. Control says Munro called through an update at 2 o'clock. Elizabeth Nichol is local, 49, single, lives alone, one sister, one brother. Both parents are dead. She likes swimming, romantic fiction, and collecting snow globes. No accounting for taste." Rennie flicked through the report till he got to the photograph of Elizabeth Nichol's bruised face. "How come she's not fat-tastic? Thought the Flesher liked them self-basting." "Wrong place at the wrong time. If she hadn't been borrowing a cookery book from the Youngs, he wouldn't have touched her." Logan went back to the death board. "Mind you, Goulding thinks Nichol might be the end of some sort of chain, that she was a close-to-home victim the Flesher's been working up to." A thoughtful expression slowly crawled its way across Rennie's face. "Maybe the Flesher followed her to the Youngs' house and they were the ones in the wrong place at the wrong time. Which brings us right back to how does the Flesher know her?" Logan picked up the latest crime scene photo from the board. Elizabeth Nichol's lounge covered in shattered snow globes and ruptured furniture. There was no sign of forced entry, so she let him into her house. That makes him a friend or a colleague, neighbour or family member. Or chief constable. I'm not going to tell you again. Steele's doing the neighbours. See if you can dig up Nichol's brother and sister. Logan checked his notes. Jimmy and Kelly. I'll take the workmates. Which was easier said than done. PC Munro hadn't passed on any details about Elizabeth Nichol's employers. Logan had no idea who she worked for. He dug out his phone and started dialing. Kelly had cried for a while. It was difficult holding her with the bars in the way, but in the end the shuddering had stopped. Heather gave her a squeeze. "How are you feeling?" "Better. I feel better." She sniffed. "I've never told anyone about it before." Sigh. "I miss them. I really do miss them. They were so kind. If I messed up, they'd sit down and talk to me. No more cigarette burns or cracked ribs, black eyes. Dad never raised his hand to me, not even when I broke his coronation mug. They sound nice." "Help me!" The bloody policewoman had started up again. Kelly shifted in the darkness. "Heather, I'm glad you're here." "I'm a police officer." Heather smiled. "I'm glad you're here too. Strange, isn't it, being glad someone else is trapped in this little metal prison? You won't get away with this." "You think she's ever going to shut up?" "They'll be looking for me." Kelly patted Heather's hand. "Yes." And then she moved away from the bars. "Do you want any more medicine?" "Let me go, you bastard!" "It makes me feel bad." "Sure you don't want any?" "Positive." "Please!" "Did you hear something?" Kelly's voice was low and urgent. "He's coming back." "What do—" "I'm a police officer!" "Close your eyes. Pretend you're asleep." Heather peered out into the darkness. "But roll over. Away from the bars. Keep your eyes closed or you'll know you've not taken your medicine." And he would hurt Kelly. Heather rolled over onto her side and screwed her eyes shut, lying perfectly still beneath the duvet. A metal clunk, and then the groan of unoiled hinges, the door opening, and light flooded their prison. She could feel it burning through her eyelids. Some rustling, and then Kelly said, "She's sleeping." The light went out, and everything was darkness again. Then the boom of the door closing echoed through the metal cell, momentarily drowning out WPC's shouty. "I'm a police officer. They'll find you. You hear me? They'll—" "Oh, God. No, please. I didn't—" Then there was screaming. Heather waited for the bolt gun's crack, and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 57. Logan tried HM Customs and Revenue, but no one would speak to him without a warrant. It was the same story at Elizabeth Nichols' bank, so he gave up and put a call through to the PC they'd left guarding the woman's ruined home, asking him to have a poke about and see if he couldn't find any payslips or bank statements. 20 minutes later, and the constable was back with the name of a haulage firm in Inverurie and a complaint about the number of journalists and TV people crawling all over Nichols Street.
Had to chase two of the bastards out of the back garden. Bit of backup would be nice.
Logan said he'd see what he could do, hung up, and tried the hauliers.
Hello, Garioch United International Distribution Limited. Hope you're having a good day. How may I direct your call?
It took a while, but eventually Logan managed to persuade her to put him through to someone in charge.
Oh, for God's sake, what now?
Mr. Arthur, this is Detective Sergeant.
Don't you people have anything better to do? I told your colleague everything, okay? Now, if you don't mind, I've got a golf game at...
Who did you speak to?
A woman. What's her name?
There was some rustling at the other end.
Michelle. No. Monroe. Wanted to know about someone who used to work here. Elizabeth Nicholl.
Used to?
We had to let her go a couple of months ago. Shame. Been with us 8 years. Look, I've been through all this already, and...
What did she do?
Driver. Trucks and vans. Used to do a lot of Eastern Europe drops for us, before we lost the bloody contract.
Which explained the collection of unpronounceable snow globes.
What else did you tell PC Monroe? She wanted a list of all Elizabeth's trips, destinations, clients, dates and stuff, as if we haven't got anything better to do than...
You do understand she's missing, don't you? She's been abducted, her house trashed. There's a policewoman missing too. Both their lives are at risk. I think that's a little more important than a round of bloody golf, don't you? There was an embarrassed silence, and then...
What do you need?
Everything PC Monroe asked for, and a list of all your employees too.
One last thing.
Do you know Miss Nicholl well?
She's okay. Bit soft at times, you know, all that charity work and stuff. Forever doing sponsored this and fundraising that.
Pause.
She really been abducted?
Yes. Logan dug a notepad out of his piles of paperwork and started asking questions. By the time Faulds put in an appearance, Logan was scribbling things up on the whiteboard.
"Cup of tea?" asked the chief constable. "I got a packet of custard creams."
He dumped a Marquis plastic bag on his desk and peeled off his jacket.
"Bloody choking it down out there."
Logan stepped back and looked at his handiwork. A list of Elizabeth Nicholl's friends and acquaintances. It wasn't exactly comprehensive, but it was all he could get out of the combined personnel at Garioch United International Distribution. At least now they had somewhere to start putting together a timeline of Elizabeth's last movements. He'd put another 2 columns on the side, one headed Brother Jimmy, the other Sister Kelly, with a couple of question marks under each. Still no word from Rennie.
"I said, do you want a cuppa?"
"What?" Logan turned away from his scribblings.
"Oh, thanks. How did you get on with professional standards?"
"Thought my days of worrying about the rubber heelers were long gone." Faulds peered at the board. "Who the hell are Garioch United thingamy?" "It's pronounced Geary. The area around Inverurie. Elizabeth Nicholl works there. Worked there."
"Geary? Then why the hell's it spelt Garioch?"
He went round the office, picking up the dirty mugs, muttering.
"Honestly, that's what's wrong with this bloody country. All the road signs are designed to make visitors look like arseholes."
On his way out the door, Logan tried Rennie on his mobile phone, the clank and scrape of cutlery on crockery, some swearing, then the constable was on the line.
"I'm having my lunch, okay?
Jimmy and Kelly Nicholl.
I'm allowed lunch, aren't I? Even bloody mass murderers get lunch."
"Did you find them?"
"No. Tried every spelling I could think of, but they're not in the PNC or on the electoral register.
Maybe they emigrated because someone wouldn't let them eat their fish pie in peace. Logan hung up and tried himself, but Rennie was right. There was no sign of Jimmy or Kelly in the police national computer. He widened the search, looking to see if he could pick up Elizabeth's birth records, but the database didn't go back that far. So he tried her parents' details instead. Munro had left their names, Edward and Sheila, when she'd called in her final update on Thursday afternoon. Probably one of the last things she'd done before the flesher grabbed her. According to the PNC, Edward and Sheila both died in a car crash in 1970. So that was no bloody... Edward and Sheila. Car crash. Logan sat back in his seat and tried to figure out why that sounded familiar. Something to do with Steele and Alec and dead men with humorous facial hair.
Couldn't have kids of his own, so they adopted a little girl from a broken home.
Logan grabbed his phone and went hunting through his notebook, wanting contact details for the little old man who'd shown them round Trinity Hall. The Flesher's boxmaster picked up on the fourth ring.
Ewan Morton speaking?
The familiar up-and-down lilt of a Fife accent. Mr. Morton, it's D.S. McRae. We met last week. You were telling me about your mentor.
Oh, yes, Sergeant McRae. I've been following the case in the papers. Dreadful, isn't it?
Your mentor, Edward. What was his last name?
Nicol. Edward Nicol.
Pause.
Why?
And the girl he adopted?
Elizabeth. Oh, lovely girl. She was at our silver wedding anniversary and...
Did Elizabeth ever talk about her brother and sister?
She didn't have... Oh, you mean from before they adopted her? She used to have nightmares about her brother. I remember Edward saying she'd wake up screaming in the middle of the night. From what I gathered, he took after their... What is it they call them these days? The biological father. She had a pretty rough time growing up, so...
Do you know what her original name was? The old man was starting to sound a little flustered.
No, I can't. Look, what's all this about?
It's important. A sigh.
I think it was someone associated with the trade, but not in the trade, if that makes sense. I know it wasn't another member.
Can you find out for me?
What? Well, I'm supposed to be seeing my chiropodist.
Thought you always wanted to help with a murder investigation. Ewan Morton's sing-song voice grew an edge of steel.
Don't worry. You can count on me.
And to hell with his bunions. The Flesher's boxmaster was as good as his word. 20 minutes later, he was back on the phone, sounding out of breath.
Had to go to Trinity Hall. Went through all the minutes from 1966.
He went quiet for a while. Mr. Morton, are you okay?
Just a little angina. The minutes show that Edward adopted the daughter of a man called James Suter. He wasn't a member of the Fleshers, but he worked in a slaughterhouse as a butchery assistant.
Another pause, and this time Logan could hear the puff of an inhaler in the background.
It says here he had an industrial accident. Sleeve caught in a bit of machinery, lost most of his arm. The council took Elizabeth into care, and Edward adopted her.
Logan was scribbling in his notebook. What about her sister and brother? Any mention of what happened to them?
No, just Elizabeth.
OK, thanks. You've been a great help. Logan was about to hang up when he realised there was something he hadn't asked. The slaughterhouse where Suter worked, what was it called?
It was on the site of that big new place. What's it called? Mine's going. The one in Turriff. Been in all the papers.
Alaba Farm Fresh Meats. Bingo.
Aye, that's the one. Never did understand why they couldn't spell Alba properly. You'd think someone would have said.
Logan barged into the main incident room. DCS Bain was deep in conversation with Folds, while wee fat Alec played with his lens cap. On, off, on, off. Logan marched over, and Folds looked up, smiled, and held out a mug of tea. It was cold.
Ah, just in time. I want to get your opinion on...
We've got a suspect.
Oh, wait, not yet.
Alec pressed buttons and fiddled his focus.
And action.
Bain scowled at him.
What have I told you about that? Sorry, force of habit.
Jimmy Souter. He's Elizabeth Nichols' brother. Their father worked at the Turriff abattoir. Maybe Goulding was right. He's been building up to taking revenge on his sister.
What?
Mother abandons them. Father loses an arm in an industrial accident. Elizabeth gets taken into care and adopted. She got a loving family. He got stuck at home with a violent, alcoholic father. It hadn't taken long to dig up Daddy Dearest's criminal record. Drunk and disorderly, assault, criminal damage, child endangerment, a couple of what they used to call domestic incidents. One involving a frying pan full of bacon fat. It wasn't surprising the mother left, just a shame she hadn't taken her kids with her.
And does this Jimmy Souter have prior?
We don't know. This was the bit that Logan wasn't so happy about. I can't find him anywhere. Chances are he was adopted too, so he'll have a different surname now. I've got Rennie going through all the children's homes in Grampian for any record of him, Elizabeth or their sister Kelly. Bain turned and asked Folds what he thought, but Logan wasn't finished yet. I did a search on the father, James Souter. He's wasting away in a hospice up the coast, but he still owns a house. It's one of the dilapidated ones that backs on to Alaba Farm Fresh Meats, number 3. Bain grabbed the phone off the desk and put the call through to control. They were going now, and they were going mob-handed. Chapter 58. Logan put his foot down, doing 80 on the twisting A947 north out of Dice, lights and sirens blaring. 3 vans, all loaded down with firearms-trained officers, 2 patrol cars and a couple of CID's scabby Vauxhalls, with Logan struggling to keep up at the tail end of the convoy. Folds was in the passenger seat, holding on for dear life, while Alec sat in the back, bouncing from side to side like an unattractive ping-pong ball. He'd brought a friend with him, someone called Mike from the BBC, there to watch his back when he went in with the firearms team. As if a dozen heavily armed officers wasn't going to be enough protection. They went through Newmarket at full speed, then roared up the windy road to Old Meldrum, tractors and 4x4s getting out of their way. Constant radio chatter. Logan turned it down and asked Folds to put through a call to control. Get them to send someone out to Elizabeth Nichols' place. She might have been in contact with her brother. Tell them they're looking for photo albums, letters, postcards, anything that might tell us where he lives. Folds released his death grip on the dashboard for long enough to pull out his mobile phone. Why are we always trying to break the bloody sound barrier? He punched a couple of numbers into the phone and gave a small squeal as Logan threw the car round the last bend and they hammered into Old Meldrum, the convoy roaring straight through and out the other side. Past Fyvie, Birkenhills and Dara without even slowing down, and on to Turriff. The sky was almost black, golden shafts of sunlight spearing through gaps in the heavy cloud, making the little market town glow. They killed the sirens as they passed the swimming pool, just the flashing lights to warn Saturday afternoon shoppers out of the way, not wanting to give Jimmy Souter too much advance warning. Kelly? Heather whispered into the darkness. Kelly? Can you... The door creaked open, spilling light into the cell, catching Heather kneeling on the mattress holding on to the bars. She tried to duck, but it was too late. He was standing in the doorway staring at her, the front of his butcher's apron stained dark red. She turned to ask Kelly, but Kelly wasn't there. Heather was alone in the little metal cocoon. There was a wheelbarrow sitting in the dirt corridor behind him, and Heather could make out a tuft of blonde hair poking over the edge, white and red bones sticking up in the dank air. Oh, God! How long had she been asleep? The flesher pointed at her, then at his stomach, head tilted to one side in question. Heather's eyes went back to the wheelbarrow. Is that Kelly?" The flesher shook his head and pointed a blood-smeared finger down the corridor, where PC Screams-a-Lot had been. He did the stomach thing again. "Yes, I'm hungry." He nodded, stepped back outside, picked up the barrow's handles, and walked it out of view. The wheels squeaked away into the silence. "Do you think he's killed her?" Duncan stepped through the bars, pausing on the threshold to look up and down the corridor. "I'd be ashamed, that. She was nice." "Maybe," said Mr. New, "he's put her in the policewoman's cell." "Why would he do that, unless he's going to kill and eat her?" "Good point." "He can't. She's my friend." Now, darling," her mother said, "no point crying over spilt milk, is there? Or blood." Heather clamped her hands over her ears. "She can't be dead." "Why not? We are." Tears. "She can't." "You know," said a new voice, one Heather hadn't heard before, "you've still got the knife." And suddenly Duncan, Mother, and Mr. New were gone. She turned, but there was no one there. "Hello?" Just the empty metal cell. Heather slid her hand underneath the mattress for the forgotten knife. The blade shone pale blue in the dim light that filtered in from the corridor outside. "There you are," said the voice. "All you need to do is slip that into his guts when he comes back." "I've never killed anyone." "If he's hurt Kelly, doesn't he deserve to die?" "But I'll be trapped in here." "Oh, I'm sure he has the keys on him. In fact, is it even locked? You've not checked for ages, have you?" Heather's eyes drifted across the bars to the heavy Yale padlock. "Who are you?" "Who do you think I am?" And suddenly, Heather knew. "You're the dark." "The knife, Heather. That's how it works. If you want to be my favourite, you have to use the knife." "But—" She stepped across to the small gate set into the bars and reached up for the padlock. The dark was right. It wasn't even locked. Heather sat down on the mattress, the knife cold and vibrant in her hands. The dark wanted her to do it, kill the flesher and be the favourite. Save Kelly, take his place at the top of the food chain, live forever in the dark. A clunk, and he was back, carrying a plate of food that smelt delicious, liver, onions and creamy mashed potatoes. He stepped up to the bars, and Heather tightened her grip on the knife. The abattoir car park was nearly full. The sounds of cattle and sheep echoed out from round the back of the huge building where the unloading docks and pens were. Alaba Farm Fresh Meats was back in business. The convoy slipped past and up the small road on the other side, the one flanked with 5 dilapidated and deserted houses, their windows boarded up or broken, gardens overrun with weeds and yellow grass, their red sandstone walls stained and blackened, glistening in the headlights. The vans bounced to a halt on the potholed road, then the doors were flung open and armed officers piled out, charging up to number 3 in the growing gloom. Logan sat in the car with his fingers crossed, watching as the firearms team took their positions. Alec and his minder from the BBC bringing up the rear. Warped plywood sheets covered the downstairs windows. The door looked as if it hadn't been touched in 20 years, the paint blistered away by weather and time, until there was nothing but grey wood left. The portable battering ram sent it flying inwards. The black-clad figures swarmed inside. Heather wasn't sure where the noise came from, but the flesher looked up, his dark eyes invisible in the depths of the mask, staring at the ceiling. She slipped the knife out from behind her back and slid it into his belly, all the way up to the hilt. Hot blood poured over her hand, making the handle slippery and sticky at the same time, as she pulled the blade out and plunged it back in again, and again, and again. The flesher didn't even make a sound. The place was a mess, rotting carpets sending up clouds of dust as the firearms team swept through the building. Detective Constable Simon Rennie lurched into what had to be the lounge, the torch attached to his machine pistol, picking details out of the darkness, a mouldering sofa, a couple of disintegrating armchairs, a fireplace full of broken crockery, windows boarded over. He did the little nimble-toed dance they'd taught him during the firearms course, a swift 360 turn that covered all four corners of the room, then off round the furniture while someone else watched the door. "Clear," voices sounded in his earpiece. "Upstairs is clear, kitchen clear, bathroom clear." That only left the cellar. Rennie joined the rest of the team at the door leading down from the kitchen. It was much brighter in here, thanks to the spotlights on Alec's TV camera, showing up the mouldy wallpaper, rotting table, brown-stained sink, curling linoleum floor. "OK," said the sergeant in charge. "We go on 3. Rennie, Caldwell, you're on point. No mistakes and no getting shot, understand?" "Yes, ma'am." "On 3. 1, 2... The flesher looked down at Heather's hand, wrapped around the handle of the knife, then up into her eyes. Deep within those lifeless rubber sockets, Heather could see something glint as he cocked his head to the side and stared at her. He stepped back from the bars, placed the plate with the liver and onions within easy reach, turned, and left. He didn't bother closing the door. Heather's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the mattress, still clutching the knife in her blood-soaked hand. "Honey, are you okay?" The dark had been testing her. It told her to stab him, and she had. It promised she'd be the favourite. It promised. "Only you look like you've seen a ghost." Maybe there was something wrong with the knife. She ran her thumb along the edge, pressing just hard enough to break the skin, and felt no pain. Pressed harder till the blade sliced through the pad and scraped along the bone, her blood mingling with his. "Seriously, you should lie down." "He can't die. He's part of the dark. He's eternal." "Ah," Duncan smiled. "Only just figured that out, have you?" Heather held her thumb up, watching the cut surface ooze. "Blood to blood." "I know what you're thinking, but..." "Now I'm part of the dark. I passed the test." "Heather." She laid the point of the blade against her stomach, just above her belly button. "Come on, honey." Duncan knelt in front of her. "Don't do this." "Blood to blood." She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and plunged the knife in, once, twice, 3 times, ripping it back and forth, slashing herself wide open, staining the mattress dark, shining red. The knife's not real. Stabbing, stabbing, stabbing. A dry hand wrapped around her own, holding it still. "Heather, it's not real. You're imagining it." She opened her eyes, looked down at her stomach. Nothing broken, nothing torn, not even a drop of blood on her hands. But the knife. The dark said..." Feeling the tears start to come. "The knife..." "Shh, it's okay." Duncan wrapped her in his arms, holding her close. "But it was real. It was..." "Shh, you've gone mental, remember? There never was a knife." He kissed the top of her head as she cried. "It's just what's left of your mind playing tricks on you, like talking to dead people." He placed a finger under her chin and tilted her head up until she was looking into his beautiful eyes. "Even I'm not real." "I don't want to be crazy." He kissed her, then told her it was too late to worry about that now. Chapter 59. The lead firearms officer pointed back towards the house. "Place has been deserted for years. We've been all over it from attic to basement, and there's no sign of anyone. IB can tear the place apart, but I'll bet you £1 to a penny there's nothing there." DCS Bain nodded then gave Logan what could only be described as a fucking horrible look.
Well,
Chief Constable Folds stepped in.
just because Jimmy Souter isn't here doesn't mean it wasn't a solid piece of police work. We now have a suspect with a connection to the abattoir and one of the victims. That's a lot more than we had this morning.
We're still no closer to finding P.C. Munro. Folds asked Bain if he could have a quiet word, leading him away out of earshot as the firearms team piled back into their vans and sodded off before the rain started.
I can see why you're thinking about leaving.
It was Jackie, dressed in her full ninja police gear, black shoes, black trousers, black t-shirt, black stab-proof vest with a black fleece over the top.
A chief constable who's not an arsehole.
Logan nodded.
And you're going back to Strathclyde?
If they'll have me after this.
They stood and watched as the IB marched into the old Souter house, armed with crowbars, pickaxes and shovels to tear the place apart.
Jackie, I'm sorry.
For what?
Pretty much everything.
By 20 to 5, most of the odds and sods had disappeared back to the station in time to punch out and go to the pub. Now it was just Logan, Folds, wee fat Alec, the IB team, and an unidentified PC standing guard outside the house in the pouring rain. Whoever it was, they must have really pissed someone off to end up with that job. Rain drifted down in undulating sheets, caught in the glow of the abattoir's security spotlights between the Leilandi hedge and the blood-blister sky. The row of bleak, dead houses slowly rotted in the darkness. Only the old Souter place showed any sign of life, light oozing out through the occasional gap in the plywood sheets that covered the windows, the bang and crunch of demolition as the IB tore out fireplaces and ripped up floorboards. Poking and prodding every nook and crevice for evidence of P.C. Munro, Elizabeth Nichol, or her brother Jimmy.
Well, Folds shifted round in the passenger seat of their pool car. Have you decided?
D.I. McRae, West Midlands Police.
Logan turned and offered Folds his hand to shake.
Pleased to meet you.
Folds smiled.
Excellent. I'll get someone to start the paperwork as soon as we get back to the station.
The rear passenger door opened and someone jumped in out of the rain.
Bloody hell!
It was Jackie, looking like a drowned rat as she pulled off her peaked cap and shook it in the footwell.
Like going for a swim out there.
Logan stared at her in the rear-view mirror.
Thought you'd gone back to the ranch.
She grimaced.
Put the heating on. I'm freezing.
He started the engine and turned the blowers up full. Reheated, greasy air filled the car.
Don't tell me you're the poor sod. He pointed through the misty windscreen at the Souter place.
The grimace turned into a scowl.
DCI Mackay wasn't impressed by my revised report on Inch's handling of the investigation. Thinks I should have screwed him to the carpet.
I thought you had.
Yeah, well, she shrugged. You were right, okay? Don't rub it in. She huddled forwards into the gap between the two front seats and cupped her hands over the air vents, complaining that they were still cold.
You'll get chilblains.
Bite me.
At least she was talking to him again. And then Logan's phone went. D.I. Steele calling from Elizabeth Nichol's ruined house in Newmarket with an update on the search.
No postcards or letters, but the bugger's definitely been here. Found a scrapbook in the spare bedroom, things full of newspaper cuttings. Heather and Duncan Ingalls, Tom and Hazel Stephen, Marcus Young, Maureen and Sandra Taylor. They're all in there, all the little articles from before they went missing, and a lot of the stuff from after as well. Flesher strikes again, couple missing sort of thing. And they're no the only ones. Got stuff in here from Inverness to Eastbourne, and loads of stuff from fuck knows whereistan. Eastern European probably, but I can't read a bloody word of it.
Logan passed on the information. Folds asked for the phone.
Inspector, when does it start, this book? What's the first clipping?
Pause.
Uh-huh. Yes. Is it? Good God. How many do you think? OK. Thanks.
He hung up and returned Logan's mobile. "Looks as if the scrapbook only goes back as far as 2004. Going to have to run all the newspaper clippings against every force's missing persons database." He rubbed a hand across the fogged-up windscreen, revealing the Suter household in all its ominous glory. It looked as if the IB were giving up, hauling their stuff back through the rain and into their filthy van. 2004. Christ knows how many Jimmy Suter killed before that. Jackie nodded. "There'll be more scrapbooks." She must have seen the expression on Logan's face in the rearview mirror, because she turned to stare at him. "What? Suter's a hoarder, isn't he? He'll have every article he's ever clipped." She had a point. "Can you imagine growing up here?" said Logan, watching the IB slowly disappear as the windscreen fogged up again. "Downwind of the abattoir, everything you own covered in a greasy film. Go to school and it clings to your clothes and your hair. All the kids pick on you because you smell. Then you go home and your alky dad beats the shite out of you." Folds wiped the windscreen again. "You're not suggesting this isn't Jimmy Suter's fault? I'm just saying it's, well, not understandable, but, you know, it's amazing Elizabeth Nicol turned out as well as she did. Wonder if her sister..." He trailed off into silence. Fold said something about search warrants and national appeals, but Logan wasn't listening. He was staring out at the row of derelict houses. He pulled out his phone and called the station, getting them to put him through to DC Rennie. There was a long pause while someone went to get the constable out of the locker room showers. The IB van did a clumsy three-point turn and juddered past, the driver waving them a cheery goodbye. The red taillights glowed like halos of blood as it disappeared down the road, leaving them alone in the dark. Alec jogged over to the car and clambered in the back with Jackie. His SOC suit had gone a nasty, patchy grey colour, and it dripped filthy water all over the seats as he shrugged out of it. "Like a demolition derby in there." He coughed, blew his nose, then checked his camera. "Didn't find anything, though. Probably stick the footage together as a 10-second jump cut montage. You know, tearing the skirting off, floorboards up, fireplace." And then Rennie was on the other end of the phone. "Yo! What happened to the children's homes?" "I didn't have time to finish." "This is important, you know. I didn't ask you for fun." Okay. No need to get all snippy. Can I get dressed first, or do you want me to go running upstairs in the all-together?" That was a visual image Logan really didn't need. He hung up. "Well," said Folds, "going to share with the rest of the class?" "I'm a carrot. Rennie is a stick. What if..." "No, wait. Hold on." Alec got his camera going. "And action!" "Would you stop doing that?" Pause. "The whole street's deserted. What if Jimmy just picked one of the other houses? He's been smart enough to get away with this for over 20 years. Logan killed the engine and reached across the chief constable for the glove compartment, looking for the torch. It was buried right at the back in a graveyard of empty crisp packets, and by some strange miracle, the batteries actually worked. Logan clicked it on and shone it through the clear patch of windscreen at the row of dilapidated houses. "You're joking, right?" asked Jackie from the back seat. "We're not seriously going to..." Logan popped open the driver's door and stepped out into the drizzle. "You can stay here if you like. I'm just going for a quick look around." "But we haven't got a search warrant. You can't..." He closed the door before she could start swearing at him. 5 seconds later, Alec was out in the rain too, his HDV camera tucked under his jacket to keep it dry. "Just in case." Chapter 60. Logan swung his torch along the row of dilapidated houses. His beam sparkled against the rain-slicked glass and broken windows. He turned his collar up and picked his way between the potholes to the middle house. Number 3, now festooned with blue and white police ribbon like a shabby, unwanted birthday present. "What do you think, Alec? 1, 2, 4 or 5? "I'm bloody freezing." "You're such a girl." Logan fought his way up the weed-clogged path to number 2. rainwater trickling down the back of his neck. The front door was locked, but the wood was so rotten that a firm push was enough to tear the lock out of the frame. The door creaked open on rusty hinges. His mobile rang as he stepped into the gloomy hallway. Jackie, wanting to know what the hell he was doing. "I'm poking about." "We don't have a warrant for poking about. Fold says you have to get your arse back in the car." "I'm not going to be long. Just want to take a quick look through the other houses. There's a police officer's life at stake, remember?" She said something rude, and he told her it would go much quicker if they got off their bums and helped. There was some muffled conversation, and then Jackie was back with, "Okay, fine, be like that. We'll all go tromping through the rain so you can satisfy your bloody curiosity." So much for being civil. Logan didn't rise to it. "Thank you. We'll do numbers 2 and 1, if you and Fold do 4 and 5. Care to tell me what we're looking for?" "No idea." 5 minutes later, he was back out in the rain again, doing his best to ignore Alec's revolting monologue on the perils of eating a whole family-sized bag of frutellas in one sitting. Torchlight spilled out through the broken windows of number 5. Jackie and Folds might not be happy about searching the place, but at least they were giving it a go. Number 1 was the last building on the deserted street. It was slightly bigger than the others, with a garage tacked onto the side, but the roof sagged like a mouldy hammock, and the front windows gaped black and empty. God knew who owned these ghost properties, but they wouldn't be selling them any time soon. Logan pushed through the wrought iron gate, the squeal of metal on metal following them up the path as it swung slowly shut. A disintegrating sign was fixed to the wall by the front door, "The Laurels," picked out in fading black paint on a scabby grey wood. Logan's torch drifted across the wet sandstone and through the remains of a bay window, crumbling plaster and tattered wallpaper, a mantelpiece littered with bits of collapsed ceiling. The door was locked, and this time giving it a shove wasn't enough. An old bench sat engulfed in a clump of dead brambles, but when Logan tried to drag it under the bay window, it fell to pieces. "Damn." He looked up at the hollow window frame, then back at the cameraman, shivering on the top step. "Want to give me a leg up?" Inside, the lounge stank of damp and mould, the floor sagging alarmingly as Logan landed on the squelchy carpet. Alec's head peeked over the windowsill. "It's safe in there." "I'll let you in the front door." He picked his way around the edge of the room, out into the hall, and up to the front door. A big rusty key stuck out of the lock, jammed nearly solid. Logan worked it backward and forward till the seized-up mechanism gave with a squeal, then dragged the door open. Alec peered inside. "Doesn't look promising, does it?" "We'll start upstairs." Heather sat cross-legged on the mattress, the plate of liver and onions going cold in her lap. Not that it wasn't good. Everything he cooked for her was good. It was just that she didn't know what was real anymore. He was on the other side of the bars, sitting with his back to the rusty red metal wall, his face an expressionless rubber mask. She took her knife and fork and cut another slice of liver, caramelized on the outside, delicate pink on the inside, put it in her mouth and chewed. Moist and rich and tender. Heather had never eaten policewoman before. "Are you—" She tried to remember the name of Kelly's brother. "Jimmy." The flesher tilted his head to one side, that cat-like gesture he always did, questioning. "Is she okay? Kelly? Is she—" She bit her bottom lip, not wanting to say it. "Is she dead?" He placed a hand over his heart, then pointed at her plate of food. "Yes, it's lovely." She took another slice, heaping it with mashed potato and fried onions. "Can I speak to her?" Silence. "She's my friend." A nod. "Please don't hurt her." The flesher reached up, took hold of the rubber mask, and pulled, then froze, the mask half on and half off. There was a noise filtering down from somewhere, like electronic music being played far away. He slid the mask back down over his face and stood, then pulled a long butcher's knife from his apron. It looked exactly the same as the one Heather had been hiding, only this time she knew it was real. "Hold on a minute." Logan stopped at the top of the basement stairs, pulled out his warbling phone, and pressed the green button. "Hello?" Rennie, sounding excited. "I did it! I rule and rock and rule." "Have you been drinking?" "Children's homes. I went through every bastard in social services till I got some doddery old bat who remembered something about a wee girl getting taken into care after her dad lost an arm in a slaughterhouse. You may now worship my—" "What about the other kids, Kelly and Jimmy?" "God knows. I was lucky to get that much out of her." "What bloody good does that do us?" Logan started down the stairs, his torch's beam supplemented by the lights on Alec's camera. "We already know—" "Ah! This is where my genius comes in. She didn't deal with the case herself, but she knows a man who did. We—" Silence. "Time with—" hissing. "Night. Hello? Psst. Hello?" Logan froze on the stairs, then took 2 steps back up. "Hello? Hello? You still there? What did you say?" "Didn't speak to him. Thought you'd want to do that yourself. His number's 01224... Logan pinned the phone between his shoulder and his ear, dug out his notebook, and copied it down. "Thanks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Simon Rennie has left the building." "Oh, no, he bloody hasn't." "What?" "Oh, come on, Just hang around till I've spoken to him, okay? I might need you to follow up on something." He hung up before Rennie could start whinging and dialed the number. "Hello?" An old man's voice. Logan asked him about Elizabeth Souter. There was a long and thoughtful pause. "Nope. It doesn't ring a bell. Sorry." "Well, how about Kelly? No, Jimmy Souter." "Jimmy Souter? Now there's a name I haven't heard in a long, long time. You wouldn't believe the trouble one person can cause. If anything got broken, vandalized, set on fire, it was always Jimmy Souter's fault." "Any idea what happened to him?" "Elizabeth and Kelly. Now I remember. We all breathed a sigh of relief when someone adopted her. Can't have been easy for the family, but I understand she turned out pretty well." "What happened to Jimmy?" "Oh, I suppose he just went away, like all imaginary friends." Logan frowned at the phone. "Imaginary?" "Kelly Elizabeth Souter was a very disturbed young lady when we took her into care, Sergeant. I understand she named Jimmy after her father. Any time she did anything wrong, it was always Jimmy's fault." 30 seconds later, Logan was back on the phone to Rennie. "Just shut up and listen, okay? There's a fax on my desk from Garrioch United something or other. I need to cross-reference all the dates and locations with those incidents you got from Interpol." "But that'll take ages. You've got it all in Holmes, haven't you? Just run a search. It'll take 20 minutes. All right. Jesus. And call me back as soon as you've got anything." "What do I tell Bain?" Logan started down the basement stairs again. "Just let him know—" "What about—" Skrrrr. "Hello? He hung up. At least that would buy him some time. The DCS wasn't going to be too pleased when he found out Logan had sparked a nationwide manhunt for Elizabeth Nichols' childhood imaginary friend. The basement was cluttered. Tea chests full of mildewed clothing, cardboard boxes of paperback books, bloated and blackened by damp, disintegrating furniture, rusty bicycles. "Fuck!" Alex spun round, the spotlight on his camera raking the debris. "Was that a rat?" Logan picked his way into the middle of the rotting maze. The building might have been sandstone, but the basement walls were granite. No wonder there was no signal. He peered into one of the boxes. Mills and Boone, Catherine Cookson, Barbara Cartland. Alec did another panicky pirouette. I bet it's rats. I bet there's hundreds of them down here, feeding on the abattoir's leftovers. Will you calm down? The cameraman shivered. You never read James Herbert? Logan ran his torch across the walls again. Is that a door under the stairs? Probably just a fuse box or something. Can we get out of here before something eats us, please? I fucking hate rats. Tell them your Frutella story. That'll put them off. Logan fought his way round to the door and opened it. Bloody hell. There was a long, dirt corridor on the other side, stretching off into the darkness, at least 20 foot long. Logan stepped inside. The floor was almost shiny, worn with years of use. He swung the door back and forth on its hinges a couple of times. No sound, not even a creak. Alec stumbled through the piles of mouldering boxes and peered over Logan's shoulder. What? The corridor had a strange smell, not the rancid tang of rendered tallow, but something cloying and floral, air freshener or incense. Logan ran his torch along the corridor's rough walls. Get back up the stairs and call Folds. Get him and Jackie over here now. What is it? But Logan was already creeping forwards into the dark, telling himself that he was just going to the end of this bit and no further, just in case. 20 yards in, and the tunnel took a sharp turn right. He eased himself up to the edge and peered round the corner. Another short length of corridor had been dug out of the dirt, but this one had a blanket or a curtain draped over the end, forming a makeshift door. It was probably nothing. These houses had been here for decades, since the 1890s at least. This could be an old air raid shelter or somewhere to hide an illicit still. Whatever it was, Logan was not going in there on his own. When the voice sounded at his shoulder, he nearly screamed. They're on their way over, Alec whispered, camera at the ready. You think this is where he keeps them? We'll find out when Folds and Jackie get here. Alec nodded, looked around, then said, Sure you don't want to take a quick peek? Certain. But what if PC Monroe's in there? Shouldn't we be, saving her? Go charging into an unknown area with no backup and no plan? You mad? The cameraman pursed his lips and made sucking noises. They'd do it if it was in a film. Don't you want to be the hero, ride in on your dirty big horse and save the damsel in distress in the nick of time? Logan stared at him. And get her, you, or me killed in the process. We're waiting till Folds and Jackie get here, and that's final. You don't have to... Shh. Did you hear that? A woman's voice, muffled, somewhere on the other side of the curtain. Bloody hell. And then a scream for help. Oh, shit. Logan pulled out his little canister of pepper spray and charged through the curtain into a low room, chest freezers on one side, and... He didn't even see the blow coming. Interior. A low-ceilinged room lit by 3 flickering fluorescent lights. The walls are panelled with rough wood. Camera pans hard left, jiggling, the lights leaving hot yellow streaks as the autofocus catches on. D.S. McRae is slumped back against the chest freezer, blood on one side of his head. A man crouches over him, dressed in a butcher's outfit and wearing a rubber mask of ex-Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. The man has a knife in his hand, pressed against D.S. McRae's throat. Voiceover. Oh, God. The flesher stares at D.S. McRae for a moment, head on one side, then lowers the knife. Voiceover. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. The flesher stands and turns to face the camera. Voiceover. Oh, God. Picture shakes as the cameraman backs up, then turns and runs. Voiceover, panting and swearing, the sound of fabric rubbing against the microphone. Alec ran for it, too scared to feel guilty about leaving Logan behind. Back through the curtain, puffing already. Why did he have to be such a fat bastard? Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God! Shut up. Shut the fuck up and run. He could hear the flesher coming after him, closing the gap. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. Alec burst through the door back into the basement and slammed into a box of crappy romance novels. He went sprawling, the camera flying out of his hands, clattering against a pile of mating bicycles. The light blinked out, leaving him in darkness. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. He scrabbled to his knees, fumbling forward, trying to find the stairs, trying to find the way out before the door under the stairs opened, spilling pale, yellow light into the crowded basement. The flesher was here. Alec bit his lip and tried not to cry. Keep low. Don't make a sound. A creak. The sound of a foot scuffing the floor. The flesher moving between the stacks of boxes and mouldy debris. Quiet. Not a sound. Don't even breathe. Something brushed his leg, and Alec flinched, staring terrified into the gloom. Oh God, please don't let it be. A pair of black eyes glittered back at him, teeth, claws, naked pink tail. Rat! Alex screamed. He scrambled backwards, kicking out. Fucking rats! Jesus fucking... There was someone behind him. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. Alec looked up into that lifeless rubber face. Please! The flesher grabbed him by the collar and dragged him kicking and screaming back through the door and into the darkness. Chapter 61. Logan rolled over onto his side and threw up on the hard dirt floor. Are you okay? Folds stood back, nose wrinkled against the smell. Logan coughed, spat out a bitter mouthful, and struggled to his knees. Jackie dragged him to his feet, then held him upright, her body warm against his. What the hell were you thinking, charging in here on your own like something out of bloody Die Hard? His head was swimming. She was screaming for help. What was I supposed to do? My God. Folds had opened one of the chest freezers. It's full of meat. He pulled out a chunk of frozen breast, the areola pale purple in its clear plastic vacuum pack. Jackie let go and wandered over to the far wall. There's some sort of grave in the corner. Here lie the mortal remains of Catherine Davidson, beloved companion, died 14th September 2001. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Logan closed his eyes for a moment, then peered out at the low room. The whole place had been lined with chipboard, the wood swollen and peppered with mildew. A large stainless steel butcher's table sat against the opposite wall, a set of knives displayed above it on a pair of magnetic strips. The curtained-off entrance Logan had rushed through lay open, showing the dirt tunnel back towards the house. Another pair of curtains partially hid an opening beside the butcher's table, and a third pair hung at the far end of the row of freezers. Where's Alec? They found him behind curtain number 2. It was a kitchen, the walls covered with the same grimy wood, the floor with chunks of faded carpet. A pair of red colour gas bottles sat in the corner, hooked up to a spotless gas hob and oven. 1970s-style work surfaces and cupboards lined the room in shades of dirty cream and faded mahogany. The whole room reeked of blood and garlic. Alec was hanging upside down in the middle of the room over a tin bath full of dark red, his skin so pale it was nearly translucent. He was still warm. Fold swore, then turned to Logan. Why the hell did you bring him down here? He was a civilian. I didn't know. Do you have any idea what the BBC are going to do to us? It's going to be a PR disaster. Alec, you silly, silly bastard. A circular hole sat in the top of Alec's head, dripping pink and grey gloop into the bathtub full of blood. How could you let this happen? I didn't let anything. Now? Well, you managed to save your own. I ate her mince, okay? That's why. What? Disgust pulled at Folds' face. Whose mince? What the... There is no Jimmy Suter. He doesn't exist. It's Elizabeth. It's always been Elizabeth. She fed those kids human flesh, and they got to live. Logan turned his back on the cameraman's dangling corpse. When she made lunch yesterday, I ate the mince. He pushed through the curtain and back into the butchery, feeling sick again. The third curtain, the one beside the chest freezers, was all roses and birdies, faded to a greasy, mottled grey. Logan took a handful and ripped it down. It was another tunnel, stretching away beyond the soulless light of another fluorescent strip. Less than 6 feet down, 2 sets of metal doors were sunk into the wall, as if someone had buried a pair of offshore containers. One blue, one red. The paintwork pockmarked with rust. Logan hauled the red doors open on groaning hinges. Definitely a container. The metal box was about the same size as Logan's bathroom, with a set of rusty bars running down the middle, empty except for a mattress, a duvet, a chemical toilet, and a set of pulleys bolted to the ceiling. The blue container was a different story. Instead of the pulleys, it had an A-frame made up of scaffolding poles. The floor was spattered with dark red droplets that glittered in the gloom. A pile of black clothes were thrown in the corner. The red container smelled of disinfectant, but this one stank of fear and blood. Jackie stepped carefully inside, her black shoes making sticky noises as she worked her way across the floor and picked up a chunk of fabric. It's a police uniform. She went hunting through the trouser pockets, coming out with a small leather warrant card holder. She flipped it open and swore. Logan stood in the doorway. It's Monroe, isn't it? She was a vegetarian. Fucking hell. Jackie kicked the container wall. Boom. The echo was swallowed by the dirt corridor. Fucking bastarding hell. Another kick. Okay, enough. He grabbed her by the arm and pulled her out into the tunnel. How long did it take you to get here? When Alec called? 10 minutes? 15? Something like that. We had to break down the front door. And you didn't see anyone leaving the house? Of course we bloody didn't. Don't you think we would have said something? Logan nodded, went back into the butchery, and picked up his torch. Dead. He shook it a couple of times, and a thin light flickered on. Good enough. If the flesher didn't go out through the house, there was only one way she could have gone. Logan lurched past the containers and on into the darkness. Chapter 62. It seemed to go on forever, dark and oppressive, smelling of earth and decay, with an undercurrent of meat. The tunnel took a sudden right, an old wooden door blocking the way. Logan stopped with one hand against it, trying to tell if there was someone waiting for him on the other side. He had no intention of finding out the hard way. This is a complete and utter cocking disaster. It was Folds, muttering his way down the corridor, following Jackie and her torch. She stopped when she got to the door and ran the beam over Logan's face. The light was blinding, making him feel sick all over again. Ah, Jesus! He held a hand up over his eyes. You're bleeding, and you look like shite. Ow! Logan flinched away as she prodded the side of his head. Thanks, I love you too. She stared at him. No, you don't. That was the problem, remember? Folds pushed his way to the front. We shouldn't leave all that evidence unguarded. Tell you what then, said Jackie, why don't you stay behind in the dark on your own in the flesher's lair while we go looking for the bastard? I'm sure you'll still be alive when we get back. Are you? Folds looked as if he was about to pull rank, but Jackie was right. There were only 3 of them. Splitting up wasn't an option. Logan grabbed the old bakelite handle and pulled the door open, exposing a blank, white wall. Ah, that's just brilliant, said Folds. Dead end. And while we are arsing about here, the flesh is getting away. He turned. Watson, I want you. Hold on. Logan gave his torch another shake and ran the jaundiced beam around the blank, featureless surface. A couple of small hinges ran down the left-hand side. "It's a door." It took a bit of fiddling, but eventually Logan got the thing to open. There was a storeroom on the other side, full of shelves and cleaning products. Jackie pulled out her extendable baton and clacked it to full length, then inched into the room. "Clear." They followed her past racks of bleach, disinfectant and tubs of antibacterial hand wash. The door at the far end was more traditional. Jackie turned the handle and stepped out into a corridor. White walls, suspended ceiling with fluorescent lighting, stainless steel flooring, the kind with raised diamond patterns to stop people from slipping, the distant rumble and squeak of machinery. A radio playing something innocuous, the almost overpowering smell of lamb. Logan looked up and down the corridor. "Left or right?" "Left. If there's a radio, there's people." Folds set off towards the noise, with Jackie hot on his heels, leaving Logan to trail along behind. Every step making his head swim. The smell, the noise and the bright white walls weren't helping. Probably a concussion, and his phone blared into life, adding to the waves of nausea. He fumbled it out, still marching after Folds and Jackie. "What?" It was Rennie, talking so fast it was nearly gibberish. "I did it! It was a right pain in the arse, but I did it! Every time Elizabeth Nicol was driving her truck on the continent, there's at least one hit from the Interpol files. She's the flesher." "Get a firearms team out to the abattoir now, and an ambulance." Logan stopped for a second, eyes squeezed shut, leaning against the wall to stay upright, mouth suddenly full of saliva. Not going to be sick, not going to be sick. "That's why we've not had any bodies for 18 years. She's been killing her way round Eastern Europe. Baines says—" "Shut up, fuck's sake. Roadblocks, every route out of Turriff." Maybe it would be better to throw up now and get it over with. "You okay?" "No." Logan hung up, pushed off the wall, took a deep breath, and hurried after Folds and Jackie, the mingled sounds of North Sound Radio 2 and heavy machinery getting louder with every step. He limped around the corner into a steamy room that reeked of lamb. A pair of mechanized belts ran along the ceiling, sheep carcasses creaked and swayed their way down one side, fully wooled at one end, skinned and gutted at the other. The opposite belt carried stainless steel poles, each with a little basket on the end, severed sheep heads staring out of them, looking mildly surprised by death, their innards draped over a spike underneath. All going round to the tune of Blur's Parklife, like some macabre merry-go-round. Folds and Jackie were in here, the chief constable trying to get a man in a blood-stained overall to understand English by shouting at him. Finally, the man seemed to get it and pointed at a doorway next to a plastic bin full of lungs. Logan pushed his way through the crowd of abattoir workers just as Folds stepped into the corridor. "Armed backup is on its way." Folds stopped and turned. "I want this place evacuated. We're not putting any more civilians." He didn't get to finish the sentence. The flesher appeared in the doorway behind the chief constable, knife in hand. There wasn't even time to shout. The flesher wrapped her arms around Folds in a lover's embrace. A knife blade flashed in the overhead lighting. It disappeared into Folds's side, just below the bottom rib. He looked down at the arm wrapped around his stomach and the bloody hand holding the knife. Please." His face went white. The flesher yanked it straight across Folds's belly and out the other side, less than a second start to finish. Bright scarlet, oxygenated blood pulsed out into the room. Someone screamed, but all Folds could do was open and shut his mouth. He fell to his knees, innards bulging out, still held together with connective tissue, the stink of punctured bowels and severed intestines barely noticeable, just another slaughterhouse smell. The workforce ran, shouting, swearing, getting as far away from the blood and guts as they could. The flesher disappeared into the crowd. "No!" Logan scrambled over to Folds. The man was in shock, his face pale and glassy, hands shivering over the hole in his belly, not touching anything. "Come on. You're going to be okay. You're going to be okay." No, he wasn't. There was blood everywhere. She'd nearly cut him in half. Jackie shouted over the sounds of panicking abattoir workers. "You! Stop! Right there!" Logan scanned the room. She was over by the line of skinned and gutted sheep, facing off against the flesher. The knife flashed out, but Jackie slashed her baton across it, sending the blade clattering to the metal floor. The flesher lunged, shoving a hollowed-out carcass into Jackie. She staggered back against the wall, slipped on the bloody floor, and went down hard. A small pause, and the flesher pulled out what looked like a lightsaber, twisting it apart and slipping in a small green cartridge as Jackie struggled to get up. Logan yelled, "It's a bolt gun!" Snap, and the thing was back together again. He tried to get up, but Folds had a death grip on his jacket, mouth moving soundlessly, eyes wide, gasping for breath. The flesher swung the bolt gun at Jackie's head. Everything seemed to go into slow motion. The gun cylinder arced down. The song on the radio changed to Tom Jones' "It's Not Unusual." Jackie threw her hands in the path of the bolt gun, trying to protect her forehead. The end of the barrel hit her right palm, forcing it back against the left, and crack, the bolt fired. Jackie screamed, bright red spattered across her face. The metal rod had gone straight through both palms. The flesher stood for a moment, then tried to pull the bolt gun out. Jackie's hands went with it. "Ah, fuck!" Twist to the left, then the right, more screaming. "Fucking help me!" Logan struggled out of Folds' grip and scrambled to his feet. "Fucking help!" The flesher gave one last tug, and the bolt slid free, just as Logan barreled into her back. They hit the wall with a crash, and the bolt gun went flying. For once, Logan came out on top. He balled up a fist and slammed it into Margaret Thatcher's rubbery face, and again, and Jackie shouted, "Look out!" Something solid battered across Logan's shoulders, sending him sprawling across the gutter that ran down the centre of the room. There was a woman in pink piggy pyjamas standing over him, clutching a metal pole. She looked incredibly pale, grey circles around her eyes, hair all matted and greasy. But Logan knew he'd seen her somewhere before. She raised the pole again, and he curled up into a ball, arms wrapped over his head, teeth gritted against the blow, only it never came. The woman in the PJs dropped the pole and helped the flesher to stand. Logan rolled over and tried to push himself upright. His left arm gave way, fire screaming across his shoulder. He fell back against the blood-slicked floor, groaning. "Up! Get up!" He tried again, hauling himself up using the eviscerated carcass of a sheep. It was still warm. The woman threw her arm around the flesher, and together they hobbled away. Logan took 2 steps after them, then stopped, turned back, and looked at Jackie. She had her hands cupped in her lap, head thrown back, teeth gritted. Her whole face was painted scarlet, tears washing little pink trails through the blood. He sank down beside her, using the wall for support. His whole left arm was burning now, throbbing in time with his head. "You okay?" She glared at him. "Do I fucking look okay? I've got holes in my hands." Grimace. "Oh, Jesus, it hurts." "I'll get an ambulance." "No, you don't. You go and you catch that bastard." "But Folds, he's already dead." Logan glanced over at the chief constable's body. The man's eyes were open, staring at the ceiling, his chest still, his blood-soaked hands limp at his sides, his stomach a gaping hole. Jackie tried to grab hold of Logan's filthy suit jacket, but her fingers weren't working. "You let that bastard escape, I'll bloody kill you." Chapter 63. Logan lurched along the corridor, clutching his left arm to his chest, following the flesher and her accomplice as fast as his wobbly legs would go. The burning sensation was slowly giving way to a worrying numbness. Dislocated or broken, either was better than a bolt gun through the hands or getting cut in half. A pair of double doors at the far end led through into the cattle area, a tall, warehouse-style room with another mechanical conveyor built into the ceiling. Only this time, it wasn't sheep dangling 5 inches off the floor, it was cattle, hanging head down, their rear hooves chained to the belt 10 foot above Logan's head. He'd seen plenty of cows in the fields around Aberdeen, but he'd never realised they were so huge. An elevated walkway ran along the twisting path the carcasses followed, men and women in blue and white overalls, Wellington boots and hard hats, strange bits of equipment, the stench of rendering fat and hot copper and raw meat, gouts of greasy steam drifting out of circular holes in the floor. There was music playing in here too, but no one was working. They were all staring at Logan in his blood-soaked suit. A hydraulic noise, then a faint buzzing, and then a huge bullock fell out of a slot in the wall onto a knee-high plinth. It wasn't even twitching, as someone in a long green apron shackled its back legs and winched it upside down to join the line. "Which way did they go?" No one could hear him over the clank of machinery and the roar of Tom Jones. 3 quick slashes to the throat, and the bullock's blood gushed onto the killing floor, bright red. Logan tried again. "Where did they go?" The man in the green apron pointed down the line, past where the emptied, skinned cattle were being sawn in half with an industrial bandsaw, at a small area tacked on to the end of a cavernous room. Logan lurched into a run. The little alcove was full of plastic bins and metal racks, lungs, livers and tongues hanging from stainless steel hooks. He slithered on the wet floor, bounced off the wall, and round into a fetid recess where 3 industrial-sized spin dryers shuddered away to themselves. A stunned woman stopped in the middle of stuffing a cow's stomach into one and watched him stagger past. A door banged shut up ahead. Logan tore through the den of dung and wrenched it open just in time to see a pair of pink pyjama legs disappearing at the top of a flight of steps. He hurried up after her, bursting out of the door at the top and into the deep, metallic rumble of the bone mill. The flesher and pyjama woman were scrambling up the stairs to the top hopper, the one they'd found Thomas Stephen's head in. Logan grabbed the handrail, shouting over the grinding noise, "Stop! Police!" It never usually worked, but this time it actually did. By the time he'd got to the top, they were waiting for him. Oh shit. He went for his pepper spray, but his left arm wouldn't work. Trying to move it was like jamming red-hot knitting needles into his shoulder. He fumbled for it with his right hand, then aimed the canister at the flesher's face. "I need you to lie down on the floor now." The woman in pyjamas shook her head. "You can't." "You too, on the floor."
"Jimmy's only doing it to make us pure."
"Jimmy doesn't exist. It's..." And that was when Logan finally realised why she looked so familiar. Heather Ingalls. "You need to come with me, Heather. It's over. She can't hurt you anymore." Back to the flesher. "On the floor, now." And then the flesher stepped behind Heather and hefted her over the greasy handrail that ran around the lip of the hopper. Heather squealed and grabbed onto it, holding herself in place. Logan risked a quick glance into the big, slope-sided metal bin. It was nearly empty, the last few bones disappearing as he watched, ground into bite-sized chunks and dumped into the next hopper down. He held his hands up, placatory. "It's over, Elizabeth. By tomorrow morning your face will be on every television and newspaper in the country. There's nowhere you can go." He inched his way forwards, eyes scanning the bone mill's walls, looking for the off switch. "Come on, Elizabeth. You don't want to hurt Heather. She's eaten the food, hasn't she? She's pure." The flesher raised a trembling hand to the mask and peeled it off. It was Elizabeth, But at the same time, it wasn't. Her face looked different from before. It wasn't just that her nose was broken, bleeding, or that her left cheek was swollen. It was as if the rubber mask wasn't the only one she was wearing. She threw the Margaret Thatcher face into the hopper. Logan watched it bounce off the far side, then slide down into the rotating metal teeth. They tore it apart like a slice of wet bread. "Come on, Elizabeth. You don't really want to do this, do you?" There was a long pause, and then, "No." Heather turned and looked at her, letting go of the handrail with one hand to touch Elizabeth's cheek. "But I do, Kelly. For you." Logan crept another step closer. "Heather, come on. Don't do anything stupid. You've survived too much to throw it all away." Elizabeth leant forward and kissed her on the cheek, and then Heather jumped. "Fuck!" The hell with inching. Logan leapt, snatching a handful of her pyjamas as she hopped off the railing and into thin air. He was off balance, dragged forwards by her weight as she fell. His stomach slammed into the guardrail. Pain, sudden and immediate, tore across his scarred stomach. He opened his mouth to shout, but all that came out was an agonized wheeze. No strength in his fingers. Logan tried to grab her with his left hand. His shoulder screamed at him as something inside gave way. She was slipping. Their eyes locked. Heather looked strangely peaceful as she fell the dozen or so feet into the hopper. Her feet hit the sloping wall and slid out from underneath her. Clang! Backwards onto the grimy metal. Her left foot jerked into the air and then fell into the rotating teeth. The only noise was the rumble of the metal drive shaft. Foot, ankle, shin. Then Heather started to scream, pushing against the wall with her remaining foot, pyjamas drenched with fresh blood, hands scrabbling for purchase on the sloping sides. The door through to the protein processing unit burst open. Jackie, her hands curled against her chest. She stopped, rooted to the spot, staring open-mouthed at the stuttering bits of leg falling into the lower hopper. Logan forced himself upright and staggered across to the cut-off switch, slamming his palm down on the red button. The grinding noise whined to a halt. He clambered over the rail and dropped down beside Heather, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Get a bloody ambulance!" The flesher was gone. "6 months later. Heather dries her hands on a kitchen towel and limps over to the fridge. 28 weeks, and they still haven't managed to get her a prosthetic that fits properly. But that's being ungrateful, isn't it? If it wasn't for Aberdeen Royal Infirmary, she'd have lost the whole leg. According to the clock on the microwave, it's 5:30, an afternoon in May. Probably blazing sunshine, but in her little fitty house, it's black as the grave. The neighbours might not like that she's boarded up all the windows, but they don't say anything on account of her ordeal. Dead husband, one leg, not right in the head. Stockholm Syndrome, that's what Mr. New called it. That's what the hospital's psychologist said as well. None of them understand. Heather drops a chunk of lard in the pot and adds the sliced onions. All this time, and they still don't know where he is. But she does. Sometimes Kelly sends her a postcard from somewhere exotic, like Prague. Heather keeps them in a secret box where the police will never find them. "Dinner going to be long, then?" asks Duncan, his little blood halo glowing in the darkness. "Hours and hours," she says. "You can open a bottle of wine if you like." 3 tablespoons of paprika, when the onions are soft and translucent. He wraps his arms around her and leans in close, smelling her hair. Gorgeous. He kisses her neck, and she giggles. "I know what you're thinking, and you'll have to wait till I've peeled the potatoes." Damn potatoes. He steps back, leaning against the working surface, head on one side, questioning, a little physical tic he's picked up from the flesher. Do you still miss Justin? Yes. Into the other pan go the chunks of offal, heart and kidneys, browning on a high heat. For some reason, she couldn't cope with Justin being alive. It just didn't seem right for him to be walking about when she knew he was dead. But I'm sure Mother's looking after him. The browned meat goes in with the onions, followed by a tin of chopped tomatoes, some white wine and garlic. You never cooked this well when I was alive. That's because you were always so bloody precious about your beef bourguignon. I thought if I did anything fancier than fish fingers, you'd be telling me I wasn't doing it right. She grinds a few twists of pepper into the pan, adds a dash of salt, then sticks the lid on and puts it in the oven. 120 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. And by that time, she's drunk half a bottle of wine, and the whole house smells wonderfully meaty and rich. Heather changes into her good frock, does her hair, lipstick and eyeshadow. It's not every day she has someone for dinner. She doesn't bother with the table anymore, just puts their plates down on the carpet in the lounge, next to the mattress from the bedroom. It's the only piece of furniture in the place, except for one of the dining room chairs for her guest, and a single candle that flickers on the mantelpiece. It hadn't been easy tracking down James Souter. He was so small and frail in his tatty little dressing gown, sitting in his room in the hospice, shivering and terrified. Hard to believe he was the man who'd done all those terrible things to Kelly. And now look at him, all nice and quiet, tied to his chair, skin pale as bone china, chest hollow and empty, the stump of his missing arm all shiny in the candlelight. Heather digs her fork into the paprikash and pulls out a chunk of meltingly tender meat. Yes, James Souter was a nasty bastard, but his heart's in the right place. And very tasty it is too.